Hey, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Partners Live. We are here live at reInvent, sharing the news of reInvent with amazing Amazonians and our AWS partners. My name is Anne Marie Woodburn. I'm a Senior Partner Development Specialist focused on security and one of your co-hosts for Partners Live. And with me today is Ryan Orsi.
Well, thanks, Anne-Marie. Hello, everybody. Yes, Ryan Orsi here. I'm in charge of a team of partner specialists for security, identity, observability, compliance, a whole bunch of cool stuff at AWS. It just means I get to have fun with a lot of really cool companies around the world.
I love it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, for Partners Live, right, we bring the news. So we talk about our keynotes, about really cool service launches that have just happened, anything our partners are excited about, to talk to customers about why that is important, what's trending. And actually, we've had a lot of keynotes since we've last talked yesterday.
There's so much to fill you in on, folks.
There's so much.
Where do we start, Anne-Marie?
Well, I know Werner Vogels is on right now, still wrapping up his keynote, which is exciting. And if you can see it on the big screen behind us, it's still happening with a big crowd. But he's had some really cool things to share. And I think everybody gets real excited about his T-shirt game, I hear.
I hear his T-shirt game is pretty fly.
I know, it's pretty fly. So check it out. He's got a special shirt on. Go watch that replay. All of our keynotes, they stream live as well as recorded. So go watch them. They've got some really cool conversations that they share, many customers that they bring onto the stage. But Werner's big piece today that he was focusing on was, well, one, he celebrated 20 years at AWS.
Wow. Happy anniversary, Werner. That's a huge
amazing
milestone. What color badge is that? If you don't know, we have different colored employee badges for different years of employment. We'll have to look that one up. So somebody look that up.
Yeah,
let
maybe
us
it's
know.
like rainbow colored.
We'll be watching the chat.
Sparkly. I hope it's sparkly.
Sparkly.
But his main focus was about complexity, that is always a constant thing, and that it doesn't change, it just shifts in how we handle it. And his big lesson here was about simplexity. So taking that complex piece and simplifying it. And when you're building something, right, it's all about the core building blocks of what you put into it to make it successful in the long run, because we live in a complex world.
We do it. I would say, folks, if complexity goes away completely, you're not innovating. Innovating brings net new things into technology, processes, workflows, response plans. Being a security guy myself, that's where my mind goes. But
right.
Simplexity, I also heard him say that automating the complex components, subcomponents of whatever system we're speaking about. In his case, we'll have to double check where he was going with that. But automation can help you get to that simplexity state.
Yeah.
But new complex systems are always going to be brought into the equation. And
yes.
it is the norm. If you're on the bleeding edge of technology, complexity remains.
Yeah, it does. And even Chris Betts mentioned that yesterday, that, you know, automation is really where you need to start thinking about how you expand, how you scale what you're doing, and do it better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Another keynote that happened since last time we spoke, folks, was with Ruba Borno.
Yeah.
Our head of specialists and partners here at AWS. What did she speak about, Anne-Marie?
Oh man, she had so many exciting announcements around our partners, of course, and the amazing things that they're doing. One of the ones that she spoke on was about our security competency. We added a generative AI category, so partners can be validated and verified in that competency for our customers to really show that they have built these solutions, that they are securing generative AI, securing against generative AI. So it was really exciting for the partners that are part of that.
Absolutely. And key words, securing AI, I heard you say securing against. You know, there are AI-based attacks out there. The companies that were just announced, and you can all look it up online now. I believe there's a blog that's live as of yesterday during the keynote with Ruba there. You can see the kinds of capabilities and support and help that is available to you all now. If you're kicking the tires on AI applications, custom models, and you're unsure of how to get that into production with the proper governance controls and auditing, these will be the companies that are experts at doing that for you.
Yeah, that's awesome. And a personal one of mine that I'd like to share about that I'm so happy Ruba spoke to is our new service launch that we had for the AWS Security Incident Response. So this was the first time we launched a service alongside our partners, which was so cool that we are doing it together, right? We're already seeing the impact. Our team is so excited that we're doing this, but this allows us that when there is, you know, our threat landscapes are changing and there's an incident that happens for our customers, we now as a team with AWS and our partners go and help remediate that together, which is just amazing. So we've got, I think we've got 13 partners that are now validated in that. They've been through a rigorous process to make sure that they can respond to those quickly. So I think it's just a big celebration.
It's a team sport, right, Anne-Marie?
It is. We talked about that yesterday.
Security is a team sport. Hart Rossman is our VP of AWS Global Security Services, teamed up with us to launch that. And exactly the key point, right? Incident occurs, clean it up in the AWS environment, and partners side by side with AWS Incident Response folks can actually continue the cleanup wherever they need to go to make sure that everything is contained and everyone's back on the straight and narrow path.
Yeah, that's awesome. What am I missing? I think there's a couple more.
Well, she also spoke about the digital sovereignty competency that was just launched and a group of partners that really focused on the concept of digital sovereignty. So these are for areas of industries, which I think is a little great lead-in for the rest of the show today.
I like
we'll get to that in a second. But certain highly regulated industries require companies to really have complete, almost packet-level detail and full chain of audit of where data has come from, where it's gone, who's touched it, where is it residing, and what classification of data is it, and putting full governance and visibility controls around that process, really what these companies are specializing in. So if you're in an area of a highly regulated industry and you are looking for governance, risk, compliance controls related to a nation's laws and regulatory compliances, or even just a specific sector within your industry, these would be the companies that really know what they're doing in that space. And we see quite a big roadmap plan behind that as well, Anne-Marie.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I can only see our partners being more and more excited about that piece there, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then there's the Security Lake service ready specialization. Did you catch that one?
Yeah, tell us more.
Tell us more?
Tell us more.
But wait, there's more.
But wait.
Amazon Security Lake, Service Ready's partner specialization. So you can all look that up online. Those are software companies which have been validated at a very high quality bar, as we call it here at Amazon, for very high performance, cost-effective optimization processes here for submitting information and data into Amazon Security Lake using the open cybersecurity schema framework. I almost blanked on that. OCSF is the common term there, and actually submitting the data or hydrating the lake and actually using the data to, I shouldn't say pull from it, but actually you can do federated querying so the data remains, keeping costs very effective and performance very high.
Oh, I love it. Okay, well, that's amazing. Well, you've heard it from Werner. Go check out his keynote. Go listen to Ruba's from yesterday. A lot of great content there that happened. Ryan mentioned it earlier. He said Industries. So today launches Industries Live for the first time. So we've got a full day of content with partners and amazing Amazonians sharing the news that is happening here live. The first half of the day is going to be about media and entertainment, and the second half of the day is going to be on financial services. So make sure you tune in. That team's got some fun games planned.
Oh, they do? We're having them play games too?
They're a fun bunch.
They actually agreed to that? Oh, that's going to be great.
They're going to have a great time. So ask them all the questions that you have. Make sure you ask them the hard questions. Share your thoughts, share your comments on what you want answered today from the Industries Live team.
And you're going to have fun with these folks. The hosts, we know them personally. Make sure you really give them a warm welcome into the Partners Live media brand here. But we're going to have a lot of fun. One of them is looking at me right now saying, please don't do that, Orsi. But guess what? I already did. So yeah, the games are going to be great. Media and entertainment, financial services, very broad sets of industry sectors. I think there's some really important messages, technology, use cases that we need to talk about together. And you're going to get a full download of that in just a few minutes. But up next, please stay tuned for our interview with Roland from AWS. We will be right back, folks. Stay tuned.
Hi, welcome back to Partners Live. We're excited to be here live at reInvent, sharing the news of reInvent with amazing Amazonians and our AWS partners. My name is Anne-Marie Woodburn. I'm a Senior Partner Development Specialist focused in security and one of your co-hosts for Partners Live. And I am welcomed with my amazing co-host, Ryan Horsey.
I get the amazing title today. Thank you, Anne-Marie. I feel very special and honored to be here with you all. Yes, I'm Ryan Horsey. Hello, folks. I'm running a team of partner specialists in security, identity, cloud ops, and resilience here at AWS. And speaking of AWS, from Partners Live, we'd like to bring in some of our leaders across AWS to speak with them and share some thoughts and ideas. And we happen to have one down the way. Roland Marcia, hello, sir.
Hello, how are you?
Doing well. Thank you for joining us on Partners Live.
Thank you for having me.
Do you mind, for those that don't know you yet, tell us like who you are, what you do for the company?
Yeah, sure. Awesome. My name's Roland Barcia. I lead our specialist tech team, so it's part of our worldwide specialist organization that also part of the AWS Specialist Partner Org. And specialists kind of have our deepest skills in the organization, helping customers with some of our complex problems. I also run a few teams, our specialist prototyping team, our specialist solution team, so building out accelerators and guidance for our customers to help kind of consume services. Our event outfitter, so things like Workshop Studio, and our SACS program, which features the young talent coming in from colleges and universities and helping them become deep specialists.
Well, how cool. Man, you do a lot in y'all's team.
It's a lot, Roland. I think I'm learning today, too. Are you learning, too, Anne-Marie?
Yeah, can we get a college program?
I know. We're going to have to go talk to Roland about that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You might know a guy now.
All right.
I love it. Well, we've got a lot to talk with Roland about today. And, you know, Werner just did his keynote. We've talked about the other keynotes that happened. You know, we're at the point where we can talk about anything that's happened, right? All the secrets are kind of out.
Everything's on the table.
What are some of the highlights from reInvent this week that you are excited about?
Well, you know, everyone probably comes up here and talks about, like, you know, the new generative AI stuff with Bedrock, our new model, Nova, our new stuff with Amazon Q, helping with apps. But really excited this morning, we're talking about some of the things that we've seen around microservices and how we've learned historically building systems. And in many ways, it models what our customers are going through as they're transforming their enterprises, using partners to help them do that, modernizing applications. And so I'm really excited about all these abilities sparking the next wave of innovation as I'm building new apps around generative AI, transforming the way I look at data, all the announcements and features within Amazon Bedrock, where like you're able now to take RAG data, not just with vector databases, but SQL sources and all sorts of different data sources. So really helping you get more accuracy. So really excited about all those things.
Oh, awesome, awesome. And Roland, I would also say, just a shout out, you said modernizing your applications as well, and containers. There's a very big part of that modernization story. And I know your team just recently introduced Crow. KRO?
Yeah, so, okay, KRO.
Might want to hit on that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an open source project. We actually did that a few weeks ago at KubeCon in Utah and Salt Lake City. And it's really about orchestrating resources within a Kubernetes environment. A lot of our partners and customers use Kubernetes in AWS, and they use their containers together with a lot of our managed services. This is a project that kind of helps you automate and orchestrate deploying these things together, kind of simplifying the deployment process.
Right. Managing multiple cluster controllers across different custom APIs can be complex. I mean, tying back to Vernal's keynote today, right? Complexity will always persist, but I love the work that your team's doing to help, you know, put some simplicity into that complexity equation there.
Yeah,
you're doing great work.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not as comedic as you. I'm trying to be funny.
Roland, you're hitting it. You're nailing it, man. Don't worry, you're nailing it.
Yeah, it's come naturally, you know. It's good.
All right.
So are there any other things that you heard or things that our partners are thinking about that you've heard from?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've done a bunch of roundtables this week with customers and partners. One of the ones I did yesterday was a set of our partners around how do we accelerate innovation with generative AI? And what are some of the inhibitors that like make us go slower than we want to? So how do we get faster? I learned a lot of interesting things around, you know, I think you're talking about media later today, right?
Absolutely.
So one of our partners dealing with different content providers and not being able to mix the different data sources, but still trying to save money and like tune those models or train those models, and then making sure that they're able to test it, making sure that that's accurate, right? Like all these problems they're dealing with, and then learning how to do the development life cycle around that.
Are we talking testing to make sure something is in fact true, like the automated reasoning sort of a use case?
In fact true, it's answering the questions. And as models evolve, sometimes the life cycle of, we get more information, all of a sudden something that was correct in a previous generation, later, you have to retest it. And so there's big cost in that. And that's why some of these features around some of the data life cycle are so important this week.
That's awesome. And that goes in with like our hallucinations, which, by the way, I love that they call it that.
It's kind of a cool name. It's kind of catchy.
I don't like when it happens, though.
No.
So this is making it smarter and giving us the right data we need. And even maybe goes back to our conversation about our automation and the importance of making sure that it's happening when it happens so you can be doing the work that you need to be doing.
Well, and if it's not Roland's team doing the work, there's also a vibrant community of partners around us, right? AWS has a very vibrant partner community. What Roland's talking about, if you're an AWS Partner Network partner, you should be thinking, wow, hey, there's a great opportunity to help also add extra value to our mutual customers. You've heard automation, you've heard the software development lifecycle around an application still exists, but when you're dealing with custom models, custom training data, it's kind of sounds like it's a new animal, Roland, but is it really a new animal?
Well, I don't know. I think it's an old animal, a new animal with maybe some new fur or something like that, right? But I do think there's some new unique problems and challenges that are introduced with all the different types of data that you have, all the different data sources, the amount of data, so it's like in bulk. So.
Absolutely. We had several companies yesterday. We had IBM on yesterday, as a matter of fact, speaking something very, very similar, kind of like related to what you're speaking about, Roland. That they do automated security for cloud, leveraging AI, and they're able to kind of get this feedback loop going, where what are the models producing? Is it in fact true? And they're kind of reducing hallucinations. But we're talking like a cybersecurity context here, right? If something is in fact true, when you're designing an application for the software development lifecycle, it might be, does the output of the specific call or subroutine give you the expected output? In the case of cybersecurity, is this a collection of events or activity that a user or user ID or account actually underwent? Is that malicious, suspicious, or in fact, it's an indicator of compromise?
Yeah, so that's really important. One of the other discussions we had this week was people want to start doing insight for real-time data.
Oh, cool.
Right? The problem is generative AI is really predicting from past data. And so if you're too quick, if you put things out there, let's say you're a news outlet and you're using generative AI, you could actually get legal issues and things, if things come incorrect. People's lives can be on the line, right?
Because they have to verify it.
Yeah, they have to verify and make sure the data is correct. And so these are now newer, unique challenges of how do we get real-time data with things like agents and things like that together with generative AI to maybe format that data. But we really have industries that we take care of that we have to make sure the data is accurate.
Oh, shout out challenge to the upcoming Industries Live host. You got to hit that topic in media and entertainment. Roland just gave you a softball.
Yeah, he did. I like
awesome.
it. I like it. Stay tuned to hear from them on that answer.
Yeah,
me too.
No pressure, hosts. No pressure.
That's awesome. Well, so it sounds like you've been talking to customers and partners here and really getting some good feedback, some good insight. You spoke about generative AI. Are there other stories that you'd like to share, or things that even our customers should be like, oh, I didn't think about that?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, some of my other favorite announcements this week. Yeah. So you talked about Crow. We just announced an EKS, or Elastic Kubernetes Service, which a lot of our partners build on Kubernetes in AWS.
Definitely.
Auto mode, right? So EKS has been around for about 6+ years. Kubernetes is 10 years old. And we've done a good job managing the control plane for customers. And then customers use things like Carpenter, another open source project we innovated, to kind of launch any type of instance, including things like Trainium 2 and Forentia 2 can be part of that as well. And now with auto mode, we have now the management of the data plane.
Oh, interesting. So what does that do for the day in the life of someone?
Yeah, I think it makes EKS and Kubernetes more serverless. So some of the benefits that our ECS and Lambda customers have had with some of the native container capabilities, and that technology just turned 10 this year. There was a big
happy anniversary.
The ECS and Lambda. It gives kind of a serverless type perspective for your Kubernetes workloads, but also with the flexibility, I could actually give you a node pool profile so that I can tell you like, hey, this particular workload works with these instances, and I can actually inform the data plane what types of instances, all managed for you.
All managed for you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. So, I mean, we're talking time savings, complexity savings, efficiency improvements for customers.
There's a whole discipline in the Kubernetes world called platform engineering, right, where they program the system. Like Kubernetes is ultra flexible. It's designed to be that way. With that comes complexity. And so now it really allows the platform engineers to focus in more maybe on ML ops or AI engineering and things like that. So really excited about that.
Oh, I love this talk track, Roland. I mean, in our world of incident management, application performance monitoring, we're talking platform engineering. AI is really helping in this auto mode. I love the auto mode, just simplifying workflows.
Yeah.
Right. Just like let's get people away from that really kind of challenging, just in the trenches work. Let's pull them back into what they want to be doing, which is more creative work, more innovation.
And then the evolution we're seeing is data platforms they're building on top of that. Some of the exciting announcements is also like the new generation in SageMaker, right? That gives you kind of the end-to-end life cycle. Right?
Oh, I heard about that.
So you have the SageMaker unified user interface now that's in preview mode. So it gives you like the end-to-end life cycle around things like data governance, creating new projects, integration with Bedrock, model development, model tuning, observability, end-to-end, using our products like Data Lakehouse, Glue, all these things, giving you an end-to-end view. So I'm really excited about that as well.
And that's going to change how our customers think of things, right? How they build things, how they want to go to market. I can't wait for the use cases that are going to come out of this conference just because of our announcements, right?
Just the people assigned to a project, I think is starting to change now as well, right? 100%. You know, we had G. Rittenhouse, our VP of Security Services here at AWS, saying a similar story of just they're also working, you'll be happy to hear, folks, that our engineers internally in the company are working to simplify the way our services interact with each other. Here's a great example from Roland, and on the security side, they're simplifying how CloudWatch, CloudTrail, and GuardDuty and Security Hub also work together as well, because we said before, everything has a log file. Everything has a log entry. Whether it's a user, it's an application, it's an API call, it's a machine instance, everything has a log, and just tracking that through the whole process is incredibly critical.
Awesome.
That is awesome. You know what? I feel like this is bringing us full circle. Like, this is our last Partners Live at reInvent, right? We've talked about complexity. We've talked about what Werner said about simplexity, making it simple for everybody.
Love that term.
How automation is so important, and disruption is our new normal, right? Like, that's our forward-thinking moment of what we need to be focusing on with our customers.
Don't forget about Chris Betts' security simplified at scale.
That's right.
I said, is he recreating another S3? I was giving him a hard time about that, but it's a great story too. Kind of fits together here, right, of what we're seeing.
And what was the other? Evolutionary architecture, right? That was the other one.
Right.
Yes. And if these terms are new to you folks, look them up. You're going to see a lot of great material online about it as well. Anne-Marie, what's happening next after our chat with Roland here?
Well, after this chat, we're going to kick off Industries Live for the first time at reInvent for the full day. It's going to be running until 4 p.m. Pacific, so do stay tuned. Check them out because they're a fun bunch. They're sitting just right behind these cameras, ready to come on stage.
Roland, thank you for joining us on Partners Live.
Thank you for having me. I had a lot of fun.
Us too. Thank you.
We'll be right back, folks. Stay tuned.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are in the world. We are coming to you live from Las Vegas at AWS reInvent on the Expo 4 for the very first ever Industries Live broadcast. I am one of your co-hosts, Chris Niederman, head of AWS Industries and Solutions in our partner organization, joined with some amazing leaders here. We're going to do a quick round of introductions, and let's kick things off with Stuart on the end.
Hey everybody, how are we doing today? I'm Stuart Lepkowski. I'm with Chris in the Industries and Solutions team, and my area of focus is telco, media and entertainment, games, and sports. And here's my co-host, Karen.
Great. I am Dr. Karen Hildebrand, and I lead our solutions architects for several different industries, including financial services, healthcare and life sciences, telco, media, entertainment, games, and sports.
You cover a lot. It's pretty awesome. So, Michael, you got to keep up with this.
I think my introduction is going to be a bit shorter. My name is Michael Schmidt. I look after the Global Industry and Solutions Center of Excellence Solution Architecture team. So I look after the tech side of our business, helping our customers with partners, solving their biggest business challenges, innovating and disrupting industries. A fantastic place to be in. reInvent's always an exciting time to get in touch with all of that.
Fantastic. Addy.
I'm Addy Dubashi. I've been with AWS for 6.5 years, and I am excited to do this because we are going to feature some really exciting industry solutions that can solve for line of business challenges. This is when we bring our partners together across those technology players, the consulting partners, and really solve what our customers have been asking for. So you're going to see some really exciting stuff. Back to you.
Fantastic. Okay, so what is this Industries Live thing? What and how often? Karen, tell us about Industries Live.
So Industries Live, this is our first time that we are coming live to you, but this will not be the last time, because after reInvent, every Thursday we will be live. Every other Thursday we will be live from 8 to 9 a.m. Pacific time. So make sure you mark your calendars for that now so that you can see all of our innovative hosts and our customer and partner solutions.
That's fantastic. Now, you keep talking about reInvent, and I don't know if everybody knows what reInvent is. So, Michael, why don't you tell us, what is this reInvent thing?
Well, reInvent, it is like Christmas for AWS folks and for our partners. It is our absolute most fun time of year. I think for all of us, it's a time where we get to connect with our customers, our partners, where we get to have one-on-one time with them, get to learn, hear about our latest announcements. But I think the other thing that I really think about every year is that, from my point of view, as much as it's fun for us to be able to talk to our customers and partners about all the new things that are happening and where we're going and what we're doing next year, it's also a time we spend a lot of time listening to our customers and our partners at this event, where we do a lot of roundtables, a lot of one-on-one meetings and discussions, where we really get to listen and take those learnings back to our teams and to our day-to-day jobs to plan for next year. reInvent's a busy week. We timetable ourselves very tightly so that we maximize the amount of time. I think you look at most Amazonians around the floor wearing pretty comfortable looking shoes. They're drinking a lot of water. They're wearing a lot of lip balm. They're trying to go to bed early because we really try to squeeze as much as we possibly can out of what is my favorite week of the year. And I look forward to it every year. Chris, how about you?
I tell you what, I feel like it's us and 60,000 of our closest friends, and we're learning, we're being curious, we're making connections, and most of all, we're innovating, thinking big, and taking that back to the field to benefit our mutual customers. So stay tuned. We got an unbelievable lineup, great partners, Amazonians. We got some games. Stuart, we got some games coming up.
Yeah, we got great trivia, sports, media. Let's ring the bell.
Oh, my God. I love it.
Feels like I'm going to sing that bell by the end of the day today. So anyway, again, live from Las Vegas, we are so happy to be here with you. Look forward to a great time. And up next, we've got Lewis Carroll and AMD.
Fantastic. Look forward to it.
we're back. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. From wherever you are in the world today, we are live from Las Vegas at AWS reInvent 2024 for the very first ever Industries Live broadcast. I'm your co-host, Chris Niederman, head of AWS Industries and Solutions in our partner organization, and I'm joined with my fabulous co-host,
Dr. Karen Hildebrand. I am our lead of our Solutions Architectures worldwide team, and with specific industry focus, which I'm excited to talk about today, but I focus on financial services, healthcare and life sciences, telco, media, entertainment, games, and sports. And we're joined by Lewis. Lewis, would you introduce yourself?
Hi there, Lewis Carroll. Yes, that actually is my real name, and no, I didn't write the books. But yeah,
I was going to ask you about that.
I knew it was going to come up, Chris. I had to head it off. I couldn't let you just surprise me.
No,
with
it's
right?
like we can't be too serious here.
Exactly.
Right?
Especially on day 4, we're like, a little hungover and all that. But anyway, so yeah, I'm Lewis Carroll. I lead our cloud applications team at AMD. So that means we work with the end customers of AWS, help them get the most out of, the EC2 dollars they're spending.
Fantastic. Karen, why don't you take us to our first topic and kick off the discussion.
All right. Lewis, would you tell us a little bit about when you're having conversations with the exec suite of customers, what are they most interested in? Why are they choosing to talk to AMD?
Well, that's a really good question. So what's on top of mind for everybody? It's, I promised myself I wouldn't say AI, but now you're going to make me say it.
I am.
Everybody, so that's the one time.
We're 3 minutes in and we said AI.
But it took us 3 minutes.
You didn't say Gen AI yet, though, so okay.
Okay, you can make me say it twice. Okay. So it's definitely AI. How do we, make budget for, if they got their own data center, it's space for, it's time for, it's money for, it's people for, it's experience for, it's data for AI, right? How are they going to fund all that budget? But let's face it, AI is not paying the bills. There's lots of other things paying the bills. People want to figure out how to spend less on those things that are keeping the wheels on the wagon. And, the topic we're talking about today, and I'm so excited about this because I love movies. I'm a nerd, let's face it. And, big budget sci-fi movies are like awesome. I will waste hours of time watching a big budget sci-fi movie. There's high performance compute, something Karen knows a little bit about, in these, these big budget movies. And that's not something that's typically been done on AWS, but now you can. You can do it cost effectively on AWS.
And I think that's a big piece of what we want to talk about here today is tell us a little bit about how do you choose the right instance type? How do you actually figure out how to make that big budget movie happen?
Yep. So if you think about a visual effects house, a studio, a content creator, not just movies, but miniseries, even commercials. I mean, even the cinematics you see in NFL games, or, if you're playing your first-person shooter and you get to the next level, the cinematic there. Industrial training videos. I mean, rendering is like it's the high-performance compute of media and entertainment. And it's everywhere in these industries, and it's, compute intensive. So how do you choose the right compute for that? You need to know the software you're running, and where does that software kind of get the most out of EC2 infrastructure, or if you got on-prem, whatever. So of course we're here to talk about AMD, and we are the best choice for that from a performance perspective. But you also want to get across, if you're a visual effects house, you kind of have this weird you have this weird deadline problem. You cannot move a deadline in the visual effects industry. It just doesn't happen. And you have artists that want more time with their art. You have directors that like to throw in change orders at the last minute. And all of that means you need more compute. You need it now. You need, more compute than you thought that you can't go install in 10 minutes. Well, guess what? Now you can.
And I think that's a huge benefit that we see when you burst capacity to the cloud, that you have that ability to render something much more rapidly, and you don't have to wait for any hardware to actually be on premises. So I think obviously huge benefit of why you're in the cloud to begin with.
Big time. So, any specific customer examples you can share? You've articulated a lot of great information. Now, who might be the target customer that you're working with?
Wow, that's a great question, and I'm looking at the clock to see just how many customer examples I can give you, but I'll try to do both customers and movies. So again, as a sci-fi nerd, Star Wars, Star Trek, like them both. Not going to talk about which
sci-fi, let alone nerd. Keep going.
Not going to talk about which one's better. Also not going to get in a fight about which Star Wars movie's the best, but
good choice.
Personally, I'm a Rogue One fan, the director of that, also the movie The Creator. If you haven't seen the movie The Creator, you got to go watch it.
As long as you didn't say the one with Jar Jar Binks, I'm good. Like that was
we're good. I have a punching bag with his name.
Thank you.
He does look like Trevor Lawrence, though. You ever noticed that? Anyway, so all these movies, the visual effects houses that build these things behind the scenes, the Industrial Light and Magics, the Wiley Digital, the new Dune films. I don't know if you've seen the new Dune films.
I love it. Yeah.
They Pixamondo, you might have heard Game of Thrones. These guys are all visual effects houses that have massive amounts of compute. All these movies, let's see, Avatar 2. I want to talk about rendering use case. Weta FX for Avatar 2, massive. And we have at our website amd.com like 40 case studies in the visual effects industry.
So I think that's fascinating because oftentimes we talk about Gen AI and AIML and all that. We talk about what's under the covers and how we make it work, but oftentimes we're forgetting that there's business outcomes. There's outcomes that the rendering, the things that are really important to our customers. Sometimes they don't really just deliver it to me. I don't need to know the inner workings. Some of them really do. It's really based upon persona. Do you find that there's different people you interact with and you have a different talk track depending on who you're talking with at the customer?
Always. If you're talking, the higher up you go, the less it's about, like you said, the kind of low level, how does it work, and more about
just deliver me this.
Yeah, what's it going to do to my business if this doesn't happen? And so, back to the comment I made earlier, if you're in this space, you have this immovable deadline, you have your kind of top costs are people, labor, and time. Time becomes a cost. You got deadlines and penalties for missing that deadline. It can be bad. So improving productivity through compute, that's it. And it really doesn't matter at what level, at least in this space, at what level you're talking to. It's improving productivity through compute. It's the impact at the high level, and it's how do we do it at the low level.
And I think that's the part that's really interesting is how do you abstract from the actual technical details of how you make that happen up to what is the actual impact to the artist? How is this changing their life?
Yeah, that's hard because I like to. Again, I love the tech. I love to get deep into the tech, and so when I get tasked with talking to someone about impact, I kind of got to.
That's okay. You got a range. You got a range of viewers here. Some of them are super deep in techie, and some are. So, but feel free to go where you want to go.
Well, all right. So let's see. If you start at the very bottom and you do have to pick your infrastructure, of course, you got to pick AMD infrastructure. But the reality is in this space with rendering, we have lots of artists and visual effects houses that have experience with AMD because they've had it on-prem. They've got artist workstations with AMD. They've got virtual production. I don't know if you've ever seen a virtual production set. It's the coolest thing ever. Virtual production sets powered by AMD, render farms powered by AMD, and they've been hesitant for a variety of reasons to get into the cloud. Whether it's security, which come on, seriously, AWS can talk for you for like 3 days straight about security. Not a problem. Knowledge of how to set up and run cloud infrastructure is often a barrier. So, what can AWS and AMD do to kind of overcome that knowledge of how to set up and run cloud infrastructure barrier? And, oh, by the way, as a bonus, you can turn that into like infinite access to compute, which, if you go tell someone with immovable deadlines and unexpected change orders and things like that, hey, by the way, we can get you infinite burst capacity in the cloud, and you don't really have to staff an IT department to learn how to use it. That's fantastic.
Yeah. On your security point, it's a good one, but I want to remind people that we really are good at security. It's interesting. People sometimes forget this. And when I took over the industry and solutions team, I was going around thinking about, okay, when we build solutions in offerings with our partners, we want to architect security in right up front, as opposed to bolting it on in the end. Doesn't matter how good it is. If you don't build it in and build it up front, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Yeah.
So, back to your question, Karen, the concerns are the barriers and the objections. So, the one I want to get back to, AWS has actually brought a new service out called Deadline Cloud. And if you've been in this space,
one of my favorites.
You've probably used Deadline. And it's interesting, it's an aptly named service since what you're fighting against is a deadline, right?
Yeah.
So Deadline Cloud, in a nutshell, allows you to rapidly stand up a render farm with like a few mouse clicks. And the only thing you really, really, really need to get right with Deadline is what infrastructure you're going to run your render on. All the software, you could have a Foundry, Nuke, Workflow, Houdini, Maya. You could be using Arnold. You could be using Blender, Pixar. I don't know if anybody, do they record like all the sessions recorded?
Yeah,
so
they are.
Pixar's, MAM 227 talk was fantastic. I love Pixar. Those guys are great. Plus, they love sharing about their art. But anyway, so I forgot what I was talking about. I was going somewhere.
You were on a roll, though. Wherever you were going there fast.
You got Deadline Cloud.
Deadline Cloud.
That's right. Okay. So Deadline Cloud, you can stand up rapidly, infrastructure in AWS. And, you think about what Deadline gives you. It kind of presents the user with queues and fleets. And queues is just a list of jobs to be done, render jobs. Yep. And fleet is the infrastructure that's going to do the work for those jobs. You have to choose the type of EC2 infrastructure you're going to use. And here, of course, I'm selling AMD, but there is a real impact reason why you want to do this. EC2, AMD-based instances, the C6AM, 7A, any of those, little a is how you tell it's an AMD. We get asked that question all the time. Any of those instances will give you the lowest cost per rendered frame in AWS. By the way, they'll give you the lowest power per rendered frame in AWS. They will give you the shortest time to render in AWS. So it's not like, you know, you got 3 benefits, pick 2. You really can get all 3. But Deadline can stand this up for you. It does everything for you. Now, you do have 2. Actually, you want to throw in a question? You want me to keep going? I'm like revved. I'm ready
It's
to
hard
go.
to stop him. He's just trying. I love it.
Did I warn you? You need the bell. You want to cut me off?
No, Stuart's got this bell.
I'm going to have one of those buzzers later on. I promise
we might
you.
get some questions off of our site here, though. We'll keep going. We'll see.
If we do have a question, we got to throw them out.
You're good. You're good so far.
So you got 2 types of fleets. Deadline Cloud as a managed service it handles your license management for you. It handles spinning up and shutting down the infrastructure, which is really key. So if you think about the problem we're talking about, that burst capacity problem, if you got finite capacity and you're underneath it, what are you doing? You're wasting money. If you're over it, what are you doing? You're missing your deadline.
Exactly.
Those are both bad, right? And you're never going to have the perfect amount of capacity. It just doesn't exist. So with Deadline and the benefits of cloud, you got a use case that looks like this, and Deadline spins it up, spins it down for you, and you only pay for what you use. As a service,
I love that.
I know. I was like, I don't even have to talk about our own service. That was fantastic.
Keep going.
So just keep that in mind next time you're talking about who needs infrastructure. And, who knows AWS? Come on. So the other part of it is that's the service managed fleet, meaning the service does everything for you. Then you have this concept of a customer managed fleet, which is, okay, I like the service and I like the choices, but the AWS Visual Compute team doesn't quite have my personal favorite HPC 7a available yet. They'll get there, but until they do, you can do it with a service managed fleet. With a customer managed fleet. And as the name implies, it's just you kind of setting up the infrastructure and Deadline plugs into it. And you still get all the benefits. Deadline will still look at your queues and your job, and it'll tell you, hey, you're going to have a bunch more jobs coming up. You need to spin up some more infrastructure, but since you've chosen to manage it, you got to do the work. So putting that together is where a partner can help, and you'll hear from Slalom here in a little bit. And, that's a great partner who can help you with, kind of building up a customer managed fleet. But your best choices with the service managed fleet today, C6A, M6A, if you know the AWS products, it's a question of how much memory you need, whether it's C or M6A. But those are your best 2. If you're doing a customer managed fleet, it's HPC 7A. If you're in the region, I think it's East 2, West 1, or there's like 3 or 4 regions for it. It's not widely deployed, but it's deeply deployed when it's there. It's the cheapest, it's the best, it's the fastest by far. Its close cousin M7A is more widely available. That's your best choice in a customer managed fleet.
Yeah, and I love that. Go ahead, Karen. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, I love that you also have pretty much hit on all the removal of undifferentiated heavy lifting. That's what we always talk about. And our solutions architects are always going to be there at any customer engagement to help you with the actual selection for your fleet. But really helpful to actually have a little quick cheat card of which fleets to choose and select from for AMD.
We get, I'd say the most common question we get asked from AWS sellers and builders is, all right, as an Amazonian, I don't know, do you call your AWS sellers Amazonians?
Yes,
we do. Builders, Amazonians.
Okay, so as an Amazonian builder or seller, the question is, when should I choose AMD? They're all aware they've got it. A lot of customers aren't, but the sellers and the builders are aware, but they don't know when and how to choose. So we've got this nice setup in AWS today where we have the lowest cost per like instance hour x86 with like C6A, and then we have the highest performance. If you go back to AWS's announcements, 10-15% kind of incremental improvements are great. Amazon and AMD did something really special with M7A, where we set out to say, all right, 10-50% is great. We're going to go for 50% improvement in performance gen to gen.
Think bigger.
And delivered. And so we've got all these applications where if you need performance, you got it right here. Of course, it doesn't come free. It's a little bit more expensive, and customers sometimes get sticker shock. But, some quick math. 50% more performance, and it's, I think, 13% more expensive. So it's still 37% better price performance, and that's what you've gotten gen on gen. So knowing when to choose is great. So if you need performance, M7A, you need just the lowest cost. Just make my stuff run. Almost a different S word.
That provides, don't you know that? That provides great clarity for our sellers, because you're right. It's oftentimes like we built something, then we got to bring it to market. We actually have to get it in the hands of our sellers and our customers. And so providing that clarity on here's when you engage us, here's why you engage us, here's you articulate it. talk about engaging. Karen spoke about our SAs. You mentioned slalom. We have this power of three multi-party motion. It's getting to be more and more prevalent. And there's a lot of people who are listening on this and going, how do you do that? How do you manage that? Who do you work with? You mentioned slalom. Maybe tell us a little bit more about that combined multi-party motion.
Yeah, you caught me off guard on that one. We have our partner guy here, but we're a little slow getting our partner program going. So we're still in the mode of looking for partners who need us as much as we need them.
That's why we can help you with that.
I figured you probably had something in there.
So maybe I teed it up for you. You don't have to be knowledgeable, but it is important that you have specified there's other partners, and we like that. We can actually be that glue to help you figure that out.
Yeah, and I think the key thing is, and where partners can be a benefit, and especially if you're a rendering house or visual effects house and you haven't gotten into cloud, it can be a little intimidating. And yeah, Deadline makes it easy, but there's going to be other stuff. There's going to be your data. There's going to be your Jen, what's the two letters?
I don't know.
There's going to be some
I don't know, one of those things.
Yeah. I think it's right in the background back there.
You're going to try not to scare off your artists, have them all on strike because of AI. But a partner can help you kind of bring all these things together quickly and easily. The AWS Partner Network is extremely knowledgeable on AWS. We have to make them more knowledgeable on AMD and how to put all those pieces together. But it's an easy plugin.
And our job is to extract that information from you and get it to our sellers and train and enable them so that they're calling you, you're not pushing on them. And that's for all partners, by the way. That's for everybody.
Yep. Meanwhile, one thing I will throw in there, like if anything you've heard today or AMD in general, we put up about 15 people behind this task of creating a really easy to remember email. So it's AWS at AMD.com. See, it's that I can't remember.
AWS.
Are you sure?
Do you want to try that again?
Where's the bell? Where's the bell? AWS at AMD.com. Any question you've got, we got a group of people who will monitor that and route it to the right person. So
that's absolutely fantastic. So can I put you on the spot one more time?
Maybe.
So.
Can I protest with the bell?
You can protest with the bell if you don't like it. So you got reInvent, right? You've been here for a few days, right? You
can tell eyes are a little bloodshot.
Oh, let me tell you. Hungover or just tired. We don't know which one. All right, we got Pearson back here. He's giving us trouble.
Sales.
Go sales. Go partners. Let's go. I got to pull him on stage. So
I do know how to bribe him, by the way.
You should bribe him. Get him up here. Of everything you've heard at reInvent, is there anything that stands out to you like that was really cool? What have you seen? I mean, there's a lot going on, lots of announcements.
I guess I have to come clean.
Yeah.
I've only gone to 2 sessions. Everything else has been meetings.
I was going to say, tell us the values of those.
But actually, the side meetings are a huge benefit around here.
It is a huge benefit.
So that it could be for something from a meeting. You could have made a relationship. So I'm really curious the benefit that people get out of reInvent, what you've got out of this so far.
So if you put it that way, our benefit is really, you've got all of the key decision makers from the most important customers, from Amazon, from the partners, from the other vendors like us. We're all in one place. It's relatively easy to set up and get people out, for a coffee, a wine, out to 50-cent party like we did Tuesday night, or wherever it may be. But that is a prime benefit of reInvent that I think a lot of people overlook. But I do believe the amount of work that Amazon puts into the sessions, and if you look at the session catalog, that right there should be an indication. The amount of work that's into it. So.
And if you watch the Matt keynote with Andy coming on stage, phenomenal. Karen, you said?
I was just going to say, I know we are about to wrap up. The last question I have for you, we are talking about what you do in media and entertainment right now, but tell us a little bit about the other industries that AMD is working across.
Oh, wow. Manufacturing is a big one for us. Another heavy user of HPC. The kind of digital natives industry. We've had Netflix on stage. Netflix and Pinterest are 2 of our big customers. We are, almost everywhere. Do something really simple. There was a talk yesterday talking about reducing license costs for SQL Server. Who out there doesn't use SQL Server and wants to pay less for it? Because let's face it, that stuff's expensive.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Fantastic. And I'm also going to throw in there, I know you're also working with my team on healthcare and life sciences. So
that's another good one.
We have some great industry use cases that we can talk about with AMD. So love what you're doing with render farms and making it easier for the artist. And thanks for joining us here today.
Thanks, guys. I'm excited to be here. Really.
Outstanding. This has been fabulous. Thank you.
A lot of fun.
All right, and that wraps us up here with AMD for today. So again, remember to stay tuned. We'll be live all day with Industries Live, and then starting next year, put it on your calendars right now. Every other Thursday, we will be streaming live from 8 to 9 a.m., and we look forward to seeing you there. Stay tuned to the rest of Industries Live today.
And we're back. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are in the world. We are live from Las Vegas at AWS reInvent 2024 at the Expo floor for the first ever Industries Live broadcast. I'm your co-host, Chris Niederman, head of AWS Industries and Solutions in our partner organization, joined with Karen.
Dr. Karen Hildebrand from our Partner Solutions Architects team, and I lead the Solutions Architects in several of our industries, including media and entertainment, which we'll be focusing on here right now, but later on this afternoon, we'll also be covering FSI, financial services, and healthcare and life sciences. And I am joined by our esteemed partner from Bria AI. Bria, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi. Thank you for having me. My name is Berit Goresh, and I'm the Chief Strategic Partnerships at Bria AI. We are a platform for developers that are interested in integrating into existing pipelines or creating new applications and pipelines around generative media.
And I also want to call out that you won a Partner of the Year award this year.
Yeah.
It's very
Congratulations.
exciting.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was exhilarating.
And also launched within the CPG competency, I believe.
Right, right.
So we're talking about Team Eggs right now, but we want to make sure that we call out that you are present in many of the industries. So Industries Live is not specific to any specific industry. So thanks for joining that competency as well.
Thank you.
Great. So what I really am hoping that we can talk a little bit about today is what does Bria AI do? First of all, for our audience, let's level set with that.
Yeah. So we are a platform for developers, and that means that we are not an application. So if you are a builder in the Gen AI space, you would come to our platform and take the different building blocks that we enable in order to integrate them in your products, platform, solutions, or create new pipelines that are powered by generative AI. Our models are in the media space. That means visuals, video coming out later, early 2025. Yeah. And next, we have lined up music and audio. So generative media. This would resonate mostly with media and entertainment industries, as you would expect. And the other thing that is unique about Bria, except for building with developers in mind first, as not an application, is that we solving the core hurdles and challenges to adoption of this technology by enterprises. And the way we did this was to solve this from the core. That means that we trained all our models exclusively on data that was licensed to us by partners. So in the visual space, for example, Getty Images, Deposit Photos, Fitpic, and so on and so forth. Over 20 data partners and 1 billion images compose our training catalog for the visual models that we enable our customers to take and continue their own development, integrate with their products. Yeah.
And I think that's a key thing that many of our customers are talking about is how was this actually licensed in order to train on? And so I think that's a huge differentiator in what you're able to bring to the table for your customer base.
Yeah, so I think obviously, all of us had our share playing with this generative AI technology over the past 2 years. So consumer markets requirements are very different from enterprise markets, right? So if you are an enterprise that is going to leverage this technology to unlock new revenue streams or gain more efficiencies on your production pipelines, you want to know that it's safe, that nothing that is troubling is going to pop up in generation. If you are going to automate and do this at scale, you can't monitor any image, for example, that is coming out of these models, right? So you need to trust these models. And this is where our approach to data procurement is becoming really important, right? So we eliminate all these concerns from the get-go. The models hasn't seen, so to speak, all these concepts. So copyrighted content, for example, fictional characters won't pop in generation, infringing copyright of your competition, perhaps, right? Also, no misinformation because models hasn't seen public figures or celebrities. And also no harmful content, okay, or logos or trademarks. So all of this is really safe way to engage with this technology, and this is why enterprises like working with us.
Yeah, so you mentioned enterprises, which is right up our alley. Can you share a couple of the enterprises that you're targeting, or why you're targeting them, or who you're going to target in the future?
Yeah, so I can't share the names on this.
Maybe the type,
but what I can share with you is that we are working with, for example, Hollywood studios, okay, on the launch campaigns of movies, okay? So, for example, recently, earlier in the summer, one of the Hollywood studios released a sequel to a very famous movie, and the application that accompanied the release of this movie, the campaign for the launch, was actually powered behind the scene by our models. And the reason is because when you are going as an Hollywood studio to release something that a lot of people all around the world are going to engage with, millions of people, then it has to be robust, it has to be safe, and it has to be trusted. So this is one example.
I like that. Robust, safe, trusted.
Exactly.
I like that.
Yeah, we also like that.
I bet you do. You're good at it. And then part of this is educating not just the folks viewing of, like, where do you focus? When do they know to engage with you? Our own sellers, it's like, okay, how do we know to arm them with the right timing, the information, when to call you or when to ask for help or when to bring you in? And that's why I think that information is really interesting.
Yeah, so I think where we shine is when obviously you need to have the desire to build, right? And when you want to build in this space is when you have very specific high fidelity and quality requirement, and this is where this is why marketing agencies, media and entertainment companies, gaming studios, animation studios are most relevant audiences, right? Yeah. Because their fidelity requirement and the content has to be on brand, right? It's not just horses on the moon, right? It's not consumer market content. It's something that has to meet the requirements of the brand and be on IP. So this is where you bring us.
Excellent.
Could you tell us a little bit about what you think attribution technology looks like now and what it might look like a year from now?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. Yeah, because
do we have enough time to answer that question? There's a lot to that.
Yeah, so it's part of what we're going to launch later in 2025. So obviously, the models that we trained on are foundation models, right? So our customers are using them to train their own, together with their own IP, to inform the generation of content that is going to be compliant with their brands, right? Now, what we're seeing now is, and this is going to obviously evolve over the course of the next year, is what we call the premium IP attribution. So you can think about this as two separate layers of attribution. So the content, the general purpose content coming from our existing partners, for example, they get the images of the wall. This content will be compensated for the contribution to the foundation models. Mm-hmm. But on top of that, we're also going to see attribution to the contributions of premium IP. And you can think about it as IP franchise that is powered by AI. So now we're streamlining the entire process from licensing, handling the copyright management and the rights, and then also enforcing all the limitations and other compliance aspects of this. So we all know that to IP franchise today, it's very cumbersome, right? And the access is very limited, right? So we are now going to allow brands to monetize more easily and reduce the friction around this.
Fantastic.
Helping brands monetize, I think, is a big initiative. I think monetization of content is something that obviously everybody is looking to do in the media and entertainment space. So tell us a little bit about how you think that will evolve in the next year.
Yeah. So over the past 12 months, obviously, we've been working with a lot of media and entertainment companies, and what we've seen, like the most, current pain that they had was to gain more efficiency on production lines. Okay, we all know the industry is really want to save time and money, right? This is like and most industries, let's be honest, okay? Yes. So they want to save time and money and get more efficiencies and productivity, right? And by the way, faster time to market on the content is also a great concern for this industry. So this has been the story up until now. But then it's also kept, right? Because you can get more efficiency, but what are you going to cut? The cost, right? So you can cut down on cost, but let's assume that you can create new revenue stream. This is a totally different story, right? This is going to really move the dial. So what we're doing with the more advanced ones is to rethink content. So instead of just creating more effective, efficient pipelines that are just to some extent repeating what was the traditional pipelines, but in a more automated way, so adding automation like technology usually does. Now what we're doing with the more advanced leaders of this space is to think about new content creation. And the one, obviously, this is something that I can't share, but you can think, I can give you an example. So for example, in the gaming space, augmented reality introduced Pokemon Go, right? Right. So the entire globe was playing this game, right? So this is a new content experience that didn't exist before and was enabled through this technology. So you can think about Gen AI as something that is going to enable this new content experience, and this is how monetization will come into play.
Absolutely. Yep. We do have a question that we have actually two questions that came in from our audience right now. So reInvent is looking great in our background right here, and they want to know what were the best takeaways from the conference for Bria and yourself personally.
Yeah. So I think it's now the stage that enterprises are done with, experimenting, thinking about AI as a tourist destination. They are now starting to wrap their heads around what it takes to take this technology into production. And this is something that was very apparent in many of the discussions that we had here.
Not just a place to visit, you want to live there.
Exactly, exactly.
Move and visit.
Or take it home.
Yeah, and so I want to come back to something that you said, tied to this question as well. You were talking earlier about an age-old cloud concept, and the cloud's been around that long, about first it starts as driving cost out of it, but eventually it translates into how do we innovate, how do we transform, how do we think bigger. So it's kind of like Gen AI. We're going to go visit, and maybe the reason we go visit is we think it might save us cost, or we might, but then ultimately they visit and they go, wait, we can move into new ideas, new ways of taking our products to reach new consumers in different ways. And I think that innovation is just key to why you don't just want to visit. I'm going to keep hitting this tourist thing because I really like it. And you want to actually get there, live there, and keep thinking bigger.
Exactly. If you think about the internet, for example, the protocols, the technology was there since 1995, right? Yeah. 1995, it's crazy, right? Yeah. It took the business value to be realized a decade, right? So I think this is where we are now, okay? This technology is going to create so much new business value, and this is what we want to share back with our data partners, but also to make sure that our customers are actually leveraging this technology and unlocking this business value.
And new use cases coming up all the time that we haven't even thought of.
Exactly,
every day.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. The second question, which I think is quite great, are there any jobs available at your company?
Yeah.
Our live streamers are obviously enjoying this content. They're bought in.
I'm recruiting for my partnerships organization in our
Karen,
New York office.
You have to stay with us. You can't go there. No hiring
I promise this was asked by Arunava. It was not asked just by me.
Yeah. So I don't think we can afford you, but we are recruiting, and all the information about this is on our website, so bria.ai, and check out all these listings. Yeah.
Okay, so back to your website. I'm gonna create a bridge there. I promise. I love your playground demos. I think they are the best way to actually understand what Bria does for somebody that has no context. So anybody that is actually streaming right now that has not actually played in the demos before, highly suggest it. Take 15 minutes today, maybe not while we're live streaming. Later on today.
Stay with us.
Stay with us.
Is it Bria.com? Where do they go?
It's Bria.ai.
Bria, even better, Bria.ai.
Exactly.
Go there.
It's absolutely fantastic. So tell me a little bit more about how else do you find that most of the executives are engaging with Bria? How are people finding you? How are you reaching out to the MEGS industry? How can we best accelerate that across everybody that's watching here?
Yeah, so obviously working with AWS, and also we're part here of the NVIDIA Pavilion,
yes.
Also very close partners of us, as being extremely important. We are a startup, okay? We're a relatively small group, and to be backed and vetted when there's so much noise in this space by these tech giants that has such a broad overview of what's available out there, and the credibility, the amount of credibility it gives us when we're talking to this some of the world's largest enterprises. It just, you just start a conversation and get, hit the ground running with this. So I think this has been the most impactful, and this is why we really focus on partnerships at RIA. And the other thing in terms of like what we hear from executive in this space is that it's a lot of the times about change management. Okay, so it's not just about integrating technology in the normal old-fashioned. Yeah. This technology goes to the very core of your business. For some of the customers we work with on integrating this technology, it's even as basic as what we are even selling anymore. Is this the same service or product that we use to offer to our customers? So it's that deep, okay? And when you take customers through this journey, you also have to be able to support them in this journey. And this is why 12 months ago, when we started, thank you, Stuart. So when we started this understanding that these enterprises are challenged by these uncertainties that even impact their business, we added two pillars to our two disciplines to our solutioning unit. So not just solution architect, but also business consultants that are going to help them understand what is this change management process going to look like for them, and also creative consultants. And you know why is that? Because we are talking to builders from the customer organization, and these engineers to communicate the requirements of their creative team, it was challenging for them to do this internally. And our creative team are accustomed to working with AI researchers and engineering teams, and they're actually translators. They are facilitating the internal discussion within the customer organization to make sure that the engineering team from the customer organization are actually successful in meeting their strategic goal with this and the creative brief. Fantastic. So this is what we do.
So I got time for maybe 15-second question, and then we're going to have her close. But you talked about partners. You mentioned NVIDIA and a few others. You probably have tens of thousands of people who are listening to this broadcast right now, any one of which could be a potential partnership for you. How would you guide people to say, hey, look, I'm a fit for you? What are you looking for in a partnership that you could say, if you fit this, call me?
Yeah, so I think for partnership, in addition to working with technology companies like AWS and NVIDIA, the other line of partnership, which is really unique for Bria, is our data partners. So if you're in the M&E space and you have archival content that you want to monetize potentially through our attribution platform, reach out.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
And that is absolutely a great segue into how we ensure that we have multiple partners that are working with each other, but even our customers who have content repositories or are thinking about their media supply chain and how to monetize all of those archives that they have brought to the cloud. This is a great opportunity to be partnering with you.
So it's not a cost center. Yeah, it's not just a cost center. Yeah. Now it can actually yield you new revenue streams.
Yeah, because we're customer obsessed, and our customers are partners are customers, and so the whole community.
Yeah, that's the flywheel, right?
That is the flywheel.
Yeah.
Very good.
Exactly. And I really want to call out exactly what you mentioned. As a startup, it is really important to have startups be partners with AWS as well as the chip manufacturers. It's really great to have seen you in the NVIDIA booth. it is helpful for our startup programs to also know that there is funding that was just announced by Matt Garman on stage. So we want to make sure that all of the startups that have that opportunity to bring their innovative solution to our industry customers.
Outstanding.
Yeah. So with that, I promise I will wrap us up. Thank you so much for joining us here on Industries Live today. And every other Thursday, we will be streaming live in 2025, but do not leave because we are coming right back with Stephen Polster from Slalom.
Awesome. And we're back. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from anywhere you are in the world right now. We are live from Las Vegas at AWS reInvent 2024 on the expo floor for the first ever Industries Live broadcast. So exciting. I'm one of your co-hosts, Chris Niederman, head of AWS Industries and Solutions in our partner organization, and I'm joined with
Here, co-host Karen Hildebrand. It's really nice to be co-hosting.
Dr. Karen Hildebrand.
Forgot about that. It is true. Dr. Karen Hildebrand. And I lead our solutions architects worldwide for several of our industries, including telco, media, entertainment, games, and sports, which we'll be focusing on right now, in addition to financial services and healthcare and life sciences. And I'm joined by Stephen Polster, who is joining us from Slalom. Will you introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Stephen Polster, and I lead Slalom's media, entertainment, gaming, and sports industry vertical. I've been with Slalom for the last 4 years, and I've worked in media and entertainment for over 25 years. And I got to say, this is the first time I've had a headset on in a live broadcast, so I'm seeing what it's like on the other side of the camera. It's super exciting. Great to be here with you today.
I know, it's pretty fun. I actually feel like there's like a sports game up there, and we just have to learn how to commentate it.
I feel like
it's going to be great.
Sunday Night Football. I need a little board and some navigation here.
Oh, I think we could probably fix that later on today. I bet you we can. I bet you we can.
I think we could do some real-time analytics with that as well. So.
Oh, I like it. I like it. We could add in some stats.
It's very timely.
So. I love it. So thanks for taking the time to join us today on Industries Live. This is, again, live from the show floor. You'll see all the people here at reInvent walking behind us. You might even see a few people that'll stop over your shoulder as you're on screen. You missed
the one who gave you bunny ears earlier. Yes.
I probably did actually have that happen. But Stephen, thanks for taking the time. We'd love to start with just what does Slalom do? For those that are joining us online, they may not even know what Slalom is. We've worked with Slalom for a lot of time, but not everybody else.
Yeah, thank you. So Slalom is a global consulting SI, systems integrator. We work with the world's leading organizations, and my focus is to work with them in this industry, media, entertainment, gaming, and sports. But we work across all industries. Around the world, we've got 12,000 consultants in 49 markets and in 10 countries. And in fact, just yesterday, we announced that we're opening a new office in Colombia, which is part of our all-shore delivery model, which is also something new for us because we're known as being very local, on the ground with you, in the market that you live and work in, but we've added great flexibility to augment those services, and customers are loving it. So.
And you're being really humble. I've worked with Slalom for the 10 years I've been at AWS, and I love the fact that you're expanding around the world. You cover multiple industries, diving super deep industry by industry. You're a phenomenal partner.
Thanks. Well, I'm proud to be a part of this organization, and really proud to be able to speak to the media entertainment business that we do. My background, again, I have 25 years of experience with studios, with the supply chain, with consumer products in media and entertainment, but so do 500 of our consultants. And that's part of the teams that we bring to our customers and our partners out in the field. We've worked on over 3,000 media entertainment engagements, and we work with the biggest customers, top 5 customers in each of those sectors, and over 300 of them. So there's stuff on the slide, I think, in the background, but
no, it's super.
Really,
it's super fantastic to hear the number of customers that you've worked with and the diversity of the projects that represents, because that really helps to build the expertise of your consultants that have worked in the space. And I'd also love to call out a little bit about the multi-partner strategy. You had AMD actually shout you out earlier today we had them on. So we'd love to know a little bit about how you work with multiple partners when you bring a solution together for a customer.
Yeah. That's a great question. So in getting into that, I do want to mention that we're all super proud of being Partner of the Year for the 8th year in a row with AWS.
I'll give you a high five on that one. Sorry, Karen. High five to you, too.
I lost that.
That's outstanding.
Yeah, and a couple things which hopefully we'll have time to talk about here today. One that we're real proud of is that we were the winner for Gen AI consulting at a global level.
Yep.
And also it's the first time for media entertainment that we were a top 3 finalist as Partner of the Year for the industry. So very proud about that.
That is fantastic, and you should be proud, and we really love having the partner awards. It is a great way to actually recognize the amazing work that each of our partners has done each year.
And now that we've shifted to heavier industry focus, I'm expecting you to win a whole slew of industry awards next year as we continue to give those out.
That's our aim as well, by delivering that value to the customers.
Love it.
I was going to say, continuing to raise the bar.
Raise the bar, but I love what you said about it's all about our customers, working backwards from the customer and jointly delivering that benefit and that value to our customers.
That's right. And to your original question about all the partners that we do work with over 700 technology partners around the world. It's a lot. And knowing, when to use which tool in the kit and how to work together, we bring our capabilities, whether it's strategy, change management, data, AI, Salesforce platform, you name it, and cloud platforms, of course, AWS. the magic comes in our integration of when we bring that all together and we customize what is the right solution to deliver the best outcomes for the real problem that they're trying to solve.
So one of my favorite things when we have partner meetings is to ask what are the biggest trends that you're seeing in your business. If you can abstract those up and tell us, what are you seeing in the industry overall? What are the C-suites telling you? So that our audience here can gain a little bit from all the intelligence that you have in all of those conversations.
Thanks. Happy to talk about that. We've only got 13 minutes, so I'll keep it succinct.
Okay, sure. Sounds good.
So as we all know, and hopefully the audience knows, this industry's been in constant disruption over the last 15 years. From streaming coming into the play, cord cutting, advertising dollars shifting from linear to digital to social media to the attention economy and eyeballs. And now streaming platforms getting launched, streaming platforms now turning the corner on profitability, and AI being the next wave of disruption that is hitting every industry, but this one very, very much on the front lines. So some of the things we're seeing, we're putting together our trends for 2025 based on all the conversations that we have on a daily basis and where the action is, where customers are needing the help. A couple of categories here. I'm not going to go into a deep dive on them, except the last one.
Oh, great. We like that one.
We like that, yeah.
Operational optimization is a big thing. Still, there's app modernization, global scalability, also across the media supply chain. Production in the cloud is a big theme that we're seeing, whether that's a customized solution or repeatable solutions that can be brought together, potentially with AWS, hush hush for now, and bring them out to multiple customers. Other areas, advertising convergence. Whether that is internally getting your ad sales teams to be able to work across linear and digital together on the same platforms and be much more effective, whether that's bringing teams together across all of these merged and acquired business units that now need to operate as one and in different ways across both the hybrid world, or externally reaching customers as well. And that leads into immersive experiences, which we're still, as an industry, dipping toes in the water, but there's a lot more activity, and AI and cloud are enabling a lot of really cool immersive experiences that we see on the floor here. But also hyper-personalization is going to come into its own and to driving that customer engagement. The last one, of course, is, and this is not the last one, but the last one on the page here, is AI and Gen AI and AI for ROI. In fact, I was just walking by somebody else's presentation. They said the same thing I was going to say. Last year was the year of exploring and trying out POCs and being afraid and being excited. This year, people are getting serious and solutions are getting put in place. But there are still many companies out there that have a laundry list of maybe it's 3, maybe it's 20, maybe it's 100 ideas. They're all good, but how do you know which ones to prioritize, which ones to go after first, which ones are going to give you the best ROI? And also, how to explain to your teams internally to get that investment effectively, hey, this is the one we got to go with first. So Slalom is built in response to every customer telling us the same thing, hey, we're having trouble in this space. We've built an AI for ROI calculator, and we got a little video, just 1 minute, that explains it probably better than I will.
Let's do that.
So if we can throw it
Let's roll that.
Anything?
Quantifying the return on investment for AI initiatives is often unclear for businesses. Navigating model pricing, making business cases, and understanding long-term costs can be complex and overwhelming. We've heard your challenges, and that's why we're excited to introduce the AI Value
We're going to try this again. We're going to reboot, folks. We're going to try that one more time.
This is how you know that we are streaming live from the show floor.
I need popcorn.
Oh.
I like snow caps.
I feel like, if we were talking about media and entertainment, we should have had popcorn up here. I need popcorn. Okay. I got that.
Question. While he's rooting this out, the question for you guys: what's your favorite? I want to hear the live stream. What's your favorite candy to eat when you're at a movie?
That's a great question. And for everybody that is watching here live, I am looking at all of your comments as they come in. So come on.
The PowerPoint is.
And chat with us. We are happy to be able to answer.
I vote snow caps. I'm a snow caps fan.
Okay, I love it. I also am hoping that we end up with a few more people that are going to crowd around our booth, because I told everybody that we're going to look like Good Morning America. So we'll see if we can make that happen.
At the window as people are shivering outside in the cold and snow. Like it's cold enough into the snow, but you never know.
I was like, I'm coming from Minneapolis. This is not cold
okay, so
at
that's
all.
not cold. That's 40 below, and that's not even wind chill.
We did have a snow squall. All right, here we go.
The return on investment for AI initiatives is often unclear for businesses. Navigating model pricing, making business cases, and understanding long-term costs can be complex and overwhelming. We've heard your challenges, and that's why we're excited to introduce the AI Value Calculator, your solution for clear, actionable AI investment insights. We've embedded years of advisory experience in business case design, prioritization, and tech strategy into a single, powerful platform. With multiple levels of fidelity, from high-level estimations to detailed cost analyses, our tool supports comprehensive business case development for stakeholder buy-in. The AI Value Calculator offers 3-year ROI analysis, model-specific cost calculation, use case comparison, and investment prioritization. It helps you answer critical questions like, how much will this cost as we scale? Which use case offers the best value? Where should I invest first? Find out how Slalom's AI Value Calculator helps you connect initiatives to impact in real time.
Okay, that is really cool, because as a solution architect, and as my team could probably talk about for a long time, most people are asking about the cost of a specific use case and what the return on investment might be. But the interesting piece is you've also built in that comparison of the cost by model.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about why you did that.
And recommending which use case, right? And so I want to turn it over to you in a second, but one of the things that resonated with me on this, it goes back to, I'm going to steal from Andy Jassy for a second, back to 2014-15, and it's in your video, and it's being replayed again with Gen AI. We always start out with customers with cost. How much can I save? What's the ROI? Which is beautiful. We need that.
Sure.
But very quickly, the conversation turns to, okay, which workloads first and how fast?
Yeah.
How do I unlock greater value? How do I innovate? How do I think bigger? And this gives you that framework. It's fantastic.
It does. And what we love about it, sometimes those calculations are pretty straightforward, and you can do it with an Excel spreadsheet. But with Gen AI and with AI more broadly, these situations have a lot of inputs. There's a lot of unknowns, and we see that people are struggling with getting those inputs into play and then being able to properly, have it spit out a real answer. So, for example, one of the new innovations with this tool is that we've got a whole library of use cases, and that library is continually updated. So you don't have to invent the TCO model and the ROI model, because there's already examples of what's been out there in the field and what's actually delivered. So we're able to tap into that, and working with Slalom consultants alongside, we're able to help you make sure that you get the right inputs in, understand the outputs that they're coming out, and then be able to take that to your leadership and take it to POC, take it to production. And we've had some great success already in that space. So
tens of thousands of people watching us right now. Somebody goes, that's so cool. How do I get started? What do they do?
They reach out to Slalom. I think I have even a card here with a download, but there it is.
There you go. There's a QR code for you right there. I don't know if we can see it.
I was going to say, that is the first QR code I've seen pulled up today. I love it.
Darn good.
I like it.
But no, they can get in touch with us at Slalom. And, we got a great booth here where we're demoing the AI calculator. They can reach out to me personally if you'd like. Hey, I'm available.
Find you on LinkedIn.
But yeah, you can find, we have a whole site dedicated to it at slalom.com around AI and the AI calculator, so you can get in touch with us.
That's fantastic.
All right, I always like to ask people this. It's almost the end of the year. Is there any project that stands out to you as the one that was the favorite project, the thing that really pushed the boundaries that you are so proud of working on?
I'm going to go rapid fire and list off a whole bunch.
Good.
Let's do it.
So we love the work we did with AWS for Riot Games and their 100 million players around the world, bringing their data centers to the cloud at a global level. Awesome. I love the work that we're doing together with Digital Domain on the Autonomous Virtual Human, which is a generative AI digital human chatbot. That is going to be really excited in the next phase when that's released out. And the third thing was just announced on stage by your VP of AI. Stability AI is putting Stable Diffusion 3.5 onto Bedrock. and Slalom is helping to optimize the compute in that process. So I don't know. There's a lot more.
There's a lot more.
Those are three really big ones. I am very intrigued.
Those are pretty meaty.
I am very intrigued. The virtual human, I personally have seen, so I think this is a really cool project. Obviously, all of your projects are amazing, but do you want to tell us any more about that one? Because I really like the work you're doing with Digital Domain.
Yeah, so look, the high-level concept is Digital Domain is a visual effects company. If you don't know them, hopefully you do. They do all of the premier visual effects, whether it's Spider-Man or the Avengers or on and on. If you're amazed by it on the screen, they're probably doing it. You combine that with AWS and Gen AI, and in terms of a chatbot, and you've got magic, not just a clunky sort of awkward robotic thing talking to you. We all know that's going to improve, but that's the promise that it holds, is bringing that level of visual effects capability and human element to a chatbot. And the deployment can be all kinds of use cases, whether that's renting your car or checking into your hotel, or, I mean, who knows? The sky's the limit with these things.
Very cool. Very
Excellent.
Cool. I absolutely am excited about all of the things that Slalom has coming up. Can you tell us about what you are most looking forward to in 2025?
2025, what we're really focused on in the coming year is for all of those areas across the media, entertainment, gaming, and sports areas, sectors. We're great with bringing the magic together around customized solutions, but we also want to start rolling out more and more repeatable solutions where you've got 60, 80%, 90% of the solution there. And we're partnering with many people on your teams to do that. We've got some exciting announcements that will come out in Q1 next year, but we're going to be focused on putting together more of those solutions that are more turnkey, but then customizable at the end.
I think that's so important, and I think we're seeing that as a bigger trend. Andy, if you read his letter to shareholders, a couple of examples, he talked about primitives as a concept, and then putting the primitives together and forming a platform that could be 70 or 80% of the solution. Then customer by customer, you can tailor it and add the secret sauce to what they need.
And that's where we come in and what we love to do, and we love to work with those primitives.
Spot on.
We'll help you build them, or we'll build on top of them. And
fantastic. So I think we're getting the hook here. So
absolutely.
We're gonna need it.
Absolutely. So thank you for taking the time to join us today here, Stephen. That's super exciting with Industries Live. This is our first day that we have done Industries Live. So please come back and see the rest of Industry Live's partners. But before you leave, we have an amazing M&E trivia game coming up here shortly. And every other Thursday in 2025, we will be streaming live between 8 and 9 a.m. Pacific. So mark your calendars now. Put that repeating calendar invite on, because you'll have the opportunity for hearing from all of the co-hosts that we'll have on here today and some exciting partners like Slalom.
Well, thanks very much for having me.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Industry Live, live from the show floor here at reInvent. It's been such an amazing morning. We've had some great conversations with partners already, and we have a lot more to look forward to over the coming hours. Great job, Karen and Chris, having some really insightful conversations with our partners.
Dr. Karen. Let's get it right. Dr. Karen.
Dr. K, as I like to call her.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
We are shifting gears a little bit now. We're going to have some fun, and I'm very, very excited to hear what my co-panelists have to offer this morning and by ways of entertainment. But most of all, I'm super excited about our host with the most. Stu is going to lead us off with some fun trivia questions. So I'll throw it over to you, Stu.
I'm afraid.
I'm afraid too.
Thank you, Michael. I'm Stuart Lepkowski, your host for Trivia Time. We have these wonderful little Industry Live stickers, and we're going to ask some great trivia questions, some multiple choice, some fill-in, and each of my co-hosts here will get a sticker each time they answer the question right. At the end, we'll tally up, and the winner gets a lovely box of Godiva chocolate that Stuart's going to buy in the gift shop over here. All right, let's start. You guys have your buzzers? Everyone's got their buzzers ready?
All right, we're ready.
This is the bell. Here we go. Name the comedy and the actor. It's alive. It's alive!
Come on, Young Frankenstein, Gene Wilder.
Oh, my God.
You got to be kidding me.
All right, Chris.
Starting out with a comedy?
All right, we're going to get a little tougher. Let's go to sports. Oh, let's go to music. Here we go. Keith Moon and John Entwistle of The Who are set...
I'm out because I didn't let you finish the question. I'm out.
Penalty.
I got to give this back.
You're in the box. Of The Who are said to have inspired the name of which other classic rock band? And it's multiple choice. Led Zeppelin, The Impressions, Brothers Osborne, or Mamas and the Papas. This rock band. There may be a stairway to answer the question.
Zeppelin.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, who got that one?
Michael.
Addie's claiming it. Addie's claiming it.
You got it.
All right, this is an easy one for all you sports fans. I think most people know this. This famous hockey player said, "I skate to where the puck is going to be."
Stop it.
Oh, do I get buzzed out because I went too fast?
No, you can answer
Okay,
it.
Gretzky.
There we go. You didn't get the multiple choice. I like that.
You got to wear it.
All right,
I can't get the back off
These
these
questions are
things.
stacked for Canadians. What are we doing here? I feel a country allegiance going on here.
There's something there about hockey. I do happen to love hockey.
Gene Wilder was from Iowa.
There you go.
It's as remote as Canada.
Wow. All right, hold on. Penalty. All right, let's check it. And here we're good. All right, here we go. These two actors starred together in 4 movies and only 4 movies. They're very famous actors. And the movies they starred in, and it's multiple choice if you need it, are Godfather 1 and 2, Heat, and Righteous Kill. And the choices are Al Pacino, Ray Liotta, Johnny Depp, Robert De Niro, and Sean Penn. Which 2 actors starred in those 4 movies together? Chris Niederman.
De Niro and Pacino.
There you go.
Nice.
Classic movies.
Well done.
Chris is leading here.
Heat is an amazing movie.
Yeah.
By the way.
Love that
Amazing
movie.
to think Chris Niederman wrote these questions.
I did not. Like he was telling me, I don't know.
The opening scene to Heat is incredible. Today we use LED panels to do that, actually. And you can see that with our partners in the AWS cloud.
That's true.
Just a note there.
Nice.
There you go.
Nicely done.
I think a lot of people have seen this movie. It's a comedy. Owen and Vince didn't attend these parties because they liked the hors d'oeuvres.
Wedding Crashers?
One
of my absolute
I was
favorites.
like, you're delayed there. I wasn't sure.
He's like, I wasn't sure he was
Maybe
going
he's
to
not,
get it.
maybe he's not confident.
Building the suspense.
I was
Okay.
almost thinking Dumb and Dumber, but I don't know.
All right. Here we go. Okay, this one, I'm going to ring the bell. Very hard.
Okay.
Ringing the bell. This is
All
a
right.
double bonus sticker
Serious.
question.
Oh, Addy, this one's you.
I'm going to get this.
All right,
I'm
Addy.
ready.
And not Canadian.
Oh, I'm out.
Okay, it's a baseball question.
Throw my-
This team, and I have multiple choice, so you can pick from it. I'll give you hints if you need it. This team won the 1923, the 1927, the 1928, and the 2009 World Series. And your choices are...
It wasn't the Cubs. That's for damn
It wasn't the Cubs.
Wasn't the Mariners either.
Wasn't the Mariners. Choices, the White Sox, the Boston Red Sox, the Pittsburgh Pirates, or the New York Yankees? Ah, Michael?
New York Yankees.
Ah, we have a baseball
I knew
fan.
darn well it wasn't a Chicago team. There's no way.
We're just going to eliminate teams instead.
Ooh, this one's punishing for hockey fans around the world. Listen up, hockey fans. This one's really interesting. Of the 10, yes, there were 10, NHL teams that never won a Stanley Cup, these guys had to watch the games on TV while eating spicy chicken and blue cheese dip. The choices are Vancouver Canucks, San Jose Sharks, Buffalo Sabres, Nashville Predators, Minnesota Wild.
I feel like you gave it away the way you said it, so I'm going with Buffalo.
Yes! Spicy chicken and blue cheese. Wings!
How many do you have, Chris?
Not
The
enough.
other teams are all too new. Had to be the Buffalo Sabres.
I'm going to steal from you.
Michael got a double on the Yankees.
Michael got two.
Double.
Addie's dying down there.
I got to catch up.
Chris and Michael are tied.
This is so far behind.
Michael's got 3. I only got 2.
Okay, we're
You got
about
one on, +2.
No, that's my backing of that one.
That's better.
no cheating. There's no cheating. There's no helping the boss. There's no cheating.
I think you've had the questions. He's had enough help.
All right, here's a really good one. Let's go to like children's movies. What was the first feature-length animated movie ever released? And I'm going to give you multiple choice. The Power Rangers, the Thunderbirds, Mickey Mouse, or Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs?
Snow White and Seven Dwarfs.
Nice word.
Do you guys know what the Thunderbirds are?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
I have no idea. What are they?
I've got my children into the Thunderbirds. The Thunderbirds holds up. So if you haven't seen the Thunderbirds, you need to watch it.
Is that like Clutch Cargo with the funny mouths?
Yes.
Okay.
It's Marionation. So it's puppets, and they were made in the 60s, I think, Stuart. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And they're still awesome. Great shows.
Not quite like Team America World Police, but
It is actually a lot like Team America World Police, but it's 1960s version of
that's inappropriate for this show.
It is inappropriate for this show.
All right, here we go. This one's easy, I think. Let's see. What was the American writer-director who starred in several iconic European-produced spaghetti westerns? You know,
John Wayne?
No, spaghetti westerns.
I don't know. Oh, I hit Western. All right,
the good, the bad, and the
ugly.
Oh, come
and
on.
who was in that movie?
I know this, but I can't guess.
His name was starts with
Clint?
a C. Yes.
Clint.
Yeah, that was the tough one. You get 2 stickers for that.
Wait, what did you get 2 stickers for that?
Here's a sticker for you.
I'm not competitive at all. It's totally fine.
Okay, this is a hard one. We're coming down to the end here. This is a triple sticker question. It is a triple.
Addy, you gotta do this.
Let's go with 4 stickers. This is a 4-sticker question.
Addy
here.
could win.
Okay, and let's go. Ready? What was the name of the skyscraper in Die Hard?
Oh.
Addy.
Oh, was that me?
No, that was Michael that buzzed. But let's make Addy answer it.
Oh my God, no! I remember this, but Plaza. It's something Plaza. I can't remember the name. Nakatomi I was somewhere back there.
By the way, Die Hard, best Christmas movie ever.
100%.
I
Watch
love
it every year.
And I put it in there. Okay, we're done with the trivia. I have one last one I'll throw at you, and then we can talk a little bit about the show and some interesting things we've seen.
Amazing.
All right, ready? The actor's name is John Blank, and he was in a movie where he wore a green, and he was at a nightclub dancing to a song called Cuban Pete. And he had on his face
I don't think it's John. I think you got the name wrong. I think it's Jim.
Jim Carrey.
Oh my God! I got busted. We're out of stickers, but you get the last one, and that was correct. It was a trick question. All right, guys. Thank you very much for
That was a lot of fun.
That was fun.
It's a lot of fun. Who has the most stickers?
Addy. I know. I got 4. Or through 4. I got 4.
I got 4.
I got 4.
All have 4. You're all.
Michael's got 3.
I end up with 3. I thought I was in the lead.
No, this is 4.
You're all going to get a box of lovely chocolate from your host, Stuart.
Thank you, Stuart.
Yeah.
See, Addy was stacking his over there. He was actually just going to try to win them all.
That was the plan all along.
Oh my God! I knew it. Hey, Karen.
We are in Vegas. You get cards up your sleeves. Like
Karen, as we wrap, what's the coolest thing you saw at the show?
Oh my gosh. I think my coolest thing that I've seen so far at the show was the automated arm playing chess. Automated reasoning.
I haven't seen that yet.
Go to the Gen AI booth.
Oh, I got to go check that out.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, team, thank you very much. This was Trivia Live from Partners Live and the industry team. I'm your host, Stuart Lepkowski, with my co-host. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning, everybody. It's Michael Schmidt here live from the reInvent show floor. Super exciting day at Industries Live. I've thoroughly enjoyed the morning so far. Karen and Chris kicked us off with a fantastic group of segments with partners this morning. I learned a lot. I don't know about you. I hope you found it insightful. I especially enjoyed the trivia game. For those of you who watched that just a few minutes ago, we had a lot of laughs and a lot of fun, and it was expertly hosted by my good friend Stuart. More of that stuff later on in the day. We have a bunch more partner interviews coming up, which I'm super excited about. This, again, puts the icing on the cake of what's been a fantastic week here at reInvent. I think we've all learned a lot from our partners. We've had a bunch of interesting industry insights from across our industry, partners, customers, and a bunch of interesting announcements. And, as you might have heard me say in the kickoff this morning, one of the things I've enjoyed this week is just having conversations with customers and partners about what's happening in their business, what they're seeing in the world. And, we just take a lot from this event away in terms of learnings that help us serve our customers and our partners better. So that, for me, has been a huge win in terms of, what we get out of reInvent. Certainly got some sore feet. Certainly feeling pretty dry and dusted. I'm looking forward to sleeping in my own bed. But, look, reInvent is like Christmas for all of us. We have such a great time every year, and it's just a great way to finish what has been an incredible year. So right now we have looking forward to hearing from Rich from Miro. I'm here with Stuart, and we're going to have a great conversation, which I've really been looking forward to, Rich. So Stuart's going to kick us off with our first question, and we'll take it from there.
Hey everybody, it's Stuart Lepkowski from the Industries and Solutions team, focused on telecom, media, entertainment, and games and sports. We've had a great morning. We're here today with Rich Moore, and Rich is from Miro. Rich, could you do a little intro of yourself and tell us a little bit about Miro?
Sure. So, hi folks, my name is Rich Moore. I'm a solution engineering leader at Miro. I also lead a prototyping team. So we've actually been doing a lot of work prototyping new capabilities around AWS and helping practitioners basically go faster with their migrations to the cloud. So excited to be here talking today with you.
Excellent, excellent, Rich. Rich, let's dive a little bit into game design and production. Let's take a look at generative AI and tell us really what's the advent and what's going on in the industry and what's the game changer look like.
So for us, we've obviously, with generative AI, have been on a journey to bring that into our product. And we're seeing just basically teams are being able to use that generative AI capabilities and actually go faster with the workloads that they're trying to do. We've actually been playing with embedding Bedrock, Amazon Bedrock, into our platform. We've recently actually announced an Amazon Q integration that we've been playing with. But generally, we're seeing teams actually using this to help them get past the cold start when you're going into, for example, game design. So we've actually created an open source integration with the Amazon team, an AWS team.
It's pretty incredible, yeah.
Which is available on AWS's website, on the GitHub repo, which allows you to actually basically do generative AI into the canvas of Miro and start bringing in images, game characters, etc.
That's great. Just to double down on that, I'm fascinated to hear, I'm sure you have a lot of your customers saying, you know, how am I going to get started with generative AI? What does that mean for my business? How, you know, tell me about how what that journey's looked like for you with your conversations with your customers and how you've kind of eased them into thinking about that as part of their short, medium, and long-term plans.
I think obviously generative AI is the big word right now. Everybody is talking and everybody is wanting that, and we're all seeing the advantages of it.
Yeah.
Every customer we're interacting with is wanting to bring their own models and have their own governance around the data they're bringing into all their platforms. And the great thing is with Miro and AWS, we're able to actually allow customers to have full control and interact with Bedrock, for example, and SageMaker and all these services to basically help them go faster.
That's pretty incredible. Can we talk a little bit about, as you're doing this and you're working with developers, what kind of headwinds are you facing as, you know, we change from a more traditional model over to the cloud model with your team?
I think what we're seeing is that we're looking specifically at gaming. There's a lot that goes into actually game development. It's not just about writing code. It's a case of there's the project management that goes behind building a game. There's the media assets, the marketing teams that are involved with actually getting this game to market. So it's a case that Miro is actually a great platform that allows you to give an overall view to running a whole new game development all the way through from writing the code, building the assets, to working with the teams, getting marketing material out there and launching the game. So with our platform, you're able to actually manage the sprints that the teams are running. You can bring in all the assets and have just governance over the whole way that the teams are working.
Interesting, very interesting. So in that game development cycle that you described, where do you think the most challenges that developers will face, and where do you think Miro really brings that competitive edge that changes the game, you know, as you walk through the journey of the cycle of development?
I think it's reducing the context switching. So obviously we want developers typically to be in their IDEs, but it's a case that you're having to jump between all these different tools, keep things up to date in Jira, have an understanding of documentation. And the great thing about Miro is that it gives you that ability to have a connective tissue across all of your enterprise tools, and you are able to just go faster with your teams by bringing everything into one space.
Fantastic. I'm interested, this week you've obviously engaged with a lot of customers yourself and you've had a lot of conversations, and you know what I always take away from this event is just getting that raw feedback. It really helps shape thinking about the future and thinking about, you know, particularly the next 12, 24 months. Tell me, what have you been hearing from your customers this week? What have they been telling you, and what's kind of stood out in terms of feedback that you've had from them?
I think generative AI has obviously been a massive theme. We've seen customers obviously really excited over what we've got within our product when it comes to the use of generative AI. We're actually here at Miro launched some new capability around supporting migrations and modernization projects. And so we're getting a lot of great conversations from customers over how we're coming together to support basically migrating to AWS quicker.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible, the migration journey. Can you just dive a little deeper into that and give us a little bit of color? And what would our audience outside be interested in what you saw at the show and how you're integrating that, and what does that look like?
Sure. So I mean, what we're doing sort of migration-wise is that we are helping teams reduce the time it actually takes to do a migration. When it comes to moving to AWS or moving from one of those other cloud providers, it's a case that there's a lot that goes into this. You need to train your teams. You need to have alignment over how the teams are working and functioning. So we've actually built out templates and very specific AWS capabilities to help teams basically visualize that journey and go faster. And when it comes to, for example, running workshops and doing all these things, you can do all these things on Miro, which makes it hugely beneficial. And basically it's about making teams go faster and the velocity of that. What we're also, I mean, here, everything we're seeing with Bedrock and what we're seeing with Amazon Q, that's obviously going to help bring support to what we're doing as well.
Fantastic. How about, excuse me, anything you've seen at the show or announcements? I mean, we're all trying to keep up with all the keynotes that are all going on as we're also having all these meetings, so we're all still going to be catching up on that. But anything else you've sort of seen from the show this week that has really sort of that you felt is really going to change your experience with your customers and partners going in next year? I don't know, announcements or things you've seen from other things on the floor, perhaps, or I'm just interested in other observations you have.
Yeah, I'd say, again, I'm going to come back to generative AI. That's been the big thing for me. Even just walking around the areas, there's been some really amazing...
Ring the bell on Gen AI. Let's get the bell.
So, I mean, that's the biggest highlight for us is, I think, we're looking to integrate deeper on that level. And I mean, that's where we're going to see the biggest change, I think.
I think for me this year, you know, last year was a lot of talk about generative AI as well, and a lot of talk about like what am I going to do with it? What does it mean to me? How am I going to make money about it? But a lot of proof of concept and trying stuff. This year is a lot more conversation about, you know, production and taking things to the next level. So for me, the maturity of the conversation this year around generative AI and the, you know, how what it's going to mean for people's business. Also, a lot of discussion this year that I've heard from customers and partners about generative AI more holistically and how it plays into the future of my data strategy, my migrations, app modernization, data gravity. Those conversations have been a lot more, you know, mature this year, I would say, rather than, again, the sort of proof of concept, let's see what we can try. So for me, that's been quite exciting this year. I think it feels a lot more, you know, it feels a lot more business this year rather than science project. Would you agree?
No, 100%.
And we're seeing in game development an adoption of generative AI. It's you know, with the avatars and the backgrounds and the scenes. I mean, you know, would you agree that's really opening the doors and letting people sort of lean into Gen AI and you know, move forward?
100%. I think what we're seeing is a lot of gaming companies are using Miro as something called a mood board. So they're using that to come up with the themes of games, and it's really allowing you to very quickly, when you've got the concept of a game, go from that concept into what the environment's going to look like, what the characters are going to look like, and be able to. That's the great thing about generative AI, is it gives you that quick start to those mood board discussions that you're having with your teams.
Tell me a little bit about how that's going to feel from a gamer's point of view. What are they going to love about that?
From a gamer's point of view, it's the way we're talking about the actual engineering of the game. So from a gamer's point of view, obviously they're going to get the game quicker, but it's the guys behind the scenes that are building that game. What goes into actually building a game is huge. There's the teams that you have, your asset designers, you've got coders behind the scenes that even working on the smallest things, it's the hand characters and so on. But we're seeing that teams are using Miro to, in effect, very quickly from a very short prompt, be able to actually generate examples of what's in their mind and what their mood they want to create for their game, and then passing that to their creative teams to go and create that into the production-ready version.
And are you seeing the doors open more for a global development team using Miro, and they can be co-located in different places, and the art can be done in one place, and the backgrounds in another, and is that really it's the foundation of, like, you know, what's behind Miro and what you're doing? I love what you do there.
100%. Well, today we've got 80 million users using our platform globally.
Wow, hold on. What was that number?
80 million.
Wow.
Yeah. That's big number, Rich.
It is. Yeah, it's shocking.
That is incredible. That's a double bell ringer.
Yeah. So we're obviously seeing teams working globally. I've, for example, worked with clients that are in Japan, in Tokyo, and we're having to run projects also out of Las Vegas and LA and so on, where we've actually got features and capabilities in the product that actually mean that we don't have to have upset people that are joining calls in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
So we've actually got the ability where you can use something called a talk track, and you can record a board walkthrough recording and actually share your vision. So this means that if you're working with a team that's maybe doing your asset designs in Tokyo and you're in LA, you can actually ship that to them, they can review it and asynchronously get back to you.
I mean, it's astounding to me the phase shift, if you like, in agility that this gives game developers. What does that mean to a game developer? Like, why is agility so important in being able to accelerate development times and time to market for them? Why is that so critical?
This whole industry now is highly competitive. You think, I mean, you just have to walk down the high street or the shops. I don't know what you'd call the high street in the US, but it's a case that games are everywhere.
Main Street.
It's Main Street. Okay.
Main Street. I'm Australian. I speak both languages.
Okay. But even on your phone, you're being bombarded with games. It's competitive, and they're vying for obviously the customers and the right. It has to be the best game. So it's a case our teams that are using Miro, they need to adapt very quickly to changes within the industry, the market, the type of trends within games. So being able to use Miro to help align around that and adapting.
I would imagine you have accelerated decision making along the journey, and things are being made, quicker, and then decisions made quicker, and then acceleration of development, and then obviously the end product is a game produced faster, right?
Exactly. I mean, just as an average across most of our customers, we're seeing just as the simple. If you start using Miro, you're seeing a 20% reduction in the time it takes to complete a project.
That's game changing, isn't it? I mean, that in terms of cost savings, agility, time to market, being able to realise, revenue from a game sooner. I mean, that's force multiplier.
Exactly.
Yeah, fantastic. And do you see that's going to mean? What do you think that's going to mean from the gaming industry point of view? Are we going to see more volume of games coming to market faster? Or are we going to see higher quality games? What's like? Where do you see that sort of moving the needle in the industry?
I think generally, and it's not just gaming. I mean, it's every industry that if we help teams to go faster, it's not about that they are going to be churning out more work. It means that you're actually able to do more quality.
Yeah.
So you're going to see better level of development. You're going to see teams that are better aligned and able to adapt. And so it's a lot better from that standpoint.
Yeah, somebody said to me the other day, I think in any industry, I think where there's a heavy lift for a highly skilled professional, there's an opportunity for a generative AI use case to help accelerate that, to be able to, take care of part of the heavy lift so that you're able to focus that highly skilled professional on the top layer and keep and be more agile. 20%, I'm still sticking with that number is an incredible amount of cost savings, an incredible amount of agility savings.
Absolutely. Well, Rich, so what's next and exciting with Miro and AWS?
So we've announced a lot of integrations that we've been working on. So we have actually got a lot of AWS capabilities that we've been showing today. A lot of work around supporting, as I said earlier, the migration and modernization projects. So we're here to basically support customers moving to AWS. So we are actually able to help you project manage that. We've got the ability to do cost estimation directly within our canvas. You can collaboratively diagram. There is just so much that you can do with our platform. We're also, again, more Gen AI. We're going to be obviously creating more integrations, specifically with AWS services. So,
fantastic.
Excellent.
And excuse me, lastly, are there other things and other use cases? You mentioned generative AI, but are there other things and other use cases you see on the short-term or mid-term radar that are going to be the things that you need to double down on for the future? Especially, I mean, I'd imagine also there are some things that came out of the announcement this week that are going to probably make all of our lives a little easier. But anything else that you wanted to mention there?
I mean, so Miro is so broad that we can pretty much sort of support any work flow or use case that you have. Something that we've been working on behind the scenes is actually we've got a really extensive developer platform. And obviously I do a lot of prototyping with our customers, and this developer platform in essence unlocks the ability for you to really solve any problem or create any integration. And one of the things that we're working on behind the scenes is a Canvas SDK, which will allow you to actually create your own components and widgets. So you can imagine calling off to any service and being able to do that directly.
That is game-changing. That is absolutely game-changing. Absolutely. Yeah, do you have a team afterwards that goes through all the announcements at the show and looks for those new, pioneering innovations that we're bringing to the market and how to align them to your tooling?
We actually get a lot of support from AWS that comes with us and works with us to ensure that we're building the right thing. We also have a lot of our product managers at the show with us today, and they're getting obviously insights. We're getting actual customer feedback over what capabilities that they're needing. Ultimately, we're here to try and ensure that all of the AWS's customers are successful, and also with our platform.
Yeah, the customer feedback component, Michael, that's really critical, right?
It really is. I mean, you might have heard me say earlier today, one of the things people think about reInvent being an education, being an opportunity to learn from about AWS announcements and AWS, directions and strategies and things like that. But for us, honestly, it's a huge learning experience for us, just hearing from our customers and partners what they're experiencing, what they're seeing in their business. It is like... it's like a learning experience on steroids every time we come to reInvent. So, reInvent's intense in so many ways, but it's a point where we really take a lot on board from our customers and our partners that service us as well for the year ahead. I mean, I took a lot from. There were a lot of announcements over the last few days, and I think we're all going to be catching up on it. Price performance is probably one of the things that I think that everybody's going to be happy about, particularly when it comes to generative AI workloads. We know they're compute intensive, but a lot of the announcements around Trainium and around more efficient use of models on AWS, I mean, it's going to be game-changing for anybody that's using generative AI. So that for me is just, I was hoping for some big announcements this week around that, and that's been awesome. So.
And we've had those for sure. And we know your team is going to be leaning in and talking to us more about that and working through that. It's really been great to have you here today on the show with us. We really appreciate it. I want to make sure we give you one of our Industry Live stickers for your laptop.
They're very prestigious.
Yeah, they're very. Earlier we had
Stick
them
one on your laptop.
We had them in the game show earlier.
Thank you very
laptop. Much. But any closing thoughts or things you want to say before we wind down?
I'm just super excited to be working with AWS, to be supporting our customers, and to be presenting here with you.
Yeah, awesome. Fabulous. Okay, everybody, live from reInvent, Stuart Lepkowski, Michael Schmidt, Rich Moore from Miro. I want to thank you today for joining us. Up next, we have Victoria Milo from Monks. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thanks,
See you
Jim.
next.
Thanks, Rich.
Thank you.
afternoon, everybody, from Industries Live here on the shop floor at reInvent. It is so great to be back with you. I can say good afternoon. It's already past 12 o'clock here in Las Vegas. So excited to be joining all of our partners today to talk about their stories, what they're seeing at reInvent, how they're finding the show, and just their observations and what they're hearing from their customers. We are very excited to be joined by Monks here. Victoria Milo is joining us to talk about what she's been seeing here at reInvent and how she's been enjoying the show. For those of you who are at reInvent, I hope you've had a wonderful week. The weather has been absolutely pristine here in Las Vegas. It's been lovely to be outside, walking around Las Vegas Boulevard, enjoying the sunshine. I'm from Seattle, so we don't see much of that this time of year up there. But it has been great connecting with our customers, our partners, hearing their stories, getting feedback from them, talking about what we're seeing in our industries and where we see our next year going. And, you know, really listening and really getting a sense of, you know, what's going on in their world. So we're going to spend some time with Victoria. I've been very excited about this. You know, I was saying to Victoria just before, she gets her name mispronounced all the time, says Milo all the time. I'm from Australia, as you could probably tell. One of our people know Australia for Vegemite, but the next thing after Australia in terms of staple foods is a drink called Milo, which I grew up drinking. It's a chocolate milk drink that you put in milk, and as a child I drank it in copious quantities. So Victoria, I'm never going to mispronounce your name, I promise you. So we're super excited. Welcome to the shop floor and out here in reInvent. Hope you're having a wonderful time so far. I'll throw to Stuart. You can ask the first question.
Yeah, thank you.
Victoria, so I'm Stuart Lepkowski. I'm from the Industries and Solutions team, really focused on telco, media and entertainment, games and sports. We're having an incredible event here. We do so many things with Monks. Let's start out with Victoria. Tell us a little bit about yourself and some really interesting things you're doing with Monks, and then we'll dive a little bit deeper into the show and you know, what looks next and the outcomes. So,
amazing.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Well, I'm super excited to be here. I'm Victoria Milo. I am the SVP of Media Solutions and Emerging Tech at Monks. So my career has been a roller coaster of really exciting things. Working in the most boring job in the entire world, where I learned a lot. I started in direct mail. So all of those things that you get, figuring out how to get the envelope sizes right, I did that for a little while. But then I moved on to more interesting and exciting ventures.
Wait, so you're the one sending all those coupons?
Not anymore. I was a long time ago.
They're good. 2 pizzas for $20 in New York is excellent.
Exactly. But since then, especially at Monks, I've worked on a lot of transformation projects. So I'm on the advertising side of the house, focusing on programmatic, helping advertisers to really think about how they're going to reshape their marketing. Been lucky enough to do a lot of work with AWS recently. Very, very, very cool and exciting things that we can talk about that are at the show today. And
awesome.
yeah, we'll get started.
Well, tell us about how your journey started with AWS. You said you've been working with AWS a bit recently, but tell me about how that journey started for you.
Oh, man. So AWS, it started with Lewis Smithingham and Christina Bender, our Amazon partner over here. So I actually started... Lewis gets a bell?
He loves that bell.
Lewis gets a bell. We've done some incredible things. We have to mention Lewis.
Of course. So I've done a lot of work in the Gen AI space, and particularly when it comes to advertising. How are advertisers creating synthetic media? How are they getting into market? But really on the AWS front, how are broadcasters or customers in media entertainment transforming how they work? So started working with Lewis and a lot of broadcasters on the copper to cloud conversations, how they're starting to basically implement change management within their organizations and unlock a lot of creativity that comes from there. So I've done a little bit of that work. We've done some really cool projects with a lot of our entertainment clients on humanizing what Gen AI could be. I mean, it's an incredibly overwhelming space. Gen AI is a hot topic. I'm sure you guys, that's why we're talking about it. People love it or hate it.
Why don't you tell us, maybe give us a bit of an example, maybe walk us through one of the examples that people might find, might resonate with people.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to tell you one of my favorites.
Oh, yeah.
So how do we humanize what Gen AI would be? So we're working with a major entertainment company who is launching a new show that may or may not have something to do with flying animals.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
That's very interesting.
So there's a lot lot of fandom around this. So they want to really take a moment to connect with their consumers. So we worked with AWS to create an experience for their fans where they could upload pictures of themselves and ultimately become a character and part of the show and kind of create their own journey.
That is incredible. It's a great customer 360 sort of example how you can connect the customers and the the viewers to the content in the show. Very, very innovative.
Exactly. And it for me especially, people are like, oh, we don't like AI. What is it? And it brought you into the experience. People love it. So if you get a moment, take a look at that.
Fantastic. And do you see that as a path that's going to continue? You see more and more examples like that going forward?
Oh, completely. With Gen AI in general, I think one of the biggest conversations I'm having with my customers, it's not are you going to use Gen AI in your workflows or not? It's when.
When and how, right?
And how, exactly. Your partners are using it. The tech infrastructure you're on is already starting to integrate it. So yeah, there's mass adoption, I think, is really we're on the forefront of that.
Yeah. So tell us about, we've talked about this a little bit before, but tell me about, there's a lot of conversation obviously going on inside Monks about generative AI and what it means for your customers and your business. How do you distill the goodness from the noise, and how do you sift out, okay, like what does all this mean for us, and where's the opportunity for us to really utilize this transformation and bring the best to our customers?
Oh my gosh, that's such a good question, because we get asked that all the time. We have so many customers that come to us and say, where do we start? How do we even think about this? So the background that I come from too, just working on media transformation or advertising transformation for clients, we think about 3 principles, really. What do you want to do? So we're going to design a solution for any of our customers based around, these are my 3 principles. We're going to design something that's future-proof for you. We're going to think about the tech that you're putting in place, but we don't want you to be beholden to that or really not being able to adapt. We want it to be flexible, whatever solution we're putting in place. Your business is going to change. You might have a new business line. Literally, the copper to cloud conversations that we're having right now, entire organizations are shifting the way that they've done business traditionally or broadcast.
Yeah.
And then we also want to have a level of ease of management to whatever we're implementing. So we're taking those 3 principles, we're talking to our customers, and we're saying, okay, how are we going to architect a solution for you that's going to help you win on these 3 things, but also get buy-in from your decision makers? So let's start small. Let's find a pilot that we can put results against. Do you care about carbon footprint? Great. Tons of opportunities to prove out how we're either reducing that. I'll be actually doing a lot of work with you all on that. Yep. Do you care about sustainability? It's the same thing. Cost savings. Let's find small incremental projects, get those dollars, get those results. If it's on the advertising side, are you getting more connections with your consumer? Measurable. And then we can expand out.
You're really touching on those key points that the executives in the industry are looking for the answers on. And I love how you've packaged this up and you have a very succinct process and a wrap around it. Can we go a little bit deeper and maybe share some of the sound bites and the things you're hearing from the execs and some of the hurdles they want to overcome in cloud adoption? That would be great to dive deeper in that.
Oh, sure. Lots of hurdles. Yeah. That's, I think. Some of the biggest ones is what we find with a lot of our customers is the push to modernize, to adopt Gen AI. It's here, but there's really 2 camps. There's people who are overwhelmed by change, resistant to change, like it's worked for as long as we have. Yeah. Let's keep it. Don't fix what's not broken. And then there's usually a group of innovators within an organization. So finding the balance of how to please both groups. And ironically enough, it usually comes from a conversation between the CTO and the CMO. So our CMO role has changed a lot. They're really focused on monetization instead of just pure play marketing, but they need a partner with the CTO in a way that they never have before. Yeah. The technology that they need to be successful, to frankly make their business money and successful, is in the CTO's hand. So the dynamics have changed. So I think that's one of the biggest hurdles. That's the macro hurdle. And then just where to start picking a pilot.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's very familiar. We have those sorts of conversations with our customers and partners a lot. And I think the interesting thing you said there for me was that balance and shift in many ways in dynamic between CTO and CMO. Tell me about, I know that you said before that for some customers and partners, they're very excited about the idea of like, you know, generative AI is a bit of a buzzword. It's like, I want to do generative AI. I don't really know even what it means, but I need to do it. But tell me about that, how that plays into bigger conversations around, you know, we talk a lot about how that plays into modernization of their applications. It talks about data, security. Like, tell me about how you balance that conversation with the excitement of the shiny thing and the thing that we think we need to do because it's going to change our business, but balancing that against, like, we need to think more holistically perhaps about, okay, we need to think about our data, we need to think about our security, we need to think about our app modernization. Tell me about how that plays out for you and your customers.
Yeah, that is another great question and a conversation we have often. One of a phrase that I repeat often that I think our marketing team is probably sick of me saying is that media problems aren't just media problems anymore. Exactly what you were saying. They now are data. They have their security risks about that. So I would say the biggest piece of advice I would have for any customer going through this is pick a partner that has experience in a lot of different areas. You don't just need a pure implementation partner. You need a partner not unlike Monks, who has a strong history in data foundations, in security, in infrastructure. They understand ways to connect to advertising as well as integrating the content that comes from that. We have the technology we developed. It's called Monks Flow. It's our AI suite. And what I love about it is it's really interoperable. There are countless AI partners out here. I mean, look behind us. There's, you know, 1,000 people.
Yeah, the show is full.
The show is full with everybody. Yeah. So our customers are probably going to work with many of them. Yeah. They'll have a core partner like AWS, of course, but the technology and the partner that you want to work with for implementation and transforming you through this needs to be able to integrate with the solution that's right for you, your tech stack at the moment.
Yeah, we're seeing a really common theme in the cloud adoption, and at the show is the partner integrations and the components that bring all this together. And I love what you guys are doing in that space. It's becoming really a staple for the industry and helping us change the game. Give us just a little deeper dive into the Flow product and what that does and how that helps innovators.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So Flow, I could talk about it for, it'll probably take the whole rest of the time to talk about this. I didn't say Lewis again.
Flow gets a bell.
Flow gets a bell? All right, let me see how many times you can ring the bell. So we actually launched Flow about a year ago. So at Monks, we took a big bet. We have really been innovators. We brought a lot of companies together, and each one of those companies at its core was born out of a need for innovation. I came from the advertising and programmatic space, really where that was coming into market and mainstream. So transforming that piece. So Flow, it's our AI managed service solution, and where it's very modular. So for customers, we have a diverse set of customers, content clients, infrastructure, media, entertainment, anything like that. So it's solving what the client's needs are at any specific moment and letting you grow into it. So in my personal world, I spend a lot of time working with platforms that are launching algorithmic-based campaigns and bidding. So I'm helping them understand how they're creating content at scale to reach all of their consumers in a cost-effective and a personalized way, and how they're getting data back from that.
Yeah, that's incredible. One of our driving strategies and focuses from 24 into 25 is that monetization area, and I think it's fabulous what you guys are doing in that space to, you know, get a different set of like viewership metrics, right, around how advertising is moving and selling, and make it more customizable and more of that customer 360 experience. So it's really interesting. Have you seen anything on the show floor that you want to talk about that you may find is a little different or interesting in the cloud? Yeah.
I thought, well, yes. I know where you're going with this. We were talking about this earlier before we went on air. I went to your live production booth, and literally where this is being streamed from, and I walked in, and they showed me all of the tech or lack of hardware that was there. This is all being broadcast from the cloud. There are
it's pretty cool, huh?
The server was this big. It was small. which was wild. And I think that was really impressive to see because I've seen past iterations and like all of the people, the scale, the infrastructure required. The trucks. There's no trucks.
Yeah, the trucks, the generators, the food trucks, all the things that go.
Yeah. So
it is game changing for what's going on in the industry. And they stood that up in a day.
Yeah.
So they're standing up a live production, multi-partner integrated offering for the industry, natively running out of the cloud. It's a little bit of hybrid because you still have on-premise some equipment. Clearly the cameras we're using today, but it is game-changing and very innovative. And we expect that to continue and grow and move as the industry shifts and changes and as we introduce new offerings to the industry as well.
Yeah,
100%. I guess I'm interested from your own perspective, Victoria. Like you come along, and we all come along to events like re:Invent. It's overwhelming. There's so much. There's so much going on, and balancing pace of innovation, change, everything that's going on, with trying to with needing to keep your eye on the prize and being focused on your strategy, where you're going. How do you do that in your role? How do you take in everything that's going on around you at an environment like this, but also say, okay, we need to like balance that against like ensuring that we're delivering against our strategy and where we're going for our customers.
Yeah. It is a challenge. It is a challenge because I want to try about 45 different things just coming out of here. I want to be like, okay, I have so many ideas for my customers.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you have to think about, okay, where, again, back to goals. What's the impact that I want to make? Can I be successful in this particular avenue and show results to the people I need to show results to? I think one of the really cool things that I was excited about, and I think a lot of our customers can benefit from, now that their production's in the cloud, all of a sudden they have a million different ways that they can broadcast like they never could before in local languages in real time. One of the coolest things that I think we did together, and I would encourage a lot of our consumers to think about, is the viewership experience.
Yeah.
We were able to work with you all and bring our consumers courtside for NBA games and live stream that on social platforms. It is
an incredible experience.
So
really,
cool.
if you use this and you love live sports, you can't make the event, right? You can always get to the venue, right? A venue could be a 5-hour start to finish event. You're right there. You're right courtside. It's really, really, really incredible. Let's talk about what's next with Monks and any thoughts there as we wind down and bring some final ideas. Yeah.
There's a lot. Oh my gosh, the list is countless. So I'm really excited for a lot of the work that we're probably going to do together in the next few months and year. You'll probably see a good amount of it at CES. What I'm really interested in is the personalization that we haven't been able to give the consumer without either live broadcast capabilities. I personally, this is the nerd in me, I'm really into emotional resonance and targeting and making sure the content actually connects with the consumer in a way they didn't even know we needed.
That is very deep and insightful.
Yeah, it's very deep and it's very nerdy.
It really is, and it's really touching where content is headed, and it's been there for a long time, but it's allowing us with the latest technology to really reach out to customers and bring them closer to the content and understand what they want to see, and use personalization to bring them more of that content and really deliver that feedback to the production houses that are making this content. So it's really interesting that you bring that up, and I think it's, it's touching in a way. So I'm going to tell you what, one more bell.
Are you keeping score? How many bells
do
I
have? 4 bells.
I have 4 bells? Okay. Do I win?
You win, absolutely.
Okay.
I don't think we hit 4 bells yet today. Michael, any closing thoughts?
Look, it's just fabulous to have you here, Victoria. I've really enjoyed hearing your thoughts and your insights. I mean, anything else you wanted to sort of share with our viewers just in terms of other things you've experienced so far at re:Invent? Any tips or tricks for people thinking about what to get the most out of being in the room?
Gosh, well, definitely stop by the Monks booth. We have Sir Martian, who is our AI-generated robot who will draw a picture.
Oh, you have to see this.
It's cool.
Anyone at the show has to. This is incredible. Yes. I have actually seen him. Okay, everybody, I'm Stuart Lepkowski from Industries Live. Thank you to Michael Schmidt. Thank you to Victoria Milo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Next, we have Yanan Kostika from Wiz. Thank you again, and we'll catch you in the next episode.
Thank you.
Thanks, Victoria. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Industries Live here on the show floor at reInvent in Las Vegas. It's been a fantastic morning so far and went to the early afternoon. We've had a great series of very insightful conversations with our partners about their business, about what they're seeing here at the show in Las Vegas, how it makes them think about the year ahead, what they're hearing from their customers. It's been, look, honestly, it's been such rich conversation that we've had, and what a way to sort of round out Thursday, this second last day of reInvent. It's been, just a terrific time. We are super excited to have a conversation with Wiz. Yinon here is here from Wiz. I have to say, I'm going to start this conversation by saying, Yinon, welcome. Very nice to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Firstly, I want to say that your booth is absolutely fabulous. It was the first booth that really caught my eye when I walked in on the show floor. And he's going to tell us a little bit about it in a minute. But what's really doing it for me with the Wiz booth is you have really harness the nostalgia factor. I think it definitely dates you. If you're 20 years old, you may look at your booth and wonder what on earth that is. But as I'm not 20 years old, I walked into that thinking, how cool is this? I've actually been back a couple of times to read all the titles. So why don't we start? Why don't you tell our viewers, tell us about your booth. I want to hear about the inspiration for it, and tell me about, I certainly want to hear about how you came up with all the titles, but give us the rundown. Tell me about it.
Okay, so basically when we're doing booth, we're thinking about the audience that will visit the booth, and we want them to interact with it in a way that will create emotions, like you've mentioned yourself. So one of the things that is truly exciting is the ability to see the faces of people as they interact with the booth and they start looking into the details. And that's how we came up with the idea. Basically, we did like a Wiz video store booth that reminds us of video stores like 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
A blue one with yellow writing that people may or may not be familiar with, but we won't mention that name.
I remember as a kid, I would go to the nearest video store. I would rent like the best movie I just wanted and seeing it and the excitement. And that's what we did. We actually created an experience. You can come to the booth, you can see movies that have cloud security twist to it if you look good enough, and some activities around it. So thank you for sharing your experience, and this is in the end what we want the conference to be, a bit more than a tech, we all know about the tech, but an experience.
So, it's a little like familiar sounding titles, but all twisted a little bit to
a bit twisted.
Very nice. Very interesting what you did. So I'm Stuart Lepkowski from the Industries and Solutions team, and Yinon, thank you for being here today. Let's dive a little bit deeper into that security conversation. And you mentioned you put a little twist to it. Everybody's curious at home. What exactly is that twist? Let's go do a little deeper.
So basically, cloud security, we all know it's an utmost importance for the teams. The more we want to adopt the cloud, we have to have it super clear. We have to be super clear about how we are going to basically secure it. And actually, the way we look at it, security is actually the way to accelerate innovation, accelerate the use of new technologies. And that's what we want to achieve using the right security in place. And one of the things we really see that makes the most impact within our customers is really the ability to democratize security. And we call democratized security because we think in the end security is not only about that one security team that is going to secure what everybody else is building, right? So it's actually about democratizing the way of building security as we build the cloud applications, and then making it secure at the get-go. And it requires we call it the cloud operating model. It requires a bit of a shift from where we've been, let's say, a few years ago or a decade ago. And it requires us to really put the developers, the builders in the center, and provide them with the visibility to the risk, but also with the tooling and the knowledge of how to make the right choice.
Yeah, it's really interesting, Michael, how they're diving in with the developers and bringing them so close to security, right?
100%. Yeah. It's fascinating. I think it's you're really kind of driving a message that really seems to be resonating a lot with customers. Tell me about what feedback you've had from, particularly at the show this year, from your customers, and what are they telling you about how they see this evolving?
So it's really interesting to see that we are maturing alongside our customers, because we can see that it comes in it's almost like a maturity model that you can think about. It starts with gaining visibility to your cloud environment. Wiz is entirely agentless, so it literally takes minutes to connect. and everything just lights up, right? So you can just see through. So visibility is really the first piece. The second pillar is being able to really prioritize risk effectively. We're actually using it, doing it using a graph database, AWS-based, Neptune, thank you for that. So we are basically leveraging a graph in order to correlate the signals and be able to really find the risks that matter in a way that they matter so much that if you just show them to a developer, and this is like the tipping point. If you show them to the developers, the response is not like, oh, this is yet another security ask, I'm gonna ignore it. It's actually, oh, wait. How did you find it? How were you able to correlate it? I need to fix it. But how did you find it? Tell me first. And that's the second phase. And the third phase is actually the democratization. Now, if we get to that level, let's get everybody to the right place, and let's make sure that everybody resolves their criticals. So what we're hearing from customers is that once they get to that democratization level and they are able to really tone down the day-to-day noise, then comes the ability to really move to the next level, and we call it shift left. We launched a product called With Code. It actually allows you conceptually to shift everything you do to do cloud security to the coding phase, right? Right. So now, and only after you got control over the noise in your cloud, that you have enough capacity to actually shift to the left, and that's what we're hearing from customers. So how do we take it to the left? How do we do it earlier and earlier? Because now we know how good looks like.
Tell me about how customers are realizing that from a benefit point of view. Obviously, agility, being ahead of security risk before you even get to production or before you even get to testing. So when you're identifying security risk at a coding level, I just imagine the productivity gains are huge.
Exactly, and the feeling that, like the way customers would describe it, and they would just tell you, the experience is amazing. Okay, but behind this, it actually means that it's streamlined into their day-to-day. It's streamlined in a way that they don't even notice. It's not like artificial workflow for them. It just streams throughout their day-to-day.
Yeah, it's very innovative how they've taken the security component and really made it a part of the full development lifecycle. Exactly. Right? Yeah. It's almost like if it were missing, you'd think that the developers would say, "Wait, we can't move forward. Something's not here that should be here." Right? So it's really changing that traditional model and bringing security to the forefront. And it's really interesting that you're doing that. There are different things you're seeing at the show that on any of our announcements that you think also change that game a little bit.
Of course. I think that first I will add that it's not only changing the dynamic, it's actually putting security in a position of technical leadership. And that's something very unique when you think about it. And just to tie it back to your question, I think AI was kind of a tipping point, and we've been here at reInvent last year and this year. We keep seeing that AI takes, of course, a lot of attention, if not most of the attention, and AI is almost like the second wave of capabilities into the cloud. So, right, it brings more and more development to cloud. Right. And when you ask about what we're hearing, so yes, we're hearing about all of these new innovations, and the interesting thing that security today, while in the past was considered more of a blocker, today security is an enabler, because before we can start adopting the technologies, before you can start adopting the technologies, we are actually in a position where we can say, do we have the right guardrails to actually secure them? And this is like one of the things that is the most exciting, that now security can go ahead, put the guardrails before the technology is actually adopted by the development teams. And this is really one of the things that are, I think, unique in where security is today, that we have all of this innovation, but at the same time we're thinking, okay, how can we democratize the guardrails, the security, so developers and builders can adopt them as fast as possible?
I mean, the whole mental model around how we think about security has completely shifted over the last few years, and for me, that's an absolute game changer in terms of, like you said, seeing it as an enabler rather than a blocker, seeing security as being an accelerator. Tell me about, I'm interested from your point of view. When you come to a show like this, there are a lot of announcements, you're seeing a lot of things from other partners and innovations. How do you balance your own innovation path and where you're headed and trying to sort of take in all of the best of what, new services are being announced and balancing the new, opportunities for you to innovate and accelerate? Tell me about how you see that from your own point of view.
customers are the best voice we need to listen to. Basically, customers are our best indicator of what we should be embracing into our ecosystem and how we should be leveraging. There are great examples even if with Amazon Q, right? So Amazon Q was launched. Wiz is basically integrated into Amazon Q, so you can query through this on the Wiz graph. So that's one example. Another example is WIN. We call it WIN, the Wiz Integration Network ecosystem. We have more than 150 certified partners, and it's all a result of customers basically coming over to Wiz and asking us, okay, can you please create this shared use case together so we can innovate? A great example, we've just launched an integration with CyberArk, which is basically managing privileged identities going into AWS. And we have this really nice joint story that we built with our mutual customers of how can we use Wiz in order to identify all of these privileged users, and how can we actually leverage CyberArk in order to control their access so we can make it secured using the CyberArk standard of JIT and provisioning these permissions. So I think we can see so many of these better together stories that we can build with the ecosystem, and it's all thanks to the technologies that allows us to integrate, but also thanks to customers that are basically asking us to bring more.
Yeah. I think you said customers 12 times, so I'm going to ring a bell for our customers.
You're speaking our language. You know,
exactly.
we like to consider ourselves extremely customer-obsessed, and I love what you said about, you know, customers are our first voice. If we go to our customers and try to tell them what they should do, that's you know never a great start. You know, I'm also fascinated. It's been we've been talking for nearly 10 minutes, and we've barely talked about generative AI. But I'm really interested in, for you, like, how are you thinking about? I'm sure your customers are coming to you all the time and thinking about generative AI, about what it means in terms of securing their generative AI workloads, security, and how they think about generative AI in their business. Like, tell me about how you're having those conversations with your customers.
Yeah, of course. I think actually Wiz has two hats when it comes to AI. One, we have the hat of how do we help organizations to secure their AI applications, and second, we actually have the hat of how do we leverage AI internally in order to improve Wiz. Yes. And customers are asking us about both, obviously. In terms of how we help organizations to secure AI, last year at reInvent, we were actually the first in market to launch the AI security posture management capabilities. You don't need, like, it basically allows you to connect to your cloud environment, and then we can analyze all of the AI services you're using and provide you with the security best practices out of the box. So this is like a massive, I would say, ability of organizations to first, and that's probably the most important, identifying the discovery capability of who is using AI, which technologies are being used, which applications, and how are they set up in the environment. That's one of the very important aspects of AI security that we allow every customer to benefit. On how we leverage AI internally, it's actually very interesting to see how in 1 year we were able to embed into Wiz at least a dozen different scenarios in which we leverage AI, whether it comes to auto-generating threat. We just launched Wiz Defend. As part of Wiz Defend, it was obvious for us that part of the response to threats, we need to provide AI-based recommendations, right, that are very tailored to the threat we have identified. Same thing about remediation. I want to fix a configuration in a bucket or a database. I can do it in 100 different ways. I can use CloudFormation or Terraform or the AWS CLI. I want to be able to meet the customer exactly where they are. So we can ask them questions about what's your remediation strategy, and then AI can simply generate the remediation steps. We have AI in the form of an assistant, right, like Amazon Q. So I can query on the graph. I can create policies using AI in a natural language. This lowers the bar and allows more and more users actually to gain value, extract value from Wiz.
Yeah, and I would imagine you've wrapped that into pen testing, right? So if we take a look at what customers are doing to avoid security risks and use pen testing, can you talk a little bit about pen testing and how this life cycle of learning and growing and bringing it from the developers, line of sight, and then bring it into pen testing to avoid risk? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, actually, I think this is also, we can tie it to the partner ecosystem, because one of the things that Wiz is doing very effectively. It's actually describing to you what is your external attack surface. And when we are able to explain the attack surface and provide you like what is out there that can be attacked on your estate, then we have partners that are leveraging this information, and through our integration, we're basically able to generate a better together story that they are able to try and pen test the environment, and it's almost like we can meet in the middle, right? They can show that they can access from the outside, and we can show that we are able to find the root cause analysis behind it. And I think that as we leverage more and more AI technologies, the ability to pen test from the outside becomes better and smarter, and it's less prescriptive and more, I would say, explorative, thanks to AI technologies. And I think that we're going to see in the next month, even, I wouldn't say a year, but in the next month, we're going to see improving technologies of AI probing into your environment in order to make sure that you are securing your bases. And it's better that we do that before the bad guys do, right?
Yeah, it's active pen testing.
Active pen testing.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just so fascinating, isn't it? Just how the entire developer and development experience is completely being changed by generative AI, whether it be, documentation inline testing, pen testing. All of the heavy lifting jobs that used to be so much work for a developer are really getting an accelerator and a shot in the arm from generative AI. I think that, like, for me, we've had this conversation a number of times this week with customers and partners, that anytime you have a heavy lift for a highly skilled professional, there's an opportunity for a generative AI use case. And so I think we're just seeing the beginning. I'm sort of excited, to think about, like, 12 months from now, we're sitting here. Well, I'm excited to see what's going to change this year as well, because I think that we're just getting started. What do you think?
No, I agree, 100%. Every time there is a task that requires massive labor that is repeated, then we can ask ourselves, how can we introduce AI in a way that can accelerate, in the end, the developer in our case, or the security analyst, how can we provide them more tools to make them more effective? And I think that in the end, it allows us really to focus on the essence, right? So we can really focus on, for instance, choosing the right strategy, considering what we know about the environment. It can also allow us to learn a lot about a lot more technologies, right? So if you think about one of the big challenges we have today is how can we keep all of our developers, security analysts up to date on all the latest and greatest. Actually, it allows us to overcome and bridge over these knowledge gaps quite fast by providing the right recommendation at the right time. And I think that this is an amazing tool that will be integrated into, again, like we've implemented in Wiz in a dozen of different use cases. I think it's just a great tool to add in every single area, and then we mature these capabilities over time, and I'm sure next year we will be here and it will be...
Yeah. We're going to have a whole lot of other things to talk about.
Yeah, and you'll have all new innovations and things coming to the forefront. We really want to thank you for joining us. It's been a really deep and interesting conversation for our viewers on security and what's going on with cloud and the innovation and pioneering and changes that you're bringing to the table. Michael, any closing thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, anything else you've seen this week that you really wanted to share with our viewers? Anything that's really kind of surprised you, or you've gone, holy moly, look at that?
I'll just say that AWS reInvent is an amazing event, and thank you for having it. I think it's an opportunity for the community to come together and really share the latest and greatest, and interact in a one-on-one. So thank you for the opportunity.
Of course. And for everybody who's at reInvent, don't forget to stop by the booth. It's very nostalgic and it's very well done. And congratulations on having a very eye-catching experience to go over there. So.
I'm Stuart Lepkowski from Industries Live. Michael Schmidt, Yanan Kostika from The Wiz. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Up next, we're going to play a little bit more games, take a little bit of a break, and then we have our afternoon session. Looking forward to seeing our viewers there, and thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody from reInvent. We are here at Industries Live. It has been such a fun morning and into our afternoon now. Thank you so much for joining us. We've had some incredibly insightful and interesting, rich conversations with our partners here around the desk, with our fabulous hosting panel, and we have more to come. I'm really excited about the conversations that are happening over the next couple of hours. But even more excited that our favourite segment is back, the fun games segment, which is going to be hosted by Dr. Karen Hildebrand, who's sitting next to me. She's got some very fun and exciting games for us right now. So I'm going to throw it over to you, Karen.
Whose favourite is this? Yours?
It's mine.
It's yours.
Definitely my favourite.
All right, it's get to know your co-hosts better time. And I'm going to ask challenging questions. And whoever buzzes in has to answer the question, which means that not everybody has to answer every question. All right, you ready? I'm also pulling these out of a list of questions, so who knows what you're going to get. Which celebrity have you met so far at reInvent?
Dr. Karen Hildebrand.
Oh, my God.
Good answer.
I like that. I will take that. I will take that.
Ring the bell.
Okay, all right.
Well, no, get it. Who else? I mean, what else?
I actually remember that we had a special feature actually walk by right behind us.
Yeah, who was that?
Greg Pearson.
Yeah.
Global sales. You kind of saw it.
He's a celebrity.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I met the hockey player, Eichel, from the. He was over by the Stanley Cup the other day when we couldn't touch the cup, but we got to stand by it and take pictures with him. He was
Pretty
giving
amazing.
autographs.
All right. What are your favorite apps? Now, that can be either food or something that is an actual application. This is very techie of me. Who's in?
I'm in. Instagram. I'm an Instagram guy. I post a lot.
Really? Yeah.
Really?
I would never have guessed that
I
about you.
post a lot of hockey.
Oh, then I don't think we're Instagram friends. Like, I don't think.
You should be.
Yeah.
Are you going to actually say what your Instagram handle is on live so that we can all follow you?
You can all follow me. I am Isles Fifth Line. And in hockey, there's 4 lines, and we are the 5th line. ISLES F5TH line.
There you go.
Okay, super cool. Who knew?
So you were thinking apps like food
apps?
shrimp cocktail?
Yeah, like what was the favorite thing you got to eat while you were here?
I had to think about that for a second.
I'm a technology guy. I heard apps like my phone.
You're a geek. It's okay. You can admit it.
Fantastic steak tartare at the Aria last night.
Is that good?
Oh, money. It was so good.
Took you 45 minutes to get there.
It did. Yeah, so. Make no mistake, there is great food in Las Vegas, folks. There is so much good food.
Super impressed. Okay.
So we got one app and one app. There you go.
What was the best Vegas landmark you saw this week?
Addie's got to say something here. There we go.
All right. Okay.
Come on, Addie.
I think the favorite landmark is always the Sphere now. Every time I come down, oh my God. I mean, it is just mesmerizing to look at. It is a feat of engineering, and it just blows my mind every time I see it. Oh my God.
And you see, like, people just lined up along the street taking photos of it, no matter what's on it. It's such an incredible, I agree. It's a great
gorgeous.
Very cool.
All right, if you didn't have to work at AWS and you had all the money in the world, what would you do with your life? Addie's got that.
All right. Beach all day long. Really? At the beach all day. Morning to evening, surf and sun.
David Hasselhoff style. Would you work at the beach?
That would be the dream.
That would be right, huh?
I think I would do like hurricane relief.
Yeah?
Yeah, nice. Something like, meaningful and deep that helps
That
people
is meaningful and deep.
Yeah, and I've been a part of that up in, clearly in New York.
Oh.
We get a little bit of that and a lot of volunteering, and people get together to help each other. So, yeah,
Awesome.
I found
How do you
that to be
follow that?
I don't think you do. Did you go to the volunteering station that's here at reInvent?
I'm going to go after.
Okay, good. Yes. All right. Oh, that one's not. I'm not asking you that one.
Was it R-rated?
End up in HR.
HR is patrolling.
They would have been like running and tackling me from behind if I would have asked you that. Yeah, exactly.
To be real. Yeah.
What was your most memorable meal this week?
We've had food this week.
I know.
There have been some forgettable ones.
I have powdered eggs.
There have been forgettable ones.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of forgettable moments here.
Powdered eggs.
The steak tartare last night was.
You're still on that.
I had French
I know,
French
right?
last night. French food, so great. Yeah, it was really great. I had a really wonderful with our good friend Ryan Thomas last night.
Hey, the tough part about this is you go to 10 receptions in a night, have a glass of wine at each one, and don't eat any food is the problem.
Yeah.
Or you eat appetizers all night. You eat finger food, and that's dinner.
Yeah.
Can we mention restaurants? Are we allowed to?
Oh, sure.
Oh,
Yep.
Tao.
Tao's great.
Yeah.
Sushi Samba. Now I'm getting hungry for sushi.
Samba. Let's go Samba.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to take you guys now into serious land. What is the one goal you want to accomplish in 2025? Oh, silence hits the room.
Personal or work?
I don't care either.
All right.
I want to spend more time with my family.
Oh, that's so nice.
Good for you.
My
Is
son's
your
going.
family watching? Did you do that because your family's
Nicole
watching?
might be, but my son's going off to college. I got a daughter. When they're home, I want to spend more time with them.
I agree, Chris.
That's a great one.
Chris and I are both in the same boat. We have our youngest child is going to graduate from high school this year, so I said to myself that this is going to be the year of yes. Unless there's a really good reason, if he wants to do something, go somewhere, do something with me, it's always yes.
Our wives telling us that we spend more time together than we spend with them. That's not a good thing.
That's definitely
I think I'm going to give my age away, Karen, but we have a grandson coming in April.
That is
That is so exciting.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is so exciting.
It's like Twitch parenting. It's like all of the fun without the responsibility of doing it. You know?
That is the
I love it.
It's like when I changed roles from owning partners to supporting partners. I can get the partners wound up and then give them back.
Yeah.
Like give them sugared up and just hand them back.
I'm very excited about that for you, Stuart. I'm looking forward to that.
That is super exciting.
I'll
Addy,
keep you guys posted.
you're up. 2025.
I'm going to give a work answer, I guess, but I'm just so excited about that focus towards industries and line of business. I am thrilled about the possibilities. We're going to join up different part solutions, and it's going to be massively game-changing for our industries overall. So I'm just super excited about it. It's a massive change in the way we're doing things.
Addy, you just earned PR certification. You can now talk to the press. That was excellent.
Hold on. A bell for Addy.
There you go.
All right. Oh, this is a good techie question. Do you tend to live in the past, the present, or the future?
I have a time machine. I live in all of them.
Oh, my gosh. I'm really fast. I'm really fast.
I live in the metaverse.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
Oh, present, definitely.
Oh,
The rest,
no.
none of it's.
I don't think I can ask you that one either on camera.
Pass that over. Let me see that question.
No,
Get it
I
over
can't
here.
tell you. I can't tell you that one. And I'm definitely not giving it to you, Stuart. Oh, no. I also can't ask this one. Age-related
Definitely
question.
cannot ask that question.
No. Oh, geez. This is like a baseball question. How do you define success?
Oh, jeez.
Addy, I feel like you have a prepared PR answer for this.
It's kind of here.
It's going to be tough. I think success is actually finding balance. Like it's super hard to do, but that balance in whenever you achieve it, everything else is smooth sailing.
Yeah,
I guess.
I like
Good
that.
answer.
That was really nice. That was really nice. Okay, what's the hardest thing you have done in 2024?
Hardest thing.
I rebuilt a boiler from scratch.
What?
A boiler. My
What's
heating.
a boiler?
For the heat in your house.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Not work related.
Okay, I was like, what does that mean?
And then we have work related things that Chris and I are working on. Some really big ones.
What's the hardest thing? Waking up to his Slack messages every single morning, consistently every morning.
East Coast to Pacific. I get it. I get it.
He told me he loves them.
I do love it.
The 16,000 steps I did yesterday at reInvent are right up there. I think I need to do less of that. It's been a big week. Even in my most comfortable shoes, it's a physical feat this week at reInvent.
Totally understand.
I'll give you a serious answer.
Okay, good.
Assimilating this new leadership team, helping them grow, and look into the future to help everybody's careers develop. It's been hard and rewarding, like unbelievable.
So
I would totally, just to double down on that. For me, this has been one of the best years of my career. It's been an absolute roller coaster. It's been really hard, but it's been so great. Like it's been just. I'm going to look back on 2024 for a long time. It's been a big year, but a great year.
That is super awesome. Addy, you want to add anything on that one?
Oh no, I think. Everybody's kind of covered it, but I think the one thing that I started doing differently in 2024 was just kind of pay a little more attention to health and working out, get up a little earlier, and it's the little steps that I did each day. I'm feeling more comfortable in my 16,000 steps this year than I did last year. I can tell you that.
You got to give me a secret. I think I'm going to need. What, are you wearing better shoes than me? What is it? I got to figure something out.
Awesome. Well, that is the end of our game show.
Thank
I am
goodness.
so glad that we have all these table cards. I'm glad I didn't ask you some of these bad questions. HR still has me employed. That's exciting. I'm glad we still be part of the leadership team.
I'm so glad you are.
Yes.
So stay with us for the rest of Industries Live today. We are going to transition into the financial services industry after this short break. And remember, every other Thursday in 2025, go put it on your calendars right now, 8 to 9 a.m. Pacific time. And we're out of the game show.
Yay.
Nice job, guys.
Nice job.
Thank you, Karen. Wonderful.
Awesome.
And we are back. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. We are live from Las Vegas at AWS reInvent 2024 with our first ever Industries Live broadcast. I'm your co-host, Chris Niederman, head of AWS Industries and Solutions in our partner organization, here with
Adi Dabashi. I've been with AWS 6.5 years, and I've had the opportunity to drive partner solutions across that time. I'm part of Chris's team, and we now work across the industry, focused on financial services solutions for ISVs, technology, consulting partners, and kind of bringing it all together for our line of business customers. And I'm with
Hey, James Becker, one of our technology strategists here at K-Lint, focused mainly on the financial services industry. Been in the space for about 10 years now across, banking, capital markets, and insurance. Also with me is
Hi, everybody. I'm Randall Hunt. I'm CTO of Kalent. We're an all-in on AWS premier tier consulting partner, and we help people turn their ideas into impact faster.
And I'm just going to jump in. You guys are too humble. Let's just start out by talking about the awards that you've received.
That is massive.
Yeah. First ever industry awards we've given, and you just took home a few, right? So, the Global FSI Partner of the Year. Outstanding. Congratulations. Golf applause here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the Gen AI Industry Partner of the Year. I mean, come on. It's got to make you feel good.
I mean, at Kalent, we bias for hiring passionate autodidacts, so it's fun to get people who are curious and want to dive in. And then we're also extremely lucky to have customers that want to dive in and use the latest technology. Because if we had customers that weren't interested in generative AI, we wouldn't have won those awards because we wouldn't have had the opportunity to build those things. So we have the opportunity now to just build cool things with these customers who are willing to lead in and take advantage of the latest advances.
What a great customer obsession. Yeah. That's why we get along so well. We're both customer obsessed.
Yeah, and if you apply that to the financial services space, through historically we've started in the cloud foundation, working up through infrastructure, data, and then obviously generative AI is kind of the new wave. So having that core competency in traditional cloud really makes it easy for us to translate within the same industry into those different technologies that are evolving.
And I think that's so important in the way Kalent's kind of navigated it. You're flexible, you're nimble, you're kind of bringing a challenging set of capabilities to your customers as well, saying, hey, you need to push the front, get out there faster. I think something we should definitely... I'm sorry.
I was going to say, we kind of just jumped right in here because it's super exciting. Maybe there's a lot of folks, tens of thousands of people probably listening, hopefully, viewing. They may not know anything about Kalent. Maybe give us, who the heck are you guys?
So, like I said, we help people build things in AWS. So if you have an idea or if you have a migration that you want to do, we do everything from heterogeneous database migrations to moving from on-prem into AWS. And we are a consulting partner, so we get hands on keyboard, we write code. We've modernized everything from Fortran and Ruby to .NET and COBOL, and we help people just take these kind of legacy systems that may have become a little bit parasitic in nature instead of symbiotic, and we help them revolutionize that technology and have it add impact to the business that they're trying to drive. And the reason people work with a partner like Kalent is because they want to focus on their product. This is what we said in the keynote yesterday. They want to focus on their product. They want to focus on building their own company and not deal with the undifferentiated heavy lifting of building a platform and infrastructure to support that product. And we represent, thousands of years of millennia of cumulative AWS experience that we've built with our team. We have over 700 people certified, and we're still growing. And if you have something you want to do, you're welcome to reach out to us. We just really enjoy building cool things.
I love it. That is fantastic. No, I think something that's been really unique about Kalent is the focus with which you've been able to drive value at your customers. Financial services, they're historically and always a conservative and cautious industry. But Gen AI has just been so different in financial services. And Kalent's been in the forefront of this. They're engaging you. They're working with you to figure things out. Would love to know how those conversations have been going. What are some of the macro trends you all have been seeing?
Yeah. Absolutely. So, I mean, to your point around, innovation and managing that at scale or in a financial services space, one of the big things is making sure it's ready for production, right? So over the last year, we've seen a lot of organizations go from, I have 15 proof of concepts and, centered around customer experience or, in the financial service space, intelligent document processing, an oldie but a goodie, or, more innovative things like, analyst AI type concepts, right? We're abstracting away the manual interpretation of data. We're offloading it to LLMs and using that as another signal in our ecosystem. So for us, it's really about helping customers who have the business expertise and the understanding of their specific, problem or space, and having us come in and apply, an evaluation framework or best practice software engineering in a distributed system, with 10 lambdas or 15 lambdas or whatever the scale is. They have these investment, people or team members, analysts who are working in a notebook or a specific, very, contained environment. And when they're going to prod with these, they're distributing them in all these different services. And it's really about helping them essentially move in the right direction that way and making sure that they are comfortable putting these systems in prod, non-deterministic in nature type of thing.
that's so important. We're in a time when line of business teams are really looking for that clear value. There's a very interesting report by Sellen that calls out that 40% of the technology decisions are actually happening with the line of business owner. And so when we're talking about Gen AI and you're kind of bringing it straight to business value that these line of business owners see, I mean, that's incredible. So taking that proof of concept, but then also taking that across to production, I mean, that's exactly what businesses ask for. We should be really thinking about these as repeatable plays and patterns that we can take across customers. With that, any customers or stories that come to mind, like, want to know that story? How did it play out? Give us a full picture.
Yeah, I mean, we have two that I'm going to kind of talk about just very briefly. And again, they're going to tie back into that macro trend of, how do we get the most, the minimum viable tokens out of an LLM architecture, right? So the first one is essentially, like I said, the oldie but the goodie, the intelligent document processing system. Financial institutions, one specifically we've been working with, have outsourced, that system itself. It's extremely expensive. And now with the innovations happening at AWS and, really they're looking to take that in-house. So they've built themselves this distributed architecture, these different API crawls across Textract or Bedrock and some of the different services, bringing Kalen in to help them operationalize it, implement an operational, visibility platform, and essentially working through, managing token counts and those different types of things. And the other one in a very similar, a different vein, but a very similar, thread, is that analyst AI concept, right? How do we interpret vast corpuses of financial information? In the space, there's still plenty of PDFs and those traditional data constructs around. So how do we leverage in a cost-effective way, in a quality-oriented way, driven from the business to essentially produce those outcomes? So one of those situations we're coming in the middle of the build, right, and helping them get that through to production. And then the other one, we're actually starting at the source at the innovation. How do we take this technology and overlay it with our existing data systems and ecospaces and really integrate it and look at the data through a different lens?
That's fascinating. I mean, unstructured data and documents have just been sitting in these organizations for years. That there's so much value in there, and it's hard. It's been hard to kind of extract that, get it into the right context. You've kind of called out how the tokenization is also calculated. Like, elaborate on that. It sounds fascinating. It's pretty unique.
So I was on another show a couple of days ago, and we had this conversation about what are CFOs thinking about right now. And we found that you remember back in the day when we were first getting started with the cloud, that we had to teach people, oh, look, this is not OpEx, or this is OpEx, not CapEx, and explaining how the elasticity would give them more flexibility and overall save them costs. With the advent of generative AI and this per token cost, where, if those of you who may not be aware, a token, you can think of it as just a word or a unit, a few pixels in an image. People were struggling to understand what is the actual cost going to be to implement this across all of my data. And there's one truism, which is at any given time, people are always going to want the highest quality tokens at the lowest possible price as quickly as possible. And if you're delivering that, which makes it pretty easy to do with Bedrock, you can often, win the workload. But then you have to win over the CFO and help explain, oh, this is what our estimated costs will be. And one of the things that we've discovered after working with a large number of financial services clients is that we can calculate a blended rate for most use cases, and we can come up with what we think the average cost will be. That's not to say that you couldn't blow it out of the water if you used a lot of very specific techniques. And I mean, if we wanted to get super technical for just 1 second, one of the big advantages that we've found is, there's a lot of jargon that exists within financial documents. We worked with a company that had a tremendous number of leases that they were analyzing, and there's a lot of very specific legal jargon in that. And some of the tokens that were being created were overly large, and so we fine-tuned an embedding layer in a llama model to basically reduce the overall token count, thus reducing the cost when we were performing generative inference on those workloads. And I think finding a way to highlight and show the cost difference and when to use which model is very important for people to understand, because it helps inform the architectural decisions you may make, and as well as the application design decisions you may make.
Excellent. So you talk about cost, you talk about cost savings. This morning we were focused in meeting with partners from media entertainment. focused industry. And we talked a little bit about cost versus innovation and what customers were looking for. And they had an interesting perspective, and it almost followed the cloud when we first started with cloud, which was conversation always starts with cost and very quickly moves to, okay, how do we innovate and transform? What are you seeing for financial services? Are you seeing a common path, or are you seeing it follow a different path?
No, I mean, it's pretty much exactly that, and I think last year was, I would say, the year of the POC, or the year of the proof of value, right? Every organization, they went to their businesses and they said, hey, give us a list, right? Give us a list of things you want to do. And where we've, kind of seen that mold into is, okay, we've tried out, 15, 20 different use cases, and we found 3 that are really, really business impactful, right? And from there, we're then evolving in how do we get to prod? And again, that ties back into the evaluation framework, that ties back into understanding the cost of operation at scale. Financial services, organizations, they're not talking about 5, 10, 20, they're talking like hundreds and millions of calls, right? So for us, we're very same space. We think that, moving forward, again, a lot of things are going to be moving into production in the next few years, but really absolutely that trend of let's work with it, let's understand it, and let's really understand where it's going to impact us from a business perspective.
And it's such a fascinating area. I think the CFO is coming at this with a very specific lens, which is, I'm ready to invest. I will put in the money. It is not about the cost alone. What I am looking for is clarity of what I'm going to get from it.
Yes.
And I think this is something that we had done with it. We published a paper with a strategy firm about 2 years ago, and it called out exactly this, which is what is the investment value of the technology I'm investing into. It's something hard to measure, and that same dynamics is just playing out in the Gen AI LLM space. I think, Anil, you said this once before, tokenomics, did you call it?
Oh yeah, I did not coin that term, someone else did, but yeah, I mean, we actually built a small pre-sales tool that we open sourced it if anyone's interested. It's called Bedrock Battleground. I can give a quick demo of it.
I like the name.
Yeah, and it helps people understand the tokenomics, because it breaks down the price performance difference. And I have a little financial services use case up here if we wanted to.
Oh yeah, let's dive in.
And it looks like my internet disconnected.
We're calling it audible here. Hopefully our production crew can handle this here.
All right.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, we're
on. They're awesome. They're good back there.
Yeah. There we go. Hopefully we're all connected. So I'm just going to say, this is basically, I've got a Nova Pro, I've got Nova Lite, and I've got Nova Micro up here. Awesome. I'm just going to make sure that these are all the right token counts. And what I'll do is I'll just have, hey, write this list of write the CSV as a list of trades, and I'll say like add something interesting to it as well. And we'll see what happens. And what this is going to do is it's going to query all of these models simultaneously. It's going to stream back the response. And what we're able to do with the Converse API from Amazon Bedrock is also get back the token usage and a number of other things, which appear to not be happening. So I'm just going to try something else here.
Always with the live demo, right? Always.
Right. Always.
And we're right at the heart of 60,000 people behind us across the expo using this Wi-Fi. So this coming through is.
But there we go.
It's working. There it goes.
So you can see Nova Pro is chugging along here. It's creating the tokens at a particular pace. This is the largest model, so it's taking a little bit longer. Then we have the CSV data coming from Lite, and it's going quite quickly. And if I scroll over here, you can see this one shows this Nova Micro format shows a completely different format. And keep in mind, this is not a prompt that we would ever use in production. This is really just for demonstration purposes. But you can see it returned first. We got, a time to first token of 490 milliseconds. It cost us, 0.03 cents, and it outputted this many tokens. And once this is done here, we can sort of hover over this, and we can see the difference in cost. So you can see over here, we've got Nova Micro. It's extremely low cost, and it was very fast. But we don't necessarily know the quality of those tokens. And that was what James was talking about earlier, is what is the minimum viable token that we can use as input as well as output to generate a valuable inference. And so when you go back to that conversation, it's a lot of prompt engineering. It's a lot of work around exploring with the different models to take a multi-model solution to bring the right minimum viable token and optimize the cost. And that's where we're at now. It's become a little bit more of a science than an art. I would say even a year ago, it was still more of an art. But now we're able to tackle things. And this is an open source tool. Anyone's welcome to go and play around with it. You just go to battleground.klant.com.
Yeah.
And it's game changing because, even organizations have such different objectives. So a buy-side firm in capital markets might have a very different economics on which they'd like to use their tokens, and they're willing to invest that money. And you may have a conservative credit union in the banking space that says, look, my dynamics are completely different, and so I need to know that my token costs are under these thresholds. So this space really kind of is evolving, but I think the demo is a great way to kind of show you the value and how to kind of offset that cost and that value between the two. So pretty unique and an evolving space that you just demonstrated. So cool.
So we got a couple minutes left. Maybe one, maybe two questions I can squeeze in here. What are you most excited about for next year?
For me, it's really, the evolution of the ecosystem. It's been very fast and very furious with this technology, with this thing that we're working into these very large organizations, right? And they're looking at how to adopt it. And a lot of if you look at a lot of the announcements from yesterday and this week, it's really about how do we make it easier? How do we abstract the model selection process a little bit from the user? How do we make it more cost effective? How do we cache, prompts and those types of things? So for me, it's really just watching the space evolve and actually making it, a viable solution for those production workloads.
Yeah. Speaking of announcements, we've had just a few this week. What's the coolest thing you've heard all week? Announcement, meetings, doesn't matter. Going on the floor, what's the coolest thing you've heard all week?
I mean, as far as announcements, I will say the coolest thing I've seen are those two robots playing chess over there. That is
I heard about that. I got to go see that.
Yes, it is very awesome. So that was the coolest thing I've definitely seen this week.
At Kalent, we collaborated tightly with AWS on the development of of Nova, and we had a great time testing it and working with it. So I'm very excited about that. I'm very excited about the other Bedrock features, particularly prompt caching. We have a number of different customers who will benefit from that, and I am excited about the enhanced latency optimized inference mode, about the agentful behaviors that were exposed. I mean, like you said, there have been a tremendous number of announcements, and I know everyone on the Kalent team is already playing with them. And I mean, we've already put the Nova models into our little projects, and I can't wait for the future. But the thing that I think is going to be really interesting going into next year is the multimodal stuff.
Yep. Awesome. And you're obviously very clearly tied with AWS because you're right in the middle, using Nova right under. And by the way, how cool was it seeing Andy here on stage?
Great.
That was amazing having him back. So I think we're out of time. You want to wrap us up?
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to say that I think this is such a helpful session, right? Because we bring together the possibilities of Gen AI. You get to see a whole picture of what's evolving and the economics with partners like Kalent. Something that I must call out is partners like Kalent actually show you so much value, but they're also working seamlessly with our teams on the ground and meeting customers together. And that's just it's helping us speed up in product development, feature development, and then showing those valuable demos to customers. So I'm super excited and happy to have the Kalent team come on.
There's no one else we'd rather partner with.
Fantastic.
I love that. That's awesome. And then we got more shows coming, right?
Yeah, we got quite a lineup. So stay tuned, folks. You're gonna get some really interesting demos coming up as well from the other partners coming soon.
Fantastic. Thanks, folks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And we're back. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wherever you are in the world, welcome. We are live in Las Vegas. Look behind you, 60,000 of our closest friends out here. Live Las Vegas at AWS reInvent 2024. And we're at the expo floor doing the first ever Industries Live broadcast. And we're so happy to have you with you. I am one of our co-hosts, Chris Niederman. I am the head of the AWS Industries and Solutions team in the partner organization, and joined with...
I'm Adi Dabashi. I am the Financial Services Industry Solutions lead, working across our partners, our technology and consulting partners. I've been with AWS for 6.5 years, and I absolutely enjoy building those solutions and going to market with our partners. And with that, Daniel, I'll pass it to you.
Hi, everyone. Daniel Marashan here. Again, thank you for having me. Co-founder and CTO at Drata.
Fantastic. Yeah, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things you're going to see through these sessions is we're going to talk about how our partners are really helping line of business owners see value in financial services. This is about helping our customers combine our capabilities to solve real business challenges. So one of the fantastic examples we have today is with the Drata team. And Drata is so fascinating because of what they have, record unicorn status, have been at the forefront of compliance.
Unicorn. I want to hear more about that.
Exactly. So Daniel, I would love to know, how did y'all kind of get here, the journey you've taken, and what's the year been like, some of the macro trends you've been seeing in financial services and compliance?
Yeah, of course. Real quick kickoff for what Drata is we help businesses automate their security compliance program. And you might say, what does that mean? How do you do that? It's around the automatic evidence collection, the continuous version, side of that. And what happens is, companies are now using AWS and GitHub and go name your tool, the 200 plus other tools that you operate your business on. And we're able to go out and collect evidence from those, understand how businesses are using these tools, and keeping the guardrails on your compliance program. So rather than someone doing it once a year, maybe once a quarter at best, we're all humans, we're busy, you don't really do it every day, but the machines can do it every day. So we keep ensuring that you're staying compliant throughout the process.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and a little bit of the founding story, I guess.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So we... myself, longtime entrepreneur. This is actually my 8th company I've started. Some have failed fast, some went to success and sold or whatnot. But in that journey, it was always you would get hit with the compliance hammer, is what I call it. Yeah. Go name your acronym. We had to do something in there. And what I realized, it was always it would slow deal flow down and output, but when we actually went and achieved a SOC 2 report, or we were GDPR compliant, etc., it would accelerate deal flow. And also at the same time, it would, make the business better. You'd run a well-oiled machine. So as we went through that a few times, it was like, wait a second, AWS has all these APIs. Wait a second, GitHub has all these APIs. I think I can start automating some of this stuff. The engineer brain turned on to me again. So that's what Drata is. We really sought out to make boring shit easy. This stuff no one wants to do, that messy middle of compliance. Yeah. It's not fun. Everyone knows that. I'll be the first to admit. And that's what we sought out to do, is go automate that.
That's fantastic. Are you seeing differences? Are you global in nature? Are you seeing differences by country? What are you seeing around the world?
Yeah, we're approaching 6,000 customers. We'll probably cross it here after the show, but no, globally.
Let's hope you might hit 10,000 before the show.
There you go. No, we're global, probably 30% international, 70 stateside. And I think the SOC 2 process program from the AICPA, ISO 27001, those are probably the industry-leading security programs. But then you have the privacy programs kind of out of Europe. GDPR came out, and but now you're also starting to see other regulations out of Europe, in Australia, even in Japan. And so really understanding the local needs of the local governments and helping businesses adhere to them simply.
So important.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the main conversations that do come up is we're seeing customers in financial services accelerate to the cloud, but you can very much expect the CISO and this part of the organization get very curious, but cautiously curious about what's possible. So what's that conversation like for you? What's the C-suite conversation that kind of helps them get confidence on keeping control while they're kind of rapidly transforming to the cloud?
Yeah, I would say on the C-suite, right, everyone thinks about compliance or GRC, their first brain goes to like engineering, infrastructure, how's our database, et cetera, et cetera. And while true, but it's kind of maybe 40-ish% of the process. You have to remember there's people in the businesses, devices, assets, everything in between, how you run your business. So in the C of GRC, governance, risk, and compliance, right, we really sought out to automate that, as we talked about. But then there's also a big R in the midst, which is risk. And I think everything really starts with risk. And so whether you're a C-suite, whether you're in the finance side or customer side or engineering side, it's about what's the risk to my org and how do we assess that and be real about it. Everyone does have risk. Yeah. So by identifying the risk, whether it's internal or external with your third parties, understanding a program around that, and then the compliance process is a way to put guardrails around that and eventually help burn down that risk. So, whether you're a CFO, it's, there's probably going to be strong risks on how you're hiring, the sales process, the COGS and margin to your business, and then working with the respective units to make sure that they're understanding the risks to their own, parts of the program.
You've got your persona-based hot buttons, CFO or line of business executive in any form.
Yeah, and again, like people really think, oh, that's the CTO's problem or the CISO's problem, and maybe they're the operators, but really it's the whole business needs to be paying attention.
And that's so unique because I started my career years ago when I was in a Big Four consulting firm. And I remember doing these processes completely manually.
Yep.
I mean, we would literally have screen grabs and notes and check it out and say, all right, I think I have a view of this, and we did not have a whole picture. So automation and just that 24/7 ability to capture that picture is so important for institutions. Tell me more about the automation side. I think that's the fascinating aspect. That's where the industry is changing.
Absolutely. Like we said, Addy said, it's people have checklists, and you go through the process, and you have meetings and screenshots and tickets, and you do it once a quarter at best. And while great, it's better than nothing. It's really these 4 snapshots in time. But you have a program that you're saying, this is how I operate my business. You don't operate your business in 4 windows of time in a year. It's every single day and every single moment. And so, using cloud services, it's allowing to scale at a cheaper cost to be able to do this stuff compared to years and years ago. So we're able to let's see, easy example here for everyone to maybe understand it. AWS, there's a service called RDS for databases. And we're able to go ask with a very limited role set, the security audit role, and say, hey, AWS, tell me about all the databases in this account, right? And not so much the data within, but the configuration. So looking at encryption, network settings, access, things like that. And say, hey, you know what? Developers spun up this database, they were doing something, and they forgot about the, ingress and egress rules, or whatever it may be. And it's like, yeah, you don't want that publicly available on the internet. Hey, something's going on here. I'm going to record it. Go fix it. So that's one side of it. The other side would be more around the security assurance side. So all the hard work everyone is doing to get SOC 2 compliant and ISO cert and GDPR and go name your acronym, I want to showcase that, and I want to make it easy. So there's a thing called a trust center that we've been working on and building out, and it's a publicly available website for all your prospects and partners to come and kind of get it themselves, self-service. So around the automation of that, because I'm sure every CISO and legal individual watching, they probably sign these NDAs almost every week to say, okay, here's the NDA, okay, here's our SOC 2 report, you can review it. do that 50 times a week or a month or whatnot, and let's just automate all that. Let's continue to find every single part in the whole process where humans are doing something, and how can you automate it? So I view it as an asymptote, right? I'll put my math hat back on. I view Drata as a big asymptote, and how close can I get to the line of full human automation of this whole process? Probably never get there, just like an asymptote, but I'm going to try to get as close to the line as possible.
Yes.
Go ahead, sorry, Chris.
Yeah, so you talked about the personas within the company, and I like that in the way you described it. Enterprise customers, mid-market, what's your target audience? What's your target customer? Do you have a preference, or is it just like, we'll just go anywhere?
It's interesting. A lot of, I would say, marketing has a hard job at our company, because it is almost anyone. It's anyone storing data in the cloud, which nowadays is nearly every business. But we do have our verticals. It's a lot of SaaS, security. We're even finding entertainment starting to be a big one, which is fun. You always see
should have had you there this morning.
Yeah,
we were talking all over it.
Some of the NFL teams and things like that. So those are fun. But I think the idea for us is we have a big base of the SMBs, because what's happened is they're trying to sell to, say, the Bank of Americas or something of the world, and they're getting hit with that compliance hammer I brought up. So their CROs or whatnot are going to the CTOs and saying, I need this report tomorrow. So we go help them shepherd that process that they've never gone before. That's a big chunk of our business as well. Yeah. But then as we've been growing, we're about 4 years old now, and over the past couple of years, we've been moving more and more up market, and it's been fun to see the average customer size grow and grow every month. So now we're really what I would call the mid-market at like kind of large cap. Those like 500 to 5,000 type person companies is where we're going. We definitely have some of the Fortune 500, but we're really trying to nail that mid-market where teams need to do more with less. Instead of having a big 50-person compliance GRC team, and maybe have 2 or 3 people. So how can we give them tools to automate
it's really
their job?
Interesting. I hadn't thought about the smaller companies trying to sell to bigger companies, and the burden that a bigger company could put on a small company, it just consume them. Yeah. If you can make that easier for them, make the boring shit easy, I guess, right? We get T-shirts made with that saying.
There you go.
Then that's going to increase their probability of selling and engaging with these big companies who can just consume them and all their time and resources.
And when we think about the sectors, right, like financial institutions have regulators who are watching them. And what they're asking them is, look, are you on top of this? Are you keeping controls? And so when these financial institutions are looking to the mid-sized firms supporting them, their speed of innovation needs to be fast, but it cannot be fast unless they're compliant. And so when you've kind of democratized access, you've really helped them kind of help support these institutions move faster and kind of help them keep regulation as well. So it's a fascinating space, but it democratizes control and allowing that innovation for the larger institutions as well.
I love that word, democratize. We even have one of the engineering groups is called the Democratize Group for that. So all the product lines that help democratize compliance, that's what they focus on.
Fascinating. Yeah. What's coming up? Because, this is such an evolving space. Automation will continue to rise. How does Gen AI kind of all fit in here? Is it an enabler? Does hallucinations impact you in these scenarios?
Yeah.
What's that picture look like?
Yeah, with the new wave of Gen AI coming out, it's actually a perfect fit for what we do in GRC, which is great timing for us and the customers of our product. If you roll back maybe a decade or so ago, the big scale teams that were doing AI, machine learning, right, are the big advertising groups, Google, Facebook, etc. And those classifiers, it's like, okay, show this ad or not, or how's this person get classified? In the world of GRC, it's all language. It's giant policy documents and control language and security questionnaires, and so that ability to process the text, get context, and statistically understand what's the next outcome, right? That's what LLMs are and Gen AI is. So it's been a perfect fit to us. So what we've been doing is finding, again, back to the point of where are people doing things manual, and sprinkling those workflows to make their life easier. If you're doing a third-party risk assessment and you have 400 vendors, you have to go reach out to those 400 vendors every year, review their process. That's a lot of time and effort. We can run models on that, summarize their SOC 2 reports, and within a 2-minute window now, I can understand as a human, hey, where's the risk? Do I need to go talk to them about this or record it in my risk process or whatnot? So those are one examples. The other one is around security questionnaire automation. let's be real. Sure, we all don't like them, and we all want them to go away, but they're going to be here. So I'm sure a lot of you have gotten these 500 questionnaires coming in, and you got to fill them out to close the deal.
Yeah.
Well, running through a process, we can infer, we get all the data from the inside out, right? We're connected to AWS and GitHub and Google and Okta and everything. And so we're able to understand how you run your program to better answer those. And so what might take 4 to sometimes 24 hours. Maybe now it just takes a 15-minute review and check the box and go.
Interesting. And this is, so Daniel, you've done this a few times. You said you've kind of created firms, built them, gone to market. How do you think about your partner community? How do you partner? Do you work with consulting firms? Do you work with ISVs? How does that all join up in your view?
Yeah, yes, and yes is the answer. I remember when we were interviewing, actually, our SVP of Business Development, Kevin Kriebel, and he came in and he was like, okay, what are you going to do for this business? How are you thinking about partnership? And he said, I'll tell you, it's AWS, and it's AWS. And it was like, all right, well, tell me more. Like, why? Why do you think about that? And I think the partnership with AWS has just been instrumental to our success from every facet, from the partner side, customers, referrals, everything, marketplace. So that's been a big piece, and what we notice is going into this space, there's competitors, there's also incumbents, and no one was really hitting the partner side of it. So what we decided is overinvest a little bit in there, in relationships and process, and it's worked out very well for us.
That's awesome. I think this is something that I think, Chris, our teams really help with as well. We really are at the heart of allowing our partner communities to come together. So something we want to encourage is, Drata has specializations. For financial services, we have the financial services competency and specialization. And something that our partners get to do is gain the benefits of engaging and interacting with that entire community in one place. So whether you want to work with a niche SI that kind of extends your reach in another geography, or a large consulting firm who's at the strategy side and enabling a CISO to kind of think through the whole thing, we're happy to kind of bring that community, enabling you to accelerate.
And of the tens of thousands of people watching this right now, what if they want to do business with you? What if they want to partner with you? What would you tell them? Like, what are you looking for in a partner? What should they be thinking about going, I'm a great fit for Drata because of what?
Yeah, I would say two sides. One is for your own company. Everyone is doing a security program, right? You should be at least. And so Drata.com, that's easy to find us. We have an amazing staff to take care of you and shepherd you through the process, understand your problems, how we can solve it. From the partner side, especially like the MSSPs out there and ISVs and everyone, is we work with you too on that side. There's a separate unit and process to say, hey, I'm a MSSP and I have 300 clients or 3,000 clients. I need to go help them. I need to help myself. And sometimes we can reduce that burden, for them by 30, 50%. Imagine the, the ROI there and the margins that they can save.
So call Drata.com, hit it, or just email you. Call,
easy to find.
Easy to find.
Daniel at Drata.com.
So I got one more time for one more question, and then we're going to have you close this up here, bring us home. But this is a big event. Yeah. And this is your first time or no?
No, I've been here 4 times.
4 times. Awesome. Okay. Wow.
I'm a vet.
So you are a vet. What's the coolest thing you've seen or heard or announcement all week?
Yeah, I would say, I forget the name of it, but it's on the S3 side, actually. Okay. It's really exciting. Being able to stream data in, and instead of having, aggregated data in a warehouse, like the amazing tools like Databricks or Snowflake, and having engineers and analysts write queries against it, we're going to be able to do that in S3 now. So kind of reduce the footprint of, your warehouse, and but still be able to kind of aggregate on the engineering side, analytics around how the product usage is or whatnot in S3 is super exciting.
I love it. That's awesome.
It's such an evolving space. Like the whole data modernization journey is just transformative, and our customers are constantly looking for support. They're looking for how does the S3 join up with the warehousing partner, the compliance partner who kind of brings it all together. And I think that multi-party play is, I think, what they're looking for.
It's big time. So anyway, bring us home. We got a minute left here. So.
So we're really keen to kind of do more of these, right? We want to get our partners together, and each week, every other week on Tuesdays, we're going to do our 8 a.m. PST session. So please tune in to Industries Live as part of the Partner Live series, and we're going to keep getting you our partners and our multi-party plays to support. Daniel, any closing comments on your part?
Oh man, let's see. I would just say we're here for you, whether small or big. We serve them all, and we really, like I said in the beginning, we make boring shit easy.
Make boring shit easy,
for our mutual customers, which is really the outcomes we want to drive with them.
Absolutely.
And then, folks, stay tuned, because up next, we got Michael Down from Neo4j. You're not going to want to miss that one.
Fascinating story with that.
Yeah. Thanks, folks.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
And we are back. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world today. We are live from Las Vegas at AWS reInvent 2024. Give me a woohoo! Woohoo! And you look behind us, we got 60,000 of our closest friends back there. And we're at the expo floor for the first ever Industries Live broadcast. And I am one of your co-hosts, Chris Niederman, head of AWS Industries and Solutions within our partner organization, joined with
Hadi Dabashi. I'm part of the industry solutions team, and I work with our partners across technology, consulting, building those line of business solutions that can apply to our financial services customers. And with us is Neo4j, Michael.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm Michael Down. I head up our financial services technology, which is basically my role to make the magic happen within the banks. Been here at Neo now coming up to 3 years. Before that, did the same role at Elastic, where we flattened the data, versus now building these amazing graphs. And then before that, I spent time at Barclays running around the bank solving problems. So it's great to be here.
I like that. You make the magic happen. Okay, T-shirts made. We make the magic happen at the banks.
Yeah. And so one of the fascinating bits about Neo4j is it kind of breaks open the concept of the graph, right? You're the leader in the space, a massive presence and incumbency within the large institutions. Tell us a little bit about Neo4j, graph databases at large, just for the audience to kind of get an overview.
Yeah, sure. So like graph as a concept has been around since the 1800s, right? But when you think about graph databases and now knowledge graphs, which we're hearing a lot about, especially with Gen AI, this new kind of revolution of storing our data in a totally different way is providing incredible power for the banks. And so as a graph database, we think about relationships, this context of data, which before you stick either in a NoSQL database or you're sticking in a relational database, but there's no context of that idea of those things being linked. And so at Neo4j, for us, it's about linking data, that strong idea that, you know, in the concept of finance, that a person has an account and that account has transactions. And so modeling that data provides incredible insight, which we can go into.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, right, and Chris, if you're not a big fan of graph database, I wasn't until I understood Neo4j. It's the way our brain works. Right, it's when I have to think about something, I'm kind of saying, all right, how does that connect to that other thing? So it's a point, which is the dot, and then it's the line that joins it up, and that entire network is kind of how the brain functions. So when I saw graph databases at first, you know, I was thinking about it as, is this a complicated subject? But it just made so many ideas and concepts so easy to understand. And that's why there's so much adoption of graph databases in financial institutions. They're kind of finding the relationships in the data, whether that's through fraud and financial crime, whether that's customer recommendation and 360 scenarios in banking and capital markets. Michael, what are you seeing happen in the financial services space with Neo4j?
Yeah, so for us, like our first introduction, and so this is the thing I find amazing about technology and finances. When you think about banking, like what's the most important thing to a bank? Like transactions. If you're talking about retail banking, it's transactions and customers. And so the first use case we kind of get really used for, and I think this has been, you know, we've been so used to kind of breaking data down, flattening data. And so when people now think about adopting a graph, that idea of sending money, right, me sending you money, and the way that that's kind of built and modeled in a graph makes total sense. And so the first big use case we actually get used for, which you think is quite amazing, is fraud. Right, because of the way that we model the movement of money, which blows my mind. Like the use cases we're doing in both real-time and transaction monitoring is insane. But the bit I love is you start to see the penny drop. Like, and we have this concept at Near, like once you see a graph, you see graphs everywhere.
Yeah,
right?
that happened with me. That happened with me.
But we, as humans, we are very good at pattern recognition, and a graph is exactly that. We will show you a pattern, right? Whether that be fraud, whether that be liquidity, whether that be trade settlements, right? They're all patterns. And yeah, it's insane. You give that to the analyst for the first time and they see this like money mule. I'll tell you a story. We went into a bank in the UK and we went to see the fraud team. And when I say fraud team, these were the guys and girls who were going out, not inside the bank. They were going out and finding these criminals. They're all ex kind of, you know, policing, etc.
Right.
And they came in and they said, look, we've just found this criminal network which has taken us, we've been doing this and working with the governments, etc. for over a year. And he said, do you want to see the network? And I'm like, yeah, brilliant, show me the network, it's be awesome. And he came out, I don't know how he got this printed, but it was like a roll of wallpaper. And he rolled this thing out, and it must have been at least 6 to 10 feet long. And it knitted together this criminal network. Oh. And he said, okay, where's that data? And he's like, oh, it's in a relational database. But why, I was like, why are you modeling it here then as a graph?
Yeah.
And this is when, because it makes sense. Easy to understand, right? Understanding these patterns and connections between two criminals you never thought were connected, but suddenly they either, you know, they're part of the same company, or they've sent money to each other, or they're, you know, 4 degrees of separation. Suddenly that's all there.
And the interesting part is, like, even if you see a movie or James Bond scene, you know, you're going to see that when they're trying to show the globe and something happened as a ring, you actually show them as graph databases. Yeah. You're actually showing dots and lines, or bring it all together.
You just made me think of like those movies where you got a wall of like yarn from this to this to this and pictures everywhere.
That's
then
it.
My head's about to explode. But this is the easy button.
Exactly. Exactly. So I'm going to slightly off topic, although I know we're here to talk about financial services. We went in and we were working with policing. And we got taken into this room, and there was this screen, and it must have been 30 foot high. It was massive, right? And it was like the government's knock. And it was powered by the graph to connect all these things together, right? And when we talk about policing, it's like, well, how do fraudsters and everything, it's all about money. Again, so they were knitting together policing and financial transactions to understand, again, these networks.
And
right?
and the interesting part is, right, even our understanding of these, right, when we're putting those lines and joining them up, our brains have a capacity and a limit, but graph databases do not. They're able to parse through history. They're able to parse through circular rings in which any fraud can occur. So historically, fraud occurs when, you know, they're kind of put a party in between and you know, transferring something that shouldn't be done. But these institutions are constructing ways to really make sure that they're protecting their customers by applying graph databases. How are you seeing this? Any examples and case studies that you've kind of had with AWS in this space?
Yeah, so we've got, obviously, with AWS, we've got a reference architecture out that we're both kind of working on with regards to kind of that adoption. We have organizations like NatWest. We've got a number of organizations here, JPMC, who are all using AWS as the core, right? And again, their first transition is normally fraud, right? Because it's the transactions. And then we get into liquidity analytics and other fraud parts. And this is where then the fraud kind of comes in. So you think of fraud as multiple different kind of business lines, right? You've got real-time fraud, transaction monitoring, AML, KYC. Fundamentally, they're all talking about transactions and people. And it's just like that additional piece of information that then brings another context, right? And it's insane to see then that kind of trickle effect. And for us, what we're building, we want the organizations to have is this like data asset, right? Unlike kind of out-the-box solutions, we are a capability. And we want you to be able to use it in multiple ways. And this was the example of one bank who started with fraud in the UK, built an amazing transaction monitoring system to replace the likes of Actimize and other tooling. And the next minute, it was used for liquidity analytics to understand like where is the money going, why is the money leaving the bank, right? And this was all because of the Silicon Valley Bank incident, and obviously they basically liquidity, where did it go? And next minute, they're using a fraud system to build and understand where that money is going to, and how can they then protect the bank or provide the right services to retain that liquidity inside the organization.
And it's such a massive space because many CIOs and CTOs, they have to focus on false flagging. So when you're running systems like these, you often have a challenge of too many flags saying, well, I think I found something that's fraud. I think I found something that's not accurate. But that also overwhelms the system because you just don't know the connections are actually accurate or not. And so the human being in the process is overwhelmed, unsure which one's the actual flag and which is not. And so graph databases really help here. And when it seamlessly spins up, it makes their life easier.
Totally. And so the thing, if you like, take away is like, when I joined Neo4j, and obviously coming from my banking experience, and I was told with a graph, it's the only database where you can ask for a shape of something. So you think about, we all talk about data as a shape, right? Like things are connected, we've got this flow, in our case, money or trade settlement or whatever it may be. And you can ask it, you don't need to tell it where to start. Unlike a NoSQL database, you say, right, I need you to start with this key, or a relational database exactly the same. I have to hit that index. Neo4j, you can say, this is what fraud looks like. This is what transactional fraud looks like. Go and find me anything that matches this shape. I'm not telling you where to start. You go find it for me. And this is where we're starting to either augment or replace these kind of legacy systems that are backed by relational databases because they don't scale. And you can't ask this question. And you look at regulatory change that's being driven into the industry to protect us from fraud, and it's getting so much cleverer. And you look at what's happening in order to kind of stay up with this. And there was one bank, and their transaction monitoring system fires 14,000 alerts a month, right? Because they have very rigid, if you see this, do that, right? And what they haven't got is context. They haven't got this behavioral understanding of like, do I send that money to that? One of the examples is to a high-risk jurisdiction, right? If I send money to a high-risk jurisdiction, that will get flagged, right? But if I send money to a high-risk jurisdiction every month, give or take the same day, give or take the same amount, like, is that anomalous now, or is that normal behavior for me? Like, the first couple of times you're going to be like, wait a second, Michael hasn't done this. But by the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, when do you go, actually, this is now normal for Michael? And this is the big thing the graphs are bringing, is this context awareness, which then feeds this whole Gen AI and other
and that
capabilities.
Context is so important because that's what drops those false flags. Right, it clarifies saying that, well, this is normal, this is not abnormal, so let the system flow. But that same application applies in Customer 360. So personalized experiences are also a graph problem that gets solved so seamlessly. We basically have the possibility to say, all right, we seem to know what Chris likes to do, what Michael likes to do, and then we kind of say, all right, they're very similar in what they're trying to solve. And that's also then further extrapolated by Gen AI. What are you seeing and what upcoming in this space?
So the big one for the banks is around hyper-personalization, right? We want to be able to come to that person, talk to that person, how they are interacting with us. So for example, give you a very simple one. If I spend a lot of money on renewable energy and green and everything else, the last thing you want to recommend me is like to go and invest in certain, oil and gas or other things, even though they're going green and everything else. But there are certain patterns to my behavior that obviously if you were to recommend me a portfolio that matched my behavior, then it's like a no-brainer, right? And so what the banks are trying to do is you've got large organizations who have investment banks, corporate banks, retail banks, and they are trying to bring all that data into one place. So you can imagine I bank with NatWest. I go to open the app and I go in and it says, hello, Michael, and you ask a question. So the example is today, if you go and say, I've got fraud, okay, or I've got a problem with a transaction, it'll go like, which card, is it a credit card or is it a debit card? It's like, well, I don't have any credit cards with you. Like, it's only going to be a debit card because I have a bank, like a bank account. And so the idea of the graph is now bringing all of this context of Michael's accounts and loans and mortgages, maybe in other parts, in the investment banking side, to then bring this context so that we can then create, as everyone wants to get to, this hyper-personalized view, because we want to provide that, the executive banking experience to everybody.
Yeah.
And you look at some of the advancements happening, like Alibaba with Alipay is insane for this, right? Because of the way that they've connected, like Alipay to the Ant Fund and other ways of doing this, they have just merged the two things together. And this is what the banks are trying to do with all the legacy tech and with everything else, is how, we're not going to be replacing the mainframes anytime soon. So how do we augment them with new technology where we're still going to run the banks on this technology, right? But how do we then work with the likes of yourselves and with Neo4j, where we can start to bring Bedrock and Gen AI and then Neo4j as a partner, and then have this ecosystem where, there's going to be a transition and all these capabilities. So it's really interesting. But this hyper-personalization and also addressing youth is where all of the kind of the focus is.
We got 2 questions from online viewers.
Yep.
So let's take one from Steven. Neo4j, have you considered application to public blockchain analysis?
Yes. So this is one of the things that we're, again, back to the fraud use case, that people are very quickly kind of cotting on to is when for fraudsters, what they're doing is they're just like, right, instead of me now sending you money and we're part of like a, fraud ring, what I'll do is instead of me connecting you, I'm going to jump into the blockchain, fire around a few transactions, and suddenly somewhere else it's going to pop out back into your account, right? And so there's this concept we've been working on with organizations, and this is where, like, depending on who the organization is, a bank can only see their transactions, right? If I am NatWest, if I'm HSBC, if I'm Citi, I only see myself, right? But this is why we also work with card providers and merchants and like Swift and MasterCard and Visa, etc., because they don't know who I am, but they now know where all the money moves. And so you look at some of the legislation that's happening around APP, anti-push payments, which is new fraudulent. This idea then of like the blockchain, like, it's insane, because you can then say, right, as soon as we get the ability to say, right, we have seen Michael go into this blockchain account, and we know that this other criminal has gone into this other blockchain address. Can we find any way of getting between these two addresses? You go work it out. It's an incredible use case.
Fascinating. Awesome. And I think there's another aspect of it, right, which is these are the line of business challenges that we can solve for in financial services. But there's also the day-to-day aspects of allowing the breadth of data that they have just to all come together, applying graphs. We're seeing so many interesting applications coming from customers where they're saying unstructured data sitting in this part of our bank, and then we want to combine that with other data. How does the graph help with kind of bringing AI and Gen AI components towards fully assessing and addressing the data repositories that they own?
Yeah, so this is interesting. You look at the legislation that's coming out and the rigor on understanding, not from a customer perspective of what's happening and who's Michael, etc., but more from a system perspective. Now, which systems are dependent on other systems? If that system was to go down, which is like online banking or a trade settlement system, well, what does that then impact? And the flow of data, and we're seeing some really innovative use cases. That the actual first use case is like, with NatWest, for an example, they're a massive AWS user, right? And they use an incredible amount of your tools, but getting and democratizing that data is critical for opening it up and allowing people who are in the business line who may not necessarily understand what the data is, like what is a table, how do I write SQL, but suddenly then being able to say, like, okay, show me liquidity that goes to a fintech. Boom. You're just going to go straight into transactions, look at the payments, categorize the fintechs. Right, I can tell you the top 5 is X, Y, Z. And so this data and data quality, which we're hearing a lot about, is crucial, but also the flow of data. And so we have partners in the room here today who use Neo4j under the hood for data lineage, right? And we have a great strong use case again together where we have organizations building that understanding of where does data go, how does it move, when you then, for many use cases around data democratization, but also when the regulator goes, can you prove where that number came from? When you're reporting trades, etc., you just go in and say, can you show me where that data came from? And boom, with one question.
Super cool. So we got a couple minutes left, and I got 2 maybe obscure questions for you.
Go for it.
First off, maybe it's not so obscure. What's the coolest thing you've seen all week? Announcements, meeting, what is it?
Yeah, well, obviously being in the knowledge graph space, yesterday sitting there in the amazing room, it's my first time actually in Las Vegas, first time here, which blew my mind. Just sitting in that room alone was incredible. But then seeing on the stage, talking about knowledge bases and knowledge graphs and the concept of knowledge and the way that we are now using it, it's incredible, because Neo4j has been on this journey for a long time, 14 years, and now we're seeing this hype of knowledge, and that was to see that on stage.
It's coming your way,
exactly,
right?
And it's a tipping point. It's a massive tipping point in the industry. The graphs have been the answer, but now there's a breadth of understanding that's really taking shape.
Really interesting. And then I got it. Where did the name come from?
Neo4j, yeah. So, like any startup, right, you've got to have this kind of wacky name. And Neo4j was because when the founders were kind of creating the company, they all loved the Matrix. So Neo is Neo from the Matrix. Cypher is Cypher from the Matrix, right? And so, yes, that's where the name came from. The 4J was because it was written in 4 Java. But yes, there you go.
Your symbol is a little rabbit, right? Follow the white rabbit.
Follow the white rabbit.
So bring us home.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think something that I really kind of got from this excellent set of case studies you shared, Michael. There's so much to do here. There's business cases and use cases we apply. We also are able to really combine our capabilities. And Neo4j is a financial services competency partner. You're working towards and building solutions that are listed on Marketplace. Neo4j has actually published a series of architectures around fraud and fraud detection up on blogs as well as on Marketplace as well. But what really excites us is how this is all coming together. The possibilities that Neo4j can do, the consulting ecosystems that kind of shape their capabilities around you, and all of it on AWS, kind of making it really easy for a line of business buyers to solve those problems seamlessly and kind of drive value to their business in a very rapid way. So thank you for joining us. I think this has been excellent as a specific session. And just kind of closing us out, please join us in this series as we do it every Tuesday at 8 a.m. PST. And this series is going to go all throughout 2025, and this is just the start. So log in to kind of understand all of those.
Keep coming back. We're going to hit many industries.
Absolutely. So many more.
And what's up next? We join us for tagline trivia. We got another game coming up.
That should be fun.
That's the next
Absolutely.
one. Well, it depends how you define fun, but it's going to be interesting. That's for sure. But this has been a lot of fun. Thank you so much,
Michael. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for joining us, folks.
Welcome back to the show floor at reInvent. We are taking a little break from our scheduled partner content for a fun game. And now I have to say, whoever was the person that commented that I didn't answer any questions in the next round or last round, totally appreciate that, because now Addie gets to ask me all the questions. You see, the rest of our co-hosts went away.
Everybody's gone. You are in
Now
the
it's just
spotlight
me.
now. This is going to be an interview. It's kind of like, let's dive in.
I know everybody else is adding like industry value. I hope you ask me like easy questions that I can answer easily too.
It's going to be fun. And please, if folks are writing comments, please send us over if you have any questions to ask Karen, Dr. Karen Hildebrand. All right, so first one, Karen, are you ready?
Okay.
Which fabulously impractical car would you like to own?
Oh, that is the best question. Okay, so I love F1, and F1 was just here in Vegas last weekend. So if I could own a car, it would be Carlos Sainz's car.
Oh
the
my
last
God.
race that he is racing with Ferrari, if I could have the car that he is racing this weekend in Abu Dhabi, that's the one I'd want.
Oh my God, that's
a big
I
ask.
didn't even think about that. You get a whole pit crew just to maintain your car. That is
right?
truly impractical. But oh, there they
I love it. I love it. I've been waiting for this all day.
Yeah, I impractical car. You know, now that then you kind of set my mind in motion. Now, you know, an F1 car with a whole pit crew. If I had to get a completely ridiculous car, like you know, in the old James Bond movies, they had those cars that would become submarines.
Oh
my God, that would be so cool.
Okay, that is epic.
Like, it doesn't even exist, but if it ever could, right?
You know what? Everything exists with Gen AI.
Oh right. Oh yeah,
See?
I could get a picture shot. I mean, I could totally do
You
that.
could actually make it look like you're driving it. You could be underwater. We could probably whip that prompt up here.
I have a project right now in my mind going, oh my God. Okay.
I love it.
Awesome. All right, next question. All right. This is an easy-ish one.
Okay.
Where would you most like to travel? So I'm going to expect a very creative answer because it's a straightforward question, I think.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to answer this one as like a super call out to the Mounds View High School, because right now my son is on playing hockey, and I wish I could time travel and actually be watching him play hockey for the Mounds View hockey team. So shout out to Mounds View in Minnesota. Woo! But actually then after that, I think I would go visit my cousin. He's in Chile right now, breeding seeds for agriculture, and I love going to actually see agricultural things when I'm going on trips.
Wow.
So you'll either see me going to a vineyard, but not for like the reason of a wine tasting. I actually like seeing what they're doing in their like irrigation practices. Super nerdy. My trip would be to go to Chile.
No, but you've opened up a very interesting subject. Folks, Karen has the most fascinating stories when it comes to agriculture and the automation and IoT that you've been doing in this. I mean, a few minutes or a few seconds just about it. That's fascinating space you're
Okay, I will say, so this is actually the reason that I joined AWS is I'm a fourth generation farmer, have grown up obviously in agriculture, and I joined AWS to lead the agriculture industry segment because on our own family farm, we have been using about 7 different platforms for precision agriculture to help improve our farming practices and increase our yields. And all of those were built on AWS. And so ton of fun, absolutely love working with AWS and all of the amazing platforms and products that were built. Really improved our yields. And I will say the only downside was that my dad is very excited now about our autonomous tractors. And so I lost some of my like really exciting driving back and forth time.
Oh.
So now I get to use GPS, kick it in, and be like, I can listen to a podcast, I can catch up on my AWS learning, all that kind of good stuff. Okay, that was nerdy.
If I wonder if I could travel, like, I don't know about travel, but I would love to teleport someday. Just, we're waiting for the day, like, you know, Amazon teleport. We're like, where is that? That should come soon.
Hey, 2025 reInvent. We've got our first naming convention. You heard it here first. No, it's going to be embargoed soon. No, go ahead.
All right. Next question. If you could appear on any game show, which one would you choose? Besides this one, of course, because we're like a 10 on 10.
Why did you have to take this one away? Because I'm like, this is like the best game show. Oh, boy. Wheel of Fortune.
Oh.
Easy. I grew up watching that with my grandma. Every day we'd get off the school bus and she would be watching Wheel of Fortune and I would try to guess. And she was like wicked amazing at it. Amazing.
That is so interesting. Wheel of Fortune. Oh, so many years watching that, right? Just growing up. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I actually, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? That was such a big show. And then they had a version in India called Kaun Banega Crorepati, which was also fascinating.
Oh, it's so cool.
And the whole country would log in and be like, I need to know what's happening. And it was essentially trivia, so you come out of it like smarter. So yeah.
Okay, I like that. I like to show that you come out smarter.
All right. Oh, this is a heavy one, folks.
Oh.
What's your proudest accomplishment?
Oh, my proudest accomplishment. Wow. Work related?
Proudest?
Okay. So I feel like this is a trick. This is a trick question.
It's a trick one.
It is that I have an amazing husband and 2 children, and they're wonderful.
That's such a good and correct answer.
Okay. Now should I?
The second one, yeah. One more.
Thank you, Andrew Hightower and Andy and Reed. Work related. I would say the most exciting thing. Every year we get to do really, really, really cool things. I think that some of the most impactful things I would say are absolutely in the agriculture segment from what I've worked on in the past, where you're starting to see it scale. And that is so exciting to me when you think about smallholder farms and being able to change the way in which they can receive financial payments. Like it's the clashing of both of those industries. I was just able to go see in Singapore, they were talking a lot about micro businesses. And that is absolutely what agriculture looks like in so many places. But being able to receive financial transactions or payments, especially for people that have no identity, it's really critical. And I am so excited about the work that we've done in that space. And so many partners have built financial solutions for that audience. And that absolutely is energizing.
That's fascinating, and it's so important. One of the unique things that happened when I was thinking of proud accomplishments for me, but I was like, it has to be something that's something unique, and that was coming to my mind. And this was during COVID. And somehow I've been an engineer. I've been someone who's kind of been into the data, but all of these tasks were always kind of cerebral. The nature of what you do is very think oriented. And then the other side was sports, and that was great as well. But it's very rule bound. And so during COVID, I had this opportunity to completely try something new, and I started building furniture. And
that's really cool.
And it was game changing for me because there's this tactile pleasure in kind of just taking a piece of wood and kind of trying it out and kind of made a table. And it's my coffee table even today.
So cool.
So yeah, that kind of is. I was proud to kind of create something from scratch, and I think it just takes that little bit of time and just that dedication that kind of gets done.
I feel like that's a lead-in to every builder ever at AWS. So most of us like to build something. Yours happens to be furniture as well as the technology. And I think that brings us to the end of our game show time.
Yes.
So let's get back into having a partner come up here. We'll be back in about 2 minutes live from the floor of reInvent.
See you soon.
Awesome. Welcome back to the show floor at reInvent. Wherever you are joining us from in the world, we appreciate your taking the time and joining us on our first ever day of Industries Live. Industries Live will be streaming all of next year on Thursdays, every other Thursday. So please mark that down from 8 to 9 a.m. Pacific. Excited to have everybody here with us today that we've had as partners so far, and excited to talk with Cockroach Labs now. So I'm Dr. Karen Hildebrand, and I lead our solutions architects at AWS in several different industries, including financial services, healthcare, life sciences, telco, media, entertainment, games, and sports. And I am pleased to be co-hosting here with Adi.
Hey, I'm Adi Dabashi. I'm part of our industry solutions team, and I work with our partners to construct our ISV technology better together place to support our customers at the line of business and financial services. I am super excited to welcome Alan of Cockroach Labs.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate all the audience for joining us today. So Alan Toledo, I lead the Global Partners and Ecosystems organization at Cockroach Labs. A little bit about me. So I started my career about 20 years ago. About half of that spent within the enterprise. So doing just about everything you could do in the software development life cycle. So started as a developer, moved into application architecture, solution architecture, enterprise architecture, even some support. So kind of ran the gamut there. Got a little bit tired and decided I'm going to go do something crazy, like join a startup, and spent the last 10 years in the database space, doing quite a bit of a role, so including sales and some marketing and solutions architecture leader. Most recently, I was the field CTO at Redis, so that's an in-memory database. And then I was lucky enough to join Cockroach Labs, where we're doing amazing things with AWS and our partnership together.
Awesome. Alan, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, you have a great name as a company. So can you tell everybody that's streaming who is maybe not familiar with what Cockroach Labs does, just like a really quick soundbite of what is Cockroach Labs?
Yeah, absolutely. So Cockroach Labs is the provider of Cockroach DB. So that's the industry-leading distributed SQL database. Effectively, you could think of it as a Postgres database that scales out like a NoSQL database. So unlike a lot of the alternatives in the market where they took open source Postgres and kind of dressed it up to look like a distributed database, what we did is we built a database from the ground up and made it look like Postgres. So think about a NoSQL database that can horizontally scale, multi-master architecture. It has a Raft protocol, so we can guarantee strong consistency, the kinds of guarantees that you had within your traditional legacy databases. And then we expose ourselves to the users as Postgres, so effectively they don't have to worry about all of the operational things that are happening behind the scenes that allow them to survive and thrive through, any kind of regional downtime or availability zone downtime. And effectively, you just go ahead and, develop as if it was Postgres. And that's where the Cockroach name came along, because as they say in, nuclear events, the only thing that's going to survive is a cockroach. And Cockroach DB can survive anything.
I love that. I love that.
It gets straight to the picture, right? Like that'll totally work. And that's so fascinating, because the resiliency capabilities of Cockroach Labs is so important. Customers in financial services are looking for that resiliency. And so, Alan, I want to pass it back to you. What are you seeing coming through from customers along the subject of resiliency through 2024? How are they thinking and applying Cockroach DB?
Yeah, so let's just take, I guess, the financial services industry, and let's just take a step back, and I'll kind of be reductive and try to make it fun for the purposes of the show, right? So if you come back to me, with me for, let's say, about 20 years back, and if you're like under 25, you might not get this reference, but if I came up to a friend and I said, hey, what do you think about AI? They're going to be like, oh, yeah, he scored 30 points. He crossed up Michael Jordan, because they're probably thinking about Allen Iverson, right? It was a different world back then. And in that world, we weren't necessarily doing digital banking, mobile banking. We were actually doing crazy things like calling the stockbroker to put in, our trade. And then when you think about the limitations of that is you can only move as fast as a human does some kind of data entry in terms of the operation against a database. So the databases that were created 50, maybe 60 years ago, so all the household names, Oracle and SQL Server and DB2 on the mainframe, they were good enough to handle that world. But then the world changed, right? And financial services had to change with it. And fintechs came along, and users started doing mobile banking. And when you think about all of that is, me checking constantly what's going on in the stock market and potentially wanting to react to that right away without having to call someone. That puts a lot of pressure on the database, because the database now has to handle all of those concurrent writes that are happening across the world globally. They're no longer limited by the human interaction. They might even be automated, and the interaction is done by other computers. So the databases of the past, they weren't built to handle that level of scale and capacity. And of course, that's also where the cloud came along and distributed infrastructure to solve that problem. But the databases weren't necessarily transformed until the distributed databases came along, where CockroachDB came along. So we help our customers to leverage and to optimize for distributed infrastructure, commoditized hardware, so you can scale out your writes, you can scale out your reads to meet the demands of the fintechs of the world, to meet the demands of your customer expectations. Yeah. Right? Because the worst possible time that you want to have an outage due to performance is when your meme stock is going through the roof and you absolutely have to buy it, and that's when your Robinhood account or whatever it might be down because maybe the region is down or maybe just that database is having contention. So in addition to performance, with that horizontal scale and multi-master architecture where there's no single point of failure, is even if a region is down, forget about server rack, forget about availability zone. If the entire region was down, you still have business continuity. You never actually went down yourself. The database is still available. And the final thing is being able to deploy anywhere. So something that we see, especially in the financial services space, for these mission-critical workloads, is although financial services are certainly taking advantage of fully managed deployments, for those mission-critical workloads, they absolutely love being on AWS, but they still want to have governance and control of their data. So they'll deploy our software as self-hosted, and in some cases even hybrid. And in some cases, they'll deploy us as fully managed. So we provide all those options, and we provide all of them on AWS.
And that's so interesting because these are fundamental aspects of the new way of working, right? If your strategy is going to be focused on building a cloud-focused application stack, while you're migrating your older systems, you really have to think about those resiliency aspects. Do you have any examples or customer case studies that you've kind of lived through? What was the journey like? How did they come about understanding that CockroachDB was the right fit? What was the driver or a regulation that probably drove that? And how does that all come together? Make it real for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So I could think of one customer, really large broker, a household name that I can't necessarily name at this moment, but they kind of went through this journey with us and actually started before us, let's be honest. They were coming off of the mainframe. They did what basically everybody did for the last 10 years, and they took the safe bet, and they said, I'm going to move over to Oracle, and I have 10x scale coming in terms of my 5-year roadmap, and I have a strategy to get on AWS, so let me start off with deploying an Oracle database on AWS. And they used Golden Gate to kind of get around the limitations around scale across multi-AZs and multi-region, and they got to about 70% workload, where everything came crashing down. It was already a brittle architecture, it was already a very expensive architecture, and once they kind of went through that pain, they realized, I don't think we're using the right tool for the job. So what they did is they went through the entire category of distributed SQL databases, and they only came to one conclusion, which is CockroachDB is the only database that's able to handle the type of scale that they have. And since then, they replaced all of that Oracle installation, and at this point, they're kind of going down the line of all the workloads on their mainframe as well, so tackling a lot of those legacy workloads. And that was a great kind of aha moment for us, because not only were we able to help this customer achieve their goals, but we realized we have a huge opportunity, specifically around modernizing these legacy systems. And we began to build in feature sets that kind of match the types of functional things that you were able to do with your legacy databases, which make absolutely no sense for mutual customers of ours in the digital native space. And Hard Rock Digital, for example, was speaking for us. They're never going to use store procedures. They're never going to use read committed isolation. But you know what? If you're coming over with DB2 and you want to reduce the risks and costs and friction of all of that, that might make a ton of sense for you. And we started to build in those feature sets as well. But here's the thing, and I'll just kind of extend the point if it's okay, is everything worked on DB2 and mainframe, and I had a backup data center, and things were great. But then I go into the cloud world, and now the promise of CockroachDB is I could do multi-region. That's fantastic. But if I'm in EMEA, for example, and that multi-region crosses geographic boundaries, now all of a sudden I have a new concern, which is data sovereignty.
Yeah.
Yep,
right?
exactly.
So now these new regulations are kicking in that are kind of, I didn't necessarily have to handle in the past. So we have a specialized functionality that allows you to kind of pin data and route data to where it belongs. So if you're a UK customer and you're deploying a global database across the UK and Munich and maybe somewhere else in the world, in India, for example, all of your India customers will route to India and only live in India, and all of your UK customers will. So from a data sovereignty perspective, you still are covered. But you can deploy as a global database, and you can deploy multi-region. So now from an operational resiliency, you're covered as well. And that ties into regulations as well. So we're, the innovators of regulations coming out of the UK, right?
Yeah. That's exactly it. So
and we got DORA, and we got all these regulations that are forcing this, enterprises that, from a financial infrastructure perspective, have to have operational resiliency. And of course, that's a sweet spot for us as well.
I was just going to ask you specifically, how are you responding for customers where they're their life is changing with a lot of different regulations in the EU. So do you feel like when you're having customer conversations and you're talking, are there new features that you've been building in that are most aligned to what customers are telling you now?
Yeah, so we're hyper focused on making sure that we handle all the scenarios for operational resiliency that I mentioned, or data sovereignty that I mentioned. I actually failed to mention one of the other regulations that's kind of from the PRA. There's a statutory statement, and it's really impacting a lot of, specifically in EMEA organizations where vendor concentration risk is a big thing. We all know what happened with CrowdStrike, and that almost took down like the airline industry, for example. And these regulators are realizing that if this banking system, this bank is part of our financial infrastructure and it goes down, or it's held hostage for whatever reason, or it can't necessarily handle for that particular vendor solution support because the support goes end of life, that's a material risk on that particular organization. So using a cloud agnostic or agnostic technology like ourselves, where you don't necessarily are ever thinking about leaving AWS. AWS is fantastic, but you can tell the regulator that, hey, I have a solution where if I want to repatriate to on-prem, or I want to move to a different cloud. Not that I absolutely want to do that, but it's enough for the regulator to say, hey, this looks like a less risky solution. So that's another way that we can help them, and we continue to advance our innovation there. I talked about modernization and all the features that we're building there. A lot to talk about cursors and all the kind of support, so triggers. If you're trying to move away from Sybase and SQL Server and Oracle, we have the feature sets to really reduce the risks. But maybe more importantly is why these modernizations happening in addition to what I mentioned already in terms of customer experience. Yep. And that's around Gen AI. We can't have a conversation without mentioning Gen AI.
There's a bell. I feel like they maybe put you up to that. Yeah. They're right behind us over here.
So this time when I say AI, I'm not talking about Allen Iverson. This time I'm talking about Gen AI is what we're discussing. And what we came out with recently is vector search capability.
Oh,
and
that's huge.
We see Gen AI really kind of restarting these conversations about modernization, because although there's been a lot of solutions in the market already, as we all know, around vector databases, those databases only had access to kind of greenfield information, digitally native generated data, right, through PDFs or whichever kind of modal they work through. But what they never had is access to the system of record data, the operational data, the data that's been locked away on-prem, on DB2, in Oracle. And that's where everything kind of comes together, because we're able to disrupt and give the same level of assurances that you had on-prem, 5 nines availability, everything we talked about, SQL familiarity. And you can bring that to the cloud and have the same level of resiliency that you had in the past. So you're modernizing, but now all that operational data is converged with your vector database, right? You don't necessarily have to copy it. You have access to it. So now you can, in addition to all that vector embeddings that you added from the greenfield perspective, you can merge that with your operational data. And this is really going to be a game changer. Yeah. Because I think where the market's going is effectively in about a year and a half, when everyone's really going to go to production and want those enterprise-grade features that already are embedded into our capability. There's going to be a commoditization of the vector search capabilities across all the different vector search platforms. And at that point, the only differentiator is going to be who owns the data.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
And if the system of record is CockroachDB and we're able to bring that to the cloud, I think that's really going to be a game changer, and I'm excited to see where that goes.
Yeah. I will say that is exactly. So when we were prepping for the show, and we were deciding which partners are going to be on live with us today. Huge shout out to Steve Bacrato. He is a huge fan of what you're able to do in vector search, and I think being able to continue to build alongside with Cockroach Labs has been a huge advantage. You're also one of our competency members. So tell us what that's like, being part of the competency for financial services and how that benefits Cockroach Labs as well.
Yeah, so we have a financial services competency. We have a data and analytics competency. We're working towards resiliency, and obviously Gen AI is going to be around the horizon as well.
Excellent.
So all of these things, frankly, are just unlocking our ability to work closer with AWS. So really, for the last year, we've built, we really kind of built up this partnership together and working closer with the teams like Addy's team, for example, to build solutions together. And it's really a door opener for us to have this competency, not only with our customers, but inside AWS as well, because it gives them that assurance that we really understand our customers, we really understand them in depth, and we can solve acute problems together along with AWS. So it's really been a game changer to us in terms of what it meant to our relationship, but also that credibility that we have with our customers.
Yeah, and we appreciate that. I think something that we really want to encourage as part of our competency is as a specialist partner who brings technology to the fore, you also need a consulting ecosystem around you. You need specialists who can advise customers at the mid-market or in regions that you cannot reach. And so the competency is an enabler to be part of that community of financial services. It helps you really connect together understand the needs of your customers and kind of be there out there with specialists who can handhold these customers. So when CockroachDB is accessible as a tool, it also then is supported by the consulting ecosystem around it, the partnerships to deploy on a marketplace and access in regions that not everybody might have direct access to. Alan, do you all have a kind of overarching plan, and how can we support you going forward in kind of growing your scale and reach maybe into the mid-market that needs more hand-holding and support?
Yeah, so first of all, we just signed a strategic collaboration agreement with AWS. So AWS is not just, inviting me to this amazing opportunity here and just talking about our technology, but they're investing in our relationship and they're investing in our partnership. So first of all, thank you. Thank you. It's been a great partnership from that point of view. And together, we're hyper-focused on building. So one of the things that we like to do is go to market related to our vector search capability, and we have a distributed index coming out soon, is to go to market together with Bedrock. So we're having conversations with the Bedrock team. That's obviously the way that a lot of our customers are consuming their Gen AI capabilities and RAG frameworks, and we want to be a part of that. So that's just one way that we're building together. But we're also going to market together, and we're also working together more closely in terms of driving specific events and focusing on modernization and being a part of the programs that AWS has around Sybase migration and Oracle migration, and even an opportunity around VMware, which I'm really excited about. You may have heard what's going on with Broadcom and some of these customers really kind of thinking about, do I stay, do I go, what are my options? I think we have a great opportunity together because AWS is obviously focused on that, and there was some great announcements made at this conference related to that. But I think really what we need to do is come together with a comprehensive solution, and we've been talking about that with AWS, where you can kind of have a, in the virtualization and the resource isolation and the orchestration that you had with VMware, and run that on Red Hat, and you can run that on top of AWS. But what are you running, right? You're going to run your apps, but you need a database. And you can run a database like CockroachDB as a distributed cloud native on top of Red Hat. And the beauty of it is of course, you're not going to make in 6 months a decision to maybe go bring 100,000 VMs onto AWS, and you're asking yourself, well, what happens with the rest? What happens? Do I just run specialized hardware and have kind of a disjointed architecture? Well, together with Red Hat, with AWS, we can put the entire stack and have it look the same way in AWS and have it on-prem, and then, of course, just kind of solve the issue of once you're ready and the competency's there, you just click a button, and now you're completely on the cloud and you're cloud ready. So there's some amazing opportunities that we have together. I'm really looking forward to it. So on the Gen AI side, the modernization side, just heavily focusing on financial services together, working with teams like yourselves. It's been really exciting, and I'm appreciative.
Awesome.
All right, last question I promise that I will ask you. For those that are watching and streaming live, they are not here on the show floor of reInvent. What has been your favorite thing so far at reInvent in 2024?
Okay, can it be outside of the actual conference? So I got to talk. All right,
absolutely.
So I did the biggest dad thing you could do. So we had an amazing event with AWS where we had a suite at the Sphere. If you're not familiar, it's a really cool kind of like IMAX theater on steroids. I don't know how to describe it exactly.
That's the best way to say it.
Yeah. And on the way up, they had this like robot, and that was integrated with AI, and you can speak to it, and it converses with you. So, hi, my name is Alan. It introduces itself. And I went into dad mode, and I was like, all right, my kids are sleeping. I'm from New York, and they're sleeping, and this is the names. Can you say hello to them? And she's, one of my colleagues was holding up a camera, and she's like, is that person with you? And the lady said yes, and she's like, are you ready to record? This is the robot speaking to this person. And she's like, yes. And it goes, Dominic and Juliana, welcome. To, and she put a whole story narrative together about New York City and how they have a Statue of Liberty here, but it's not as big as the one in New York. It was truly amazing. So for me, that was kind of like a I'll see you in the future kind of thing. Where is this going? It just brought it to life for me. So it's really amazing. And, I can see in the background our technology is kind of integrating with some of these robots in the future. So pretty exciting.
Right? And it's such a fascinating time to just kind of see it all come together, right? We talk about these technologies and we talk about their potential, but it all just comes together through an experience like you shared, right? It shows you how our lives are changing right in front of us. So really appreciate that example. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, best way to end a session is actually a highlight like that. That's fantastic. Thank you for taking the time and being on Industries Live with us here today. And again, for everybody, we are going to switch partners here, and please stay online. We'll have AI 21 coming up next. And remember, again, Thursdays, 2025, every other Thursday. Put them on your calendar for every Thursday, and then we'll tell you which Thursday is the every other from 8 to 9 a.m. Pacific time. Thanks again, and we'll be back in just a minute.
Thanks for joining us.
Welcome to the show floor of reInvent. We are here live in Las Vegas. How exciting. We're nearing the end of reInvent. So we have our Industries Live team. This is our first time that we have ever had Industries Live at reInvent. And we will be streaming next year every other Thursday. Go ahead, put it on your calendars right now, 8 to 9 a.m. Pacific time. And I am co-hosting alongside my peer, Addy. Addy, you want to introduce yourself?
Hey everyone, I'm Addy Dubashi. I'm part of the Industry Solutions team at AWS, and we focus on working with our partners to create those multi-party solutions that can solve for line of business needs. I do this for financial services, and through this show, you're going to see my colleagues across multiple industries come and share how we, with our partners, are really helping our customers move the needle. With us is Nadav.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for having me, guys. I'm super excited. Should I give a short introduction?
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right. So I'm Nadav Magnesi. I'm currently leading our go-to-market across our different alliances in AI21. I've been in the company for about 3 years. I was actually the first non-tech hire for our LLM business, so had the great privilege of seeing this business going from nothing to craziness in the past 2 years or so. So I actually started my career in the Israeli Defense Force, also doing things around AI in our intelligence unit. Did 6 years over there. And after that, worked at Deloitte as a consultant, also doing AI specifically for retail and e-commerce sector. And in AI21, I've done quite a few things. I started off as building our go-to-market strategy, working with our customers, and in the past year or so, focusing on our alliances, and specifically with AWS, which has been a really, really fruitful and close relationship. And we are very grateful for everything we've been doing together.
That is fantastic. And there are very few companies that can say they've been doing this for years. So tell us a little bit, AI21's history. Bring us through that in 60 seconds or less.
Yeah, so I think it's a really interesting history. We started our company at 2017, and our founders understood that the next frontier in AI is going to be natural language processing. That was a pretty good guess, I think.
I think so.
Yeah, awesome, right? And we spent the first few years researching, building capabilities around natural language processing. Our first product in market was a product called WordTune. It's a writing and reading assistant tool. Right after its release, really successful, was actually one of the first products to run at scale with large language models.
Yeah.
One of the challenges we faced there was that, as you all probably know when dealing with large language models, they are pretty expensive out of the box, and they're also not very accurate. So we started off building our own task-specific models, which were models that were specifically tuned to do the type of activities, the type of capabilities we needed forward to. We built these language models, we produced more language models, and we started selling our own large language models around the end of 2021, around when GPT-3 also came out of beta. Since then, we had 3 iterations of our large language models, and the last one is a model called Jamba. It's available on Bedrock and SageMaker, and also on EKS today.
That's awesome. And AI21's been on this journey for quite some time, right? That this experience that you have, you've also been having these conversations with customers and meeting and learning how your product should be to support them. And a lot of it is in financial services. We've been spending some time with you this year as well. Tons of joint engagements and interactions. What are some of the trends you've been seeing in financial services and asks that you're getting from customers around Gen AI?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I don't think we realized that FSI would be the first adopter of this technology, but very early on we saw a lot of interest from these companies to start experimenting. Right now, I think the past year or so was kind of the POC era, right? It started with the boom of ChatGPT coming out, and then with all the CEOs and executives coming to their engineering teams, coming to their R&D teams, saying like, I just want to use something with Gen AI. We need to have a foot in the door. And so at the beginning, we saw companies really interested in just doing anything. The trend I'm seeing now, and this was most of the focus of companies in the past year, was around really trying to find the value with these use cases, with these Gen AI use cases. So instead of just doing anything, it was starting to get a conversation around value. So we saw much more of the SIs leaning in, and we started having much more question around the ROI and the pricing and the scale of these solutions. So I think the market is maturing. But I will say that it's still not as mature as I expected it to be by the end of this year. We are still having the discussions about value. We are still trying to figure out what are the right use cases. And we are starting to see some good results and use cases that are bringing a lot of value. And I will say that there's still a lot to be done, and I think more technologies that we're working on, will enable these new values to be unlocked.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a fascinating McKinsey report that calls out that in financial services, the Gen AI market is between 200 billion to 340 billion. It is massive. And within it, right, we've seen customers kind of take that journey in phases. It starts with the ability to bring about internal productivity. How can developers and analysts kind of get better with the data they already have? The next phase of that, and we're already getting there, is how do I really maximize the data I have across my organization and understand it in the right context of what I need? And that's kind of flowing towards some of the very interesting announcements we've been having at reInvent around agentic workflows and multi-agent plays, because it requires personas and very structured ways of thinking to actually maximize what LLMs can do. Nadav, you guys are doing something really interesting in that space. Tell us about the journey you've been seeing.
Yeah, so I think in order to explain this, I'll take one step backwards. And many talk about how we are seeing Gen AI solutions being implemented today. So the evolution was, right, we started with LLMs out of the box. Just send a prompt, see what we get. That enabled mostly use cases around copy generation, blog generation, a lot of things around those marketing areas. Yep. Then we started building more of the AI systems. So I mentioned our task-specific models. Those are basically the first iterations of maybe what we are calling today as agents. And the reason I'm mentioning this is those task-specific models were basically an AI system where you had an LLM and you had other components complementing this LLM. So as an example, we had a summarization task-specific model. It had the LLM that summarized the context that was given. And then we had a kind of a validation mechanism where we use an algorithm to see what is the similarity between the different summaries that were generated to the actual content that was provided for the summarization. summarization, and we took the summary that was closest to that context, right? So people will call that kind of system today an agent. To build these types of system is quite hard. It requires the fine-tuning of the models. It requires having to engineer the components to interact with each other. It's very intense. These are the stuff that we're seeing today, walking in the floor, watching the stuff that AWS released and other companies are releasing. They're building capabilities to enable to build these systems faster in a more efficient way. We are building something a bit different. What we are trying to do now is to build the technology that will enable to abstract that process building, right? So instead of you going on and building these different agents, a summarization agent, a rewrite agent, a validation agent, these different things that require this engineering, we want to build a technology that will able to take a task, understand the constraints, and then build out the steps that are required to accomplish this task while understanding the environment that the technology is implemented in, right? Because each environment has different resources, has different tools that you want to use, different constraints that you want to add to them, the policies, like the guardrails, right? So taking into consideration all these components and build the right plan for that task. I think that will enable a lot more use cases that are very valuable that today are very hard to accomplish. I'll stop here. I have a lot more to say about this, but I'm wondering what are you thinking about this? Do you think that will be something that will be valuable for the companies that you are working with? Are you seeing them struggling with putting together those components and building those systems?
I think that's actually what we've heard consistently with all of the partners that have come on today. When they're working backwards from their customers, they're saying cost estimators, which we saw earlier today in the context of TMEGs with Gen AI. How do we actually understand in the media and entertainment space, how can we estimate the cost and where the greatest ROI is? And we're also seeing a lot of our customers say, how do I get past POC into production? What are the workloads where that actually makes the most amount of sense? And then how do I understand what is the appropriate model for me to choose? And you did name drop Jamba. Can you tell our audience here a little bit about what makes it different?
Yeah, thank you for taking me back to that, because we discussed the future, right?
Yep.
So Jamba is the model that we have today. And it's basically a foundation technology for what I described that we're building. So, as mentioned, we started with a few different models. We had Jurassic 1, Jurassic 2, and now Jamba. Jurassic 1 and Jurassic 2 were transformer-based models. Now, transformers is the architecture that runs these these beasts, these large language models, and it's a great technology. It's basically what enabled this revolution, but it's also a very expensive technology. It requires a lot of GPUs, it requires a lot of memory footprint, and it's also very restricted when considering the amount of context that you can put into these models. So what we realized and what we're seeing in the research in the academy, that accuracy, hallucination, is something that we are all talking about. It's maybe the biggest barrier to adoption of this technology. Is the accuracy greatly increases as you provide the model with the relevant context. But transformer-based models cannot really comprehend more than around 150K tokens. They have this thing called attention bias. They remember the beginning and the end. They don't really know how to relate to everything in the middle. We took a new type of architecture that is called Mamba. It was released at the end of last year. We played around with it, and we realized it's a really efficient, a very efficient basis to create a model that is running as good as the transformer models, but also much more efficiently. What we did was to take this technology with the transformer technology and create a hybrid model we call Jamba. It's not the best name, but that's what we went for. And Jamba can run today on a single GPU, on a single A100. It can even run on an L4 and L5. It's one of the fastest models out there, and it can comprehend up to 256K tokens, and it can do it very, very efficiently without the attention bias you will see with other transformer-based models. And we see this greatly improve the accuracy with use cases like comparing two different documents, right? Like one of the things that we love and we built with the insurance companies that we work for is the comparison between insurance policies. These are terrible documents. They're super long. You want to ask a question and compare between these documents. If you go with the regular RAG mechanism of chunking stuff up, you miss some of the important nuances. So if you just are able to put these documents together, ask a question, and have the model understand everything that is behind that, everything the context has to give it, you get much more accurate results. And I'll say, just because it's sometimes not clear, we're not saying that you shouldn't use RAG, but instead of chunking documents, you will retrieve all the relevant documents and have that in the context.
And that's so important. We're actually in a time where, a lot of customers have been prototyping and experimenting, but it's about those workloads that can actually move to production. It's how can you solve for end-to-end workflows that a customer sees value from. And one of the things we've really tried to do is make sure that, partners like AI21 are coming together with our broader community of partners. So how does that come with consulting capability? How does that join up with a market data provider who may have additive data to support the context of that industry? Something that we've done, not actually with your teams over the past year, is started aligning our teams between marketing and co-sell. You've presented to a number of our sellers. How's that journey been for you, and how does that kind of help you in additively reach the market?
Yeah, I mentioned at the beginning, we have a really close relationship with AWS, and one of the things that we are enjoying the most is to get the insights that the AWS field is seeing from their customers. So a lot of the conversation really help us understand how to navigate our future technology. So that's one. Two, I've been working very closely with different go-to-market leaders. Sorry, after day 5 and
I was going to say, I totally understand.
Right,
and we're in a desert.
Exactly.
It's dry.
So working closely with the go-to-market leaders, aligning on what customers will fit best to the AI21 technology, right? There's a lot of models out there. Yeah. AI21 is not the best for everything. We are trying to work with the field to understand and see from their experience where our models are working best. And that kind of interaction with the field is being really, really important to us, both in succeeding with customers and understanding how to navigate our technology.
Yeah.
I think that's been the best part about the partnership is you very much work backwards from customers as well. And that kind of gives us the purview to ask you, what does the future hold?
Woo, what the future holds. So it's funny because we started with the future and then we went back. But so as I mentioned, I think it's really exciting, this new technology that we're building. And I really am calling out to people here. We have a waiting list of users that want to experiment with this new technology that we're building. And I really, reach out to me. I'll happy give you a run on that, because I'm really excited with this technology, because I really think that being able to create those processes in a more automated way will open the window to much more complex and valuable use cases. And I'll give you an example. So one of the things we see a lot when working with hedge funds, for example, is use cases around financial analysts. Right? Let's build a financial analyst agent. We've seen a lot of these kind of things out there in the market, right? But think about what this entails. And there's a reason why this isn't really in production yet, and why companies haven't been really able to solve this. So, for example, you will have how I would build it today, right? You will have an LLM that will be a kind of a router, right? It will be the brain. And then you will build all these different agents that this router can send the relevant task to, right? You'll have a bond comparison agent, and you'll have a stock comparison agent, and you'll have a real estate analysis agent, right? And depending on the task, it will go to this agent, but will go through a set of steps in order to answer that question that the analyst had. That is super intense. And even imagining, large language models with their, I'll say, like 85, 90% accuracy out of the box, think about the compounding errors while going through each one of these steps. It's multiple steps, right? So what we are trying to do is say, okay, if we provide this agent engine, right, a task, and this is able to break it down to 200 steps, right then. And these steps include all the relevant components, all the relevant databases, and the user can have full visibility and clarity around what are the steps that are being taken and affect them, right? You might get a report from Bloomberg, but you actually want to get a an analyst report from this really good analyst that you like over the internet and add that as part of the analysis, right? So you can interact with this agent engine and get that processes being deployed much quicker and not be restricted by these specific processes. That for me is super exciting.
And that's so important. I think we're at a time when we're really seeing the market evolve in a way that you're applying these capabilities and helping customers. But I think what you called out is so important. By teaming up with the sales teams and creating the demos that we can prototype to customers, it just becomes so much clearer to show the total value that we can extract. So shaping these are something that we very much support. And then we really want to evangelize this through external channels like these and internal portals so that our teams kind of get to know each other a lot better and how it all fits together for supporting our customers. And a lot of this has repeatability, especially the mid-market, by having it on Marketplace. So by making it really easy for customers to deploy what they need or experiment and prototype very early, we're able to allow for a longer tail of adoption for AI21 and the partners that kind of all bring it all together.
And I will say you have a cheering squad that is online submitting their cheers for you. You're doing a great job. So you got some live viewers out there that are submitting their comments and cheering. So that's awesome. Thank you, Tamar, for that. Again, appreciate your time and sharing all of the amazing work that you're doing with AWS. Cannot wait to see the future in 2025 and appreciate your time. So for those that are staying online in the live stream, we have one more partner and then we have a reInvent demo wrap. We are going to talk about all the coolest things that we have seen at reInvent this 2024. I guess it is really the 5th day that I have been here since it's been Sunday. So I think I'm losing all of track of all of the cool things that we've done. But stay with us for Industries Live. And then again on Thursdays next year. Make sure you put it on your calendar. It is every other Thursday, but just put a repeating thing every Thursday from 8 to 9 a.m. and we will let you know which Thursdays it will be. Thanks again for your time.
Thanks for joining us. Thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Welcome back to Industries Live. This is the first time that we have streamed Industries Live from the show floor in Vegas at reInvent. Welcome from all over the world. We appreciate your tuning in for our last partner of the day. Save the best for last?
Absolutely.
Great. So I am Dr. Karen Hildebrand. I lead our solutions architects for several of our industries, including financial services, healthcare and life sciences, telco, media, entertainment, games, and sports. And I am joined by my co-host, Adi.
Hey folks, I'm Adi Dubashi. I've been with AWS for 6.5 years working with our financial services sector. And my team focuses on industry solutions with our partners. We work to combine our technology, our consulting capabilities with AWS to help our line of business customers to see the value and transform themselves. And a fantastic example of that is GFT. So with that, Marcus, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, AWS, for having us here. So I'm Marcos Santos. I am the CEO at GFT Technologies. We are a publicly listed company. We have 12,000 consultants engineers across the globe. We operate in 20 countries, and we are financial services oriented. We grew up in financial service, we were born in financial service, and we are specialized on that. And our global partnership with AWS is thriving.
Fantastic.
Hi, thank you, Adi. Thank you, Karen. My name is Carlos Cazu. I'm the Global Head for Innovation Solutions at GFT. We have at this area, that's where we shape our value propositions, our offerings to offer to our customers. And that's where we work together with AWS and we nurture this incredible partnership.
Excellent. I think something that's fascinating about GFT is they have been a partner who truly specializes in the FS industry. They've kept a level of focus to really help customers across capital markets, banking, and insurance, and really invested in helping them accelerate the AWS. So before I kind of dive into specific examples, would you all like to talk a little bit about GFT, the kind of industries you all are focused on, and how you totally drive value by repeatable solutions on AWS?
Absolutely. So our focus is, number one, modernization, right? So we've been working strongly with AWS on architecture modernization, and I'm talking about IT architecture modernization, I'm talking about data modernization, and we've been working since the design, the planning, the strategy, up to those migrations and transformations per se. So that's one major element. We are also working in terms of Gen AI and AI, and we firmly believe that AI is going to be in the fabric of the software development and the services, and we are bringing to the market Gen AI in order to accelerate the software development lifecycle. So it's another major element of our play. We are also talking about innovation, so the future of finance, the future of money, tokenization, and real-time payments, open banking, and many other things.
Something we've really tried to focus on is what are the key drivers and asks that customers are looking to solve for, and we've seen that it kind of always breaks down into those three buckets. Data modernization, how am I extracting business value from my data? Customer experience, how am I digitizing that experience? And then the overarching modernization of legacy and core systems, truly helping the customer kind of go and leapfrog to the cloud. Marcos, Carlos, some of the key trends or asks you're getting from customers that you've been seeing over the past few months, and what are the key things you think would be driving adoption in early next year?
I think, Carlos, you can start with the modernization.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I think before, when we talk about modernization, we were used to think that we do this in steps, right? Like you said, Eddie. So we're going to modernize the legacy first, then the infrastructure, then the data, and etc. So what we've been experiencing in this so nimble world now is that the modernization is the one thing, we have to do all together. Our customers can't wait to, or can't do this in pieces. So we are doing this all together in a very agile way, which is a big challenge. And we need technology, we need partners, we need a good infrastructure that can be reliable and put everything at the same time on this. And we need cloud native solutions to run these modernizations. So products that are modern products that are built on the cloud, data products from AWS, for example, when we are running on AWS infrastructures, the native data products with AWS, like the data mesh and things like that, and then everything related to the infrastructure. So modernizing the infrastructure and providing the best, overarching architecture to customers to build their applications there and to seat their legacies there. So all this together is being the main, our main, let's say, focus now, supporting the modernization programs.
And a second trend, which is Gen AI. So generative AI as a real part of everything that we do. And we are now looking, and we are bringing a responsible AI-centric approach. Everything that we do at GFT, everything, software development, IT services, everything is with AI right now. And we have our own technology, GFT Impact, that is leveraged over Bedrock. We already have 20 clients on that, more than 500 licenses with that, and we are using that in order to help the modernization, in order to accelerate the software development per se, in order to accelerate the software development life cycle, and we are already capturing real, it's real results with clients. 80 to 90% of improvement in terms of the software development life cycle.
That's fantastic. We had a couple of sessions here at reInvent that were specific to the SDLC and how it's being changed by Gen AI. Can you tell us a little bit about what those customers are finding to be the easiest or most challenging use case in the software development lifecycle? Is there specific projects where they've been able to adopt it more quickly?
So first, migration. Yeah. So we started with our technology, leverage over Bedrock, the GFT Impact, and first we started to create the documentation and accelerate the documentation part of the legacy, more than 90% of improvement in terms of documentation. And then the second step is, if I'm doing the documentation, why not can I transform it and migrate it? And then we created the legacy transformer using generative AI, and then also accelerating the process to take the legacy to the target module. And then together with that, project specifications, use case tests, stories, and then several functions around coding. And as we've been in that journey for 1.5 years, it's not something from 3 months ago. 1.5 years, GFT, we created a really competitive advantage because we create a layer of ways that you do the prompt. So we are creating a layer of prompts specialized in financial services in a way that you help the software developers to do the right prompts in order that you get responses that are harmonized. Otherwise, you get responses that are not harmonized, and then you have some challenge. So that's the reality, and we are bringing that to our clients, and and then that's a major trend.
And that's super interesting because that's something very unique of GFT, and what we're seeing is certain partners really choose to specialize in industries. That specialization very much helps them keep that air gap, which is apply the technologies you have today, make sure that they're contextual for the customer and the persona that you're positioning for, and then that repeatable asset has deployability across several customers, across banking, and then that same asset in different regions. One of the earlier case studies we actually share with GFT is they were working with us in APJ, where they had shaped and supported the digital transformation of a niche, born in the cloud bank. So a large bank was looking to create a digitally native player about 2 years ago. And when GFT teamed up with AWS and an ISV partner, something that we were able to drive for is a very rapid deployment of the digitally native bank. We have this as a successful customer reference today. But what was fascinating was because that architecture was so strong and reliable, there's a repeatable pattern in it. And I think we've had about 3 or 4 successes since applying that same architecture at numerous customers. That repeatability between an ISV partner, a consulting partner, all joining up on AWS has just really helped a breadth of our customers and then made that repeatable success for you as well. I'm referring to some of the customers you're going to talk about, I guess, but you know the ones I'm talking about here.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm going to start and then you complement, Carlos, but we also specialize ourselves on creating from scratch in a fast pace, in an accelerated way, new digital banks. And we've been doing that in 1 year, 12 months to 18 months. And we created a framework together with AWS in order to accelerate that journey. And Carlos, can you mention about those two public reference that you have?
Absolutely. Just to mention, to name a few, those two ones. So Eddie was referring to Mox in Hong Kong. So we built this bank in 18 months up to production. A combination where we have AWS products and infrastructure, the product, modern product of core banking, and GFT as the specialized consulting firm. Because we know very well how a bank works from inside out, we know exactly where are the pitfalls and the pathways and the shortcuts to be there. So we build this bank from scratch, from ideation until production. And in this journey, we develop accelerators, libraries that can be reusable, like you said, Eddie, that were very, very important to replicate and industrialize this experience. And now, the latest one, we won an Innovation Partner of the Year this year here at the reInvent.
Congratulations. Awesome. Congratulations.
And because one of the cases was South Bank in Romania, that we used the same, acceleration paths and assets to build a bank from scratch in less than 12 months this time. The first digital bank in Romania.
That is massive.
And on the first month, because of the cutting edge technology in terms of onboarding, so they were able to acquire more than 100,000 clients on the first month, and then more than 200,000 clients on the second, third month. So it's quite a successful case study on GFT, AWS, and Starling engine from Starling, right? That's the technology.
This is so interesting because what happens is that we've seen when partners have developed industry-changing, repeatable assets, that asset continues to gain in efficiency. And so not only was the bank deployed as one of the first ones in the region, its speed to market was its advantage to gain customers and continue to get that speed and adoption at customers. That repeatability helped you in other regions, but I know Mox today even is one of the most successful banks in the region and continues to grow their footprint. They have that air gap because they were fast to market and early because of that repeatable and quickly deployed asset that was developed.
We often talk about there being no compression algorithm for experience, and that's exactly what you're talking about. Your deep industry expertise is allowing you to help other customers to move more quickly alongside your partnership with AWS. Adi, do you want to talk a little bit about how the competency helps to bring partners like GFT forward?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think something that's really exciting for us is we understand partners like GFT want to accelerate in financial services. This is your core business. This is where you focus a majority of your time in your core IP. And so something we like to encourage is partners to gain the financial services competency. The competency directly credentializes you with AWS to end customers, but it also helps you connect in partner communities that we form around financial services, meeting with ISVs, market data providers, consulting firms, all joining up as one community, building those repeatable assets for our end customers that can help them in the long term. The power of this is that it all comes over to marketplace that allows you to rapidly deploy at future customers as well. So we'll want to get some additional feedback. How has that journey been for you in terms of being out there and building solutions together with AWS?
That journey has been amazing for us, and we are pushing the company GFT in order to create more assets, to create more accelerators and even products, and AWS is our main rail, if you can say like that. So it's our global partner, and we've been on that journey to incentivize our teams to do that. One example is the GFT Impact that we created and now accelerating together with many other assets and accelerators. And we are very happy to got 2 major awards from AWS this year. Right? The number one is the Global Innovation Partner of the Year, and the second one is the AWS EMEA Financial Services.
Congratulations.
This is fantastic.
Massive. This is exactly the journeys we see our partners on, which is by building those repeatable plays, your success has a multiplier effect. And customers gain that benefit as well through the efficiencies and speed of deployment that others cannot keep up with. So we see that as an air gap and a differentiator, not only for our partners, but our combination helping end customers as well.
And we always like to end out our sessions, and you are our last partner that's going to be on Industries Live. We always like to say, what's the future going to hold? We're almost done with reInvent. What's the future going to hold for GFT in 2025?
The future is AI, generative AI. And I am on a mission. I am on a mission to put GFT as the global benchmark, the global reference on responsible AI-centric software development, migration, transformation, and IT services. So that's my personal mission. That's the mission of GFT for the whole market, and we look forward to accelerate that journey with AWS. So it's so that's something that we are very committed to. No?
That is awesome. I think one last question, and this is a fun one. I know this isn't your first reInvent, but I'm really curious. What was the most exciting part of it? Any session, any workshop, something at the expo that really excited you?
I think. Let me start. I think I really got amazed with to see Itaú.
Oh.
Itaú keynote, and Itaú, which is our largest client that we have in Brazil and Latin America, and we have Ricardo Guerra, the global CIO, talking about their journey to cloud transformation and mention about GFT.
Fantastic.
So for me, this was super exciting to hear that Ricardo obviously mentioned about the ecosystem of partners, but for us, GFT, it has been an incredible journey. We started from scratch together with AWS several years ago, that journey at Itaú. A journey that started on early designs on how to take a major bank with millions of clients and customers to the cloud and transform all the legacy. And we started that journey with the AWS professional service. We worked together, shoulder to shoulder, and then after that, GFT accelerated the journey with Itaú, and we are very proud in order to help Itaú on that journey to transform and migrate the architecture, the legacy, and also implement innovation, right, with data mesh, with the the innovation on the data structures and data modernization of Itaú, and many other innovations that we are doing. So this is a testimony, right, about GFT, about AWS.
Yeah.
Anything you'd like to complement, Carlos?
What I like the most at the reInvent is that every year the energy is so intense and you feel it, and it's at the same time there's so many people, but you feel so cozy here,
Yeah.
And in the end, for us, is a celebration of the hard work that we did together through all the years. So it's the perfect way to to celebrate and close the year and the partnership together. So for me, this is kind of it's a special place to be every year.
And the energy, right, on those days, it's super tiring,
yeah.
right? But it's fantastic. It's super rewarding as well, and the energy that we get with all the clients, all the partners, and so with AWS and all this ecosystem of companies and people and our teams. We also brought a big team, right, from GFT into the game, and all that energy of the reInvent is fantastic.
Excellent. I think we really appreciate your investment and commitment to come in to reInvent and bring your teams with you. The awards are massive, and that's a reflection of your continued investment. So really thank you for that, Marcos and Carlos. Karen, do you want to?
No, I was going to say we are running out of time. That was a fantastic recap. Again, thank you to your entire team and what that work represents that you've done on behalf of customers to win the awards here. So thanks again for that. And we appreciate your joining us on Industries Live. We are going to quickly switch over to our recap of all of reInvent. You are our last partner for the day. You closed us off extremely well. I love all the mentions of generative AI. So we will be back in about 2 minutes for our recap of reInvent. And again, remember that Industries Live will be streaming all of 2025 on Thursdays from 8 to 9 a.m. Pacific time.
Thank you
Thanks
for
again.
coming.
Thank you very much.
Thanks
for having us.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Industries Live, live from the show floor here at reInvent in Las Vegas. What a week it's been. We're going to bring it home now with the closeout of Industries Live for this year. And don't forget that this is just the beginning. Every other Thursday as we go into the new year, we're going to be bringing you more and more content from Industries Live. Very, very excited to be sharing more and more great customer and partner stories with you as we go into the new year. It's been such a fantastic week here in Las Vegas. So many great interactions with our customers and our partners. We hope you've enjoyed the content today. I mean, I think some of the rich discussions we've had with partners here in the room, as well as some of the fun we've had. We hope it was entertaining and insightful, and that you all sort of took something away from some of those discussions. We saw lots of great comments and feedback in the live feed, and we very much appreciate you tuning in and making it part of your day. Looking forward to doing this again next year. I think this has been a great debut of the Industries Live format, and fantastic work from all of our hosts and all of our partners who've contributed to it. So I'm joined for the closing discussion now. Dr. Karen Hildebrand is sitting next to me, who you've seen a lot of this afternoon, and Carmen Puccio is back. He was on channel yesterday in the Partners Live. And I'm also joined by Tom Elvis Jones, very dear friend of mine and partner solution architect leader here at AWS. 12 years, Elvis, you've been here?
11 and a half.
11 and a half, almost 12. So we're going to just wrap up by sharing some thoughts, insights, observations, things we've kind of enjoyed this week and heard from our customers and partners, both formally and also just as we've had interesting conversations around the traps. So maybe we'll start. I mean, Karen, did you want to ask either Carmen or Elvis the first question? I'm happy to.
First of all, I like to say that this is the solutions architecture takeover of Industries Live. So all of us, yeah. So full disclosure for everybody that's watching, this is all solutions architecture right
Nerds.
here. Yeah,
Just all nerds.
Okay,
We're
great.
Nerd out.
I wasn't going to specifically call us that, but I love it. All right, Elvis, what was your favorite part of reInvent? I'm going to just easy questions.
So one of the things that was really interesting to me is all the new people. I talked to so many people this was their first event.
Oh, really?
From all over the world. And I've talked to hundreds of people this week because our activations have been really popular. But it's been really interesting to see all the diversity in the new people who are new to reInvent.
Elvis has been working on a project this week, which the viewers might be interested in. A project that I think is just one of the coolest things we do at reInvent. But Elvis, why don't you just tell the viewers about the project that you've been involved in? And again, it's great because you get so much contact with people on the floor. But tell us a bit about it.
Sure. So I started a program a few years ago called AWS Arts, and it's interactive art that's powered by the cloud. And this came out of a question my mom asked me. My mom said, tell me what you do, right? What do you do? And it's kind of hard because the cloud is intangible, right? It's ethereal. It's out there somewhere. It's not tactile. And so this project was a way to turn the power of the AWS services into something that's fun, entertaining, tactile, and it gives us a chance to have a conversation with anybody. Right? It could be, like my grandmother. It could be, a little kid, and we can still have that same conversation, and they can be delighted with the tools and services that we've made. So we have a whole number of art installations here. The one that I personally worked on is a 1960s vintage vending machine that we've repurposed all the knobs on it to allow you to manually create tokens that go into a prompt that create a unique piece of art that we then print out on a postcard and you can take away as a souvenir.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And tell me about, it's a great way to be connecting with people and what's the response been like? What have people been
incredible.
Saying? Yeah.
So Karen, you asked me what's my favorite part. It has to be the emotional response that we see from these people who are using technology or a combination of vintage technology and new technology, and they're just delighted. They're creating and they're using Amazon services like Bedrock, and in a simple way, and it's just been that emotional response, seeing people smile, laugh, be delighted. That's been the best part.
I'd say the energy this year is so big overall, and the emotional high of getting to learn all of the new things is, I think, my highlight of this year. Carmen, I'm super curious. Service launch, speaker, or demo that was your favorite?
I think service launch. Again, I've been aligned to AWS services pretty much my entire time here. So, Elvis, how many reInvents did you say this was for you?
I'm somewhere between 8 and 9.
Yeah.
The first year for me was 2013, which was our second year.
Yeah. So roughly the same. Elvis and I have been around the same time, and year over year, seeing just the catalog of offerings from our features and services evolve, and some of the things that were super cool to me this week, and even some of the things that came out a little bit earlier last week. I love Q, the developer story that revolved around Q, being around the service team, seeing that evolve over the last couple of months leading up to launch. It's been fantastic. We talked about it on Monday or Tuesday, I believe it was, with Brian, and we were talking about the implications of how we can take, customers from their traditional data centers to AWS in the traditional fashion, which is lift and shift. But now, obviously, you can modernize as you go. And using tools like Q to do transform of legacy code bases, sitting there and giving you the intelligent prompts about this is the correct way to interact with your database as you build it out, as opposed to hunting through documentation. And then some of the extra cool features. And again, like being a former developer, I was terrible at writing documentation. It was the last thing I wanted to do. And now it's going to do it for you, right? So if you think about like the value add that brings and the efficiencies that brings, that's fantastic. So seeing the story evolve over year, it's never not exciting. But this year I was just super excited about that personally. One, because we were attached to it, but it also hit very close to home. So.
And you heard GFT, who was just on with us right before this, mention that was what customers are asking them the most about, and they love having that wrapper of the actual documentation that lift immediately.
Nobody wants to write documentation.
Nope.
I thought that was, it's sad. This is a tech session, but the engineers get very excited about somebody else doing documentation. But in all seriousness, though, I thought that some of the big productivity, like golden nuggets, silver bullets this year around documentation, automated testing. And price performance of our platforms for the models. Those are absolute game changers for me. Like that's huge news from my point of view.
Absolutely, and there's the other pieces too. I mentioned the .NET transformation piece. There's the VMware migration aspect of things. So again, like if you think about the partner angle, and if you think about the way that our consulting partners work, and they're inside of the customer accounts, they're figuring out that IT real estate, using these tools and using these agents to basically accelerate that migration and modernization story. That's a game changer, right? So that is super exciting to see, and I know the partners that I spoke to this week, there are a lot of topics, but that was a big one. The other one was in the security space, Ruba's keynote yesterday, and again, being personally attached to that. So seeing, again, our security incident response get announced, and to see a specialization program go out at the exact same time, that's a first for us, where we have our partners basically saying, hey, we're working side by side with the service team. It's not that we don't do that traditionally, but now we have an accreditation or a specialization program to say, hey, these are the partners that have really leaned in with us and are ready to go to market and help you in these types of incidents. So super exciting to see that. AI security category as well. So there was a lot of security focus in her keynote, which is great. Again, coming from my world, which is exciting. So
it was super. I think that the other highlight for me this week has just been how positive the vibe is. I mean, you and I were talking about that before, Elvis, about how enthusiastic our customers, our partners are this week. The mojo is very high in the room. I think there's
the bang is back.
The bang is back.
The bang is back, and the energy here has been absolutely spectacular, right? And excuse me, we went through that dip during the pandemic, right? And then reInvent started to grow again in size. Going back to our pre-pandemic trajectory has been incredible, right? It's hard on your feet. But,
yes, it is hard.
There's a lot of walking.
A lot of steps.
I have not looked at my step count, but it's high. But that is so great to feel, right? That energy. People are excited. I liked Werner's talk the best. I really liked his message about simplicity. Right? And he's just such a great speaker, and he's so colorful. He's such a colorful character. And I think that message of simplicity is something that we can all resonate with.
I think one of the fun parts about reInvent, now we all get to go back to work and I'll watch all the keynotes back and really kind of absorb them. When we're here, it's like we absorb as much as we can, and I'm excited about so many of the messages we got, but I'm really looking forward to sitting down and really fully absorbing Ruba's keynote as well, and of course Matt's from the first day. They were fantastic.
Yeah, it was also really fun to see Andy come back
for sure
on stage.
For sure.
Yeah, and we get to watch all of our team members who also were part of the hundreds of sessions that have happened this week. I know I had one of my solutions architects stop by earlier, and he was so excited about how well his session went. It was attended. He said he got level 400 questions at the end. Really excited to be able to have Greenway as a partner also speak at that session. I think So shout out to you, Brian Warwick. That was awesome. And we have many of our other partner solutions architects and solutions architects that were here giving in-depth and detailed talks that are all going to be on YouTube. So like I feel like the entire month of December could be like retooling with all of the content that came up.
And what I really like about that, and again, there's multiple angles to being an SA, right? But that is one of the highlights of the year, is that ability to give back. We think about what reInvent truly is at its core. It's that thank you. It's how are we going to enable our customers and how are we going to enable our partners to learn. And our SAs, and being former SAs, thought leaders is a huge aspect of being in that role. And they work so hard leading up to the event in order to deliver those sessions. And to see just the smiling faces, both from the customers and the partners in the room, but more importantly, the presenters, because they know they made an impact. And I've personally experienced that many times as a speaker, but my SA is the exact same thing this year. So super excited to see that. And it's always great to see that year over year. So
I agree.
And I will say Marketplace made a huge splash as well with the announcements that they had come out. I thought that was really neat. But that actually had a few new partners come stop by while we were working at the booth saying, hey, I just had a big Marketplace win with a customer I would never have known before. And teasing in Partners Live and Industries Live for next year, we are going to have one of the partners on that is from New Zealand who said that they actually activated a customer without ever talking to them that is based in the Americas. So huge win. Wouldn't have happened if they didn't have a Marketplace listing. Cannot wait to tell their story.
The ultimate scale story. I also have had a lot of feedback from partners this week about how they're experiencing the marketplace and looking at new ways of scaling, how they interact with their customers through the marketplace. The other thing I wanted to sort of put on the table just for the group is, I think I mentioned this earlier in one of the sessions we talked about today, is that one of the other great probably sometimes I think under-discussed aspects of reInvent is it's not just for us to educate our customers and partners, it's also for us to listen. And one of the things that I really enjoyed this week was being part of some roundtables, having some very candid conversations with our customers and our partners about what they're experiencing, what they're seeing in the market, what they're seeing in their business, what they love from us, what they want us to see, what they want to see us do more of. And that, to me, in terms of the value that I take out of this experience this week, is huge. Like, there's some very, very affirming things about, the value that they're getting out of things like marketplace, specialization programs, what they're seeing in terms of the future of their business and generative AI and app modernization, security, data. Like, these are all... It's incredibly valuable to get that feedback firsthand, in person, straight from our partners directly. And so, I think a lot of people think they buy their ticket to reInvent to learn and to ingest a lot of information, but we value it so much to learn from them. So
for sure. Yeah, I've always made the comment when I've spoken on stage, like the CSAT scores. It goes along with, it's not just obviously the roundtables, it's across the board. We're sitting here trying to make this event as big and as great as possible for our partners and customers. And I've said this year over year, like making sure that you fill out those forms to give the feedback about what you like, what you don't like. As a speaker, I always took that super personal because I wanted to make sure that I was delivering the best thing year over year, to make sure that it was hitting the mark in terms of what they wanted to learn about. And at the same time, I obviously want to hear that feedback directly inside of those roundtable meetings. So I couldn't agree more with that statement.
Fantastic. How about you, Elvis?
There's been so many events, like after-hours events as well. I went to the EMEA reception last night. There was like 1,500 people there. It was huge.
Yeah.
Right? And I had all these conversations with people that are outside the realm of the partners that I usually talk to. Could be a small little company. I talked to some very large consulting companies as well, and those kind of conversations would not happen if we were not here and all of these people hadn't spent all of this time to come here and spend that time with us. Yeah. So really, really valuable. I love, once again, the diversity of those conversations and the diversity of our customers and partners.
Yeah, 100%. I think...
Go ahead.
I was going to say 100%. I think it just exists on so many levels this week, and again, it is exhausting. It's we talked earlier today about it's a bit of a marathon. It's grueling, but it is absolutely I said this morning it's Christmas for AWS employees. This is, for me, the most valuable week of the year. I learn more this week, and I get more out of this week than any other, single event or customer experience that I have during the course of the year. So I think it's been wonderful.
Yeah, I think one of the things for me is, my looking at, well, what happens here, but it's also what happens next.
Yep.
So I have so many follow-ups from this week, and so many people that have connected with me, and like I said, interesting conversations, and who knows where those will go, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just somebody that we can help and provide some information. Maybe that's new business. Great. Let's go figure that out.
Yeah, maybe we'll disrupt an industry and solve a big problem. So
I would love that. Let's go.
Some of the best, most disruptive, most innovative ideas come out of getting a bunch of really smart people together in one place, like Las Vegas, and chatting about it and taking it away and really getting motivated.
Absolutely. And we would love to hear from you as to what was your favorite moments of Industries Live. This is a new format for us. Go ahead, drop your comments in. We'll be watching them. We have people in real time watching them right now. So we'd love to know what your favorite moments were of Industries Live and what you want us to repeat and what you want us to do differently next year.
Sure. Do you want to, I'm interested to go around the table and find out what everybody's individual highlight of the week was.
You want me to go first?
Why not?
Yeah, so I already mentioned, obviously, service launches. I won't go there again. I think the thing for me, again, it's 8 reinvents or so. I've lost count. Old friends. We always think about like how big the tech industry actually is. It's actually a small space if you think about it. There's so many people that you've crossed paths with over the years, and it's old friends basically coming into your life and out of your life. And the second you see them, it might have been 3 years, 4 years. There were folks that I went to dinner with last night I haven't seen in 9 years, and it wasn't like we missed a beat. And it was fantastic to build those connections. And again, to your point, that wouldn't happen unless we were here. And I had a great time doing that over the course of the week this week. So that was my personal highlight.
How about you, Karen?
Can I take 2?
Yes, you can.
Okay, good. All right. I would say I loved being able to speak with as many partners and customers as I did across the hall here in the expo floor. I feel like I talked to several hundred people, and it was really, really neat how they often had just a simple question, and it was easy to be able to solve that in real time, but also how many different relationships that over the years have come back. So that was really neat. I think that was probably my highlight, is just the actual number of conversations had. Second highlight, I, as a leader of people, was so excited to see how energized my team was about every single session that they delivered. Huge shout out to all of my team. So thank you, Nor, Joyathy, Brian, and Jason, who are here. But just seeing what they all delivered and how excited they were on behalf of the customers they interacted with, I think was just absolutely rewarding to me.
Huge +1. Huge
Fantastic.
+1.
You've both taken my highlights, but I'll double down on. I bumped into many of our team members in the corridors, just managed to shake hands, have conversations like that. That's a huge part of it. I totally agree with you, Carmen. I would say that I've probably been in maybe 7 or 8 partner meetings where it happened to be ex-colleagues, people who used to work for AWS. So that's been super fun. I think a big part of the week for me is just, the one-on-one conversations, as Karen said, either and it's been in different formats. Today, some of the conversations around this very table have been really great. The conversations in the advisory boards and the round tables, they've been extremely insightful. Again, affirming about the things we're not doing well, reassuring about the things we could be doing better. So, for me, that's been a huge part of it. How about you, Elvis?
Well, I mentioned earlier, like seeing the delight on people's faces as they were interacting with our technology. That's been a really, it's been just a joy to see. Absolutely, the relationships. One of the things I love about being in the partner org is the relationships that we have with our partners. Like, I've been working with these same people the whole time I've been here in some cases. And, to your point, Carmen, there are people that I haven't seen that are not employees. These are at the partner because, COVID and all the rest of that. And I went to a cocktail party the other night, and one of my, one of the people from one of my partners, Siemens, was there, Rick Courtwright, and I hadn't seen him in ages. And we saw each other, and it was just instant happiness for both of us. So it was that. And I love Las Vegas, so it's great to be back in Vegas.
Me too.
And what a great reInvent.
For sure.
So I think what that is bridging us to is the only thing standing between us and the next cocktail hour is me wrapping this up.
I think you're right, Karen. Bring us home.
So thank you, everybody, for joining us today. We really appreciate your taking the time to join us on Industries Live. We will be streaming every other Thursday in 2025, bringing all kinds of industry solutions and innovative partners to you from 8 to 9 a.m. Pacific time. Put it on every Thursday on your calendar, and then we will be announcing which Thursdays is the every other. So put that calendar hold on now, and we hope that you enjoy all of the great content that will be coming out from reInvent for you to consume on demand. Thanks, everybody, for joining me today.
Awesome.
Thanks, Karen.
Thank you.
Take care, folks.
Thanks, Elvis. Thanks, Karen.